Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3595. On the other side, Emperor Wu Huang had killed his way to Meng Sangtian's territory, but he couldn't find any traces of Meng Sangtian or the old salamander. He had searched for more than a month before returning to the myriad beasts border. He had gone into seclusion as soon as he returned, as Wu Jiang had given him a lot of pressure. In the final three-way battle, he had first broken Lu Yin's great sky split chart, believing that Lu Yin's consciousness had not reached the cosmic realm, but it was not far from it. This had affected him greatly. After that, he had been kicked by Lu Yin, and that kick had allowed him to truly feel Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin was clearly a human, but he had enough strength to make Emperor Wu Huang wary. This was just one of Lu Sangtian's methods. Emperor Wu Huang had to cultivate his own strength, or even if he could win the battle at Fuheyuan, it would be difficult for him to face Yu Sangtian. As for the old salamander, no one asked about it. No one from the myriad beasts territory mentioned it, and the rumor about the realm beyond heaven had completely disappeared. Emperor Wu had used his strength to prove his terrifying battle prowess. He had also made a move against Lu Yin during the three-way battle. He was fearless and tyrannical. This was Emperor Wu. Everyone was waiting for the day when the tribute spirit would appear, and the battle at Fuheyuan would begin. In the blink of an eye, the day of the sacrifice spirit had arrived. The 7 great mulberry skies were about to gather at beyond heaven. In a few days, the entire spiritualized universe had changed. All the cultivators who were connected to the universe were sincerely waiting for the day of the sacrifice spirit. During this time, cultivators burned incense and bathed, and cultivators could be seen sitting cross-legged everywhere, gazing at beyond heaven as they waited for that moment. Even though Yu Sangtian and the 7 great mulberry skies would appear on the day of the sacrifice spirit, that day also represented the end of the year for the spiritualized universe. There were also rumors that not only Yu Sangtian and the 7 great mulberry skies would be able to see this scene, as others might as well. This rumor originated from ancient times, and it was impossible to verify. Even after so many years, it had never been proven. Beyond heaven had even denied its authenticity, but even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, everyone still wanted to try. Everyone believed that they were the chosen ones. After all, when a person died, the world would disappear as well. The world's operation and the universe's chaos was just a game. Who wasn't the only master of this world? In the 100 Herbs region, Lu Yin and Yuan Qi left Boundless and headed towards the 100 Herbs region. 100 Herbs region was one of the 36 regions, so it naturally had a connection to beyond heaven. When Yuan Qi entered the 100 Herbs universe, there were many people here, and they were all looking for the 100 Herbs. Although they were not in the spiritualized universe, those cultivators still remembered the day of the spirit sacrifice. On this day they all sat cross-legged, waiting for that moment to arrive. I never thought that I would be able to enter the sky beyond heaven again in my lifetime. Yuan Qi sighed. He's of course, he is of the heavens, heavens above heavens, and had never thought of return. His goal was to wait for the Tianyuan universe to restart and attempt to step into the eternal life stage. Otherwise he would die. It could be said that he had grasped the greatest secret of the spiritualized universe, and there was no way he could return. Lu Yin wasn't afraid that Yuanqi would betray him, as there was no way that the old man would betray him. Even if they all died and the Tianyuan universe was reactivated, Yuanqi's past would still be a stain on his record. He wouldn't be welcomed in the spiritualized universe, so it was better for him to focus on following the Tianyuan universe. He had seen no hope in the past, but after the Tao discussion on the boulder, he saw hope. Yu heavens. The one he feared the most was still Master Qingqiao. He had no other choice. Even if he knew that Master Qingqiao wanted to wipe out the heavens, he could only remain in his current position. It's a pity that your bell is gone. Don't let anyone see it or you might win if they challenge you, Lu Yin reminded him. Yuanqi was helpless. The destruction of his bell had greatly reduced his strength, so he couldn't let anyone see it. Spiritual molting was divided into human molting and beast molting. The moment a powerhouse molted, they would spiritualize, and they could have innate gifts or weapons. Spiritualized weapons and innate gifts were formed according to one's cultivation and fighting habits, so they could not be completely controlled. Spiritualized weapons generally had higher attack power, but once the weapon was damaged, it would take a long time to recover. Spiritualized innate gifts were different, as there was no problem with them being damaged. Yuan Qi had relied on the power of the bell to become Sangtian, and it was known as one of the most powerful spiritualized weapons. However, Yuan Qi's success had been due to the bell, and Yuan Qi's failure had been due to it as well. Now that the bell had been damaged, Yuan Qi's strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise he would not have lost to Lu Yin. He was a little nervous about going to Beyond Heaven. Soon the two arrived at Beyond Heaven through the 100 Herbs dimension. This was Lu Yin's second time here, and he still saw the unreachable Extreme Palace, the beautiful maids and Lan. Lan's expression did not change when she saw Lu Yin. She bowed slowly. Lan greets Lu Sangtian and Yuanqi Sangtian. Yuanqi was surprised to see Lan. You're still alive. Lan looked at Yuanqi and smiled. Long time no see, senior. Yuanqi sighed. Yes, it's really been a long time. I thought that you wouldn't be able to break through to the Spirit Prime Realm, but not only did you break through, but you also survived bitter adversity. Lan smiled. I also didn't expect to see you again like this. Yuanqi shook his head. In front of the junior that he had once thought highly of, he was ashamed. Long time no see, Yuanqi. Zhan Ming had already arrived, and his body was covered in a lethargic aura. His eyes were cloudy, but no one dared to underestimate him. Yuanqi looked at Zhan Ming and raised his eyebrows. Indeed, long time no see. I'm surprised that you're not dead. Zhan Ming's voice was old. Zhan Yin, thank you for taking care of me. Don't mention it. That girl is capable and didn't die in the Tianyuan universe, Yuanqi replied. Zhan Ming looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I heard that Lu Sangtian and Wu Huang will fight in half a year. I congratulate Lu Sangtian in advance for his great victory. Lu Yin looked at Zhan Ming. The old salamander has lived for so long. Why didn't you capture him and send him to the Gate of Arts to die? Zhan Ming was helpless. Some powerhouses don't want to contribute to the spiritualized universe and we can't force them. Yuanqi, on the other hand, is not far from his end. Do you want to go to the Gate of Arts? Yuanqi said, I'll definitely live longer than you. Then we'll wait and see, Zhan Ming replied. At this time, Su Sherdao arrived and smiled when he saw the three of them. I thought I was the first. I didn't expect the three of you to arrive so early. Lan faced Su Sherdao and bowed. Greetings, Su Sangtian. Su Sherdao smiled bitterly. My title is too fake. Lan, the more respectful you are, the more uneasy I feel. Yuanqi interrupted. If it weren't for others breaking the rules, you would have been Sangtian. Why wait until now? Su Sherdao looked at Yuanqi. We meet again. Brother Su, Zhan Ming said. Su Sherdao looked over. Zhan Ming said, have you ever thought of using the spiritual treasure killer to create the sequence foundation? They looked at Zhan Ming in surprise. Lu Yin was shocked. He had never thought of this before. Su Sherdao's eyes lit up. Is it possible? Zhan Ming was serious. Sequence particles can create the sequence foundation. The spiritual treasure killer is much easier to see than sequence particles. It's not impossible. He glanced at Lu Yin. Brother Su's grafting flower should not be learned by anyone. Now that Lu Sangtian has learned it, there must be a way. Su Sherdao shook his head. You're asking the wrong person. I don't know how Lu Sangtian learned it. Zhan Ming looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him. Old man, are you trying to dig out my secret? Zhan Ming smiled. Lu Sangtian, don't misunderstand. If we can create the sequence foundation, it will be beneficial to both of us. After all, the Spiritual Treasure Society is closer to you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. All right, go back and think about it. If it can be done, the Spiritual Treasure Society will cooperate fully. Zhan Ming nodded. All right. Su Sherdao was unhappy. I haven't said anything. No one bothered with him. Although Su Sherdao was indeed at the level of Sangtian, everyone knew that he was forced by Lu Yin to become Sangtian. Unknowingly, the others valued Lu Yin's opinion more. Especially after Wu Zhang's suppression of the Wanshou border, everyone in the spiritualized universe was terrified. If it wasn't for their standpoint, everyone would think that the next Yu Sangtian would be Lu Yin. Everything else aside, he was too young. Lan listened quietly. These people represented the highest level of the spiritualized universe. Any decision they made could change the situation. However, the realm beyond sky would always be above everything as long as Yu Sangtian was still alive. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yin. How long could this person live? Coincidentally, Lu Yin also looked at Lan. The two looked at each other. Lan's gaze was as calm as still water. There was no sign of the anger she had when she chased Lu Yin away. Lu Yin stared at Lan. I heard that you cultivate the 22nd ranked projection sequence? Lan replied, yes. Lu Yin was curious. This sequence is almost useless. Why would a powerhouse like you cultivate this? Lan said, projection is not very useful in battle, but it is very convenient to inform the spiritualized universe of the realm beyond sky's decision. I don't need a sequence that is advantageous for battle. Projection is more suitable. Inform? I heard that this sequence is also very good at assassination, Luin said slowly. Yuanqi looked at Lan. Lan's expression was solemn. I heard that Lu Sangtian was assassinated several times. 2 of them were related to the sequence. Are you suspecting me? Yes. Luin did not deny it. Lan said, it has nothing to do with me. Luin looked away and did not ask any more questions. At this time a figure walked out. Lan stepped forward and said respectfully, Lan greets Meng Sangtian. Luin and the others stared at the newcomer. It was Meng Sang. Meng Sang was wrapped in a black robe and walked over slowly. She faced Luin and the others as if she did not see them. Meng Sang, where have you been all this time? Zhan Ming suddenly asked. Meng Sang's voice was low. I was cultivating in seclusion. Su Sherdao frowned. The entire spiritualized universe is looking for you. It has nothing to do with you. Meng Sang's voice was cold. Zhan Ming looked at Meng Sang deeply. If you want to die, please go to the Gate of Techniques. Your sequence is very useful. Meng Sang did not speak again. Luin did not pay attention to him. He had taken action several times under the Eternal's instructions. Previously, he had saved the old salamander from the 10,000 beasts border. Even if Luin wanted to find the old salamander through him, now was not the right time. Meng Sang was not the main person. The main person was the Eternal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3596. At this time the ninth spirit arrived, still drunk and hazy. Lan frowned and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lan greets the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit burped and faced Lan with a smile. Sorry for being late. She looked ahead and saw Luin and the others. She greeted them. Old Zhan Ming, you're not dead yet? I remember someone in the consciousness universe saying that you were dead. What a pity. She looked at Meng Sangtian. Isn't this Meng Sang? Everyone says that you're missing but you're not dead. What a pity. Finally she looked at Luin. The most pitiful one is you. Why didn't you die together with Ho? Luin looked at her. Let's talk after the day of the sacrifice. Zhan Ming, Lan, and even Su Sherdao did not understand why Luin wanted to talk to the ninth spirit. She did not seem to care about worldly affairs, aside from a few mischievous interests. The ninth spirit burped again and waved her hands. Don't look for me. I don't know you well. Emperor Wu arrived, his height oppressive. With his arrival, the 7 great mulberry skies were all present. Lan led the way not to the extreme palace but to the border of sky beyond. Standing there one could look out into space. Just one more step and they would be out of sky beyond. Yu Sangtian was already waiting there, his back to the group. The 7 great mulberry skies had arrived. Yu Sangtian spoke. Sacrifice spirits. At the end of the spiritualized universe, attitude is more important than form. Previously, the sacrifice spirits were all in the Lushan region. Now that the 7 great mulberry skies are missing, they have all moved to sky beyond. He looked up into space. In an hour, the sacrifice spirits will begin. An hour was a short time. But in the history of the spiritualized universe, Yu Sangtian and the 7 great mulberry skies had rarely gathered. It was almost always the day of the sacrifice spirits. At this moment, the entire spiritualized universe was silent. Countless cultivators faced sky beyond. Some were muttering to themselves, while others were bowing in worship. Everyone had their own way of expressing their piety. And at this moment, above boundless border, Jianghu, who was wrapped in a blanket, was shivering, trembling more and more. The day of the sacrifice spirits was very important, but there were only 8 people. These 8 represented the entire spiritualized universe. Soon an hour passed. Yu Sangtian raised his hand and tapped the void with his index finger. The starry sky was like a mirror, smooth and complete. At this moment, time and space stopped. Only Yu Sangtian's voice could be heard. Tai Sangtian not. Yu Sangtian and the 7 great Sangtian acted at the same time, using their respective powers to form a mulberry heavenly knot. It was only one mulberry heavenly knot, but it gathered the power of 8 peak experts. The mulberry heaven knot has been formed. Guardian spirit, Sangtianjia flew toward the deep starry sky and gradually burned. The flames illuminated the entire spiritualized universe, illuminating every corner. In the spiritualized universe, all the practitioners saw the fiery light and knelt down in unison. Guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. Let the heart be round, the spirit word heavens, sacrifice to the great Tao. Xianxia's voice echoed throughout the entire spiritualized universe. If Dancing Butterfly Horizon was here, would he have given him a blow? Luin watched his back. Actually, he also wanted to attack Xianxian, but the more he understood Xianxian's strength, the more he realized the gap between them. A sneak attack was meaningless. If he could injure Xianxian with a sneak attack, it meant that he had the strength to fight Xianxian head-on. Clearly he was still lacking a bit. However, if the 7 great Xianxian worked together, he could give it a try. Wu Huang, the 9th spirit, and the others. Everyone looked at Xianxian's back, their thoughts unknown. This wasn't the first time they had experienced a guardian spirit. Yuan Qi was the most emotional. The last time he had experienced a guardian spirit was a long time ago, and he had never thought that he would have the chance to participate in one. The previous guardian spirits had all been in Lushan Domain. Lushan Domain was his hometown, but he didn't miss it. Time could wash away all memories. When the mulberry heavenly knot finished burning, the 36 filaments shook. Wu Huang and the others trembled. It was here. The most attractive aspect of a guardian spirit was its spectacle, and whether or not they would be able to see it would depend on the mulberry heavenly knot burning. They had sacrificed their guardian spirits time and time again, but had been disappointed. Would they be able to see it this time? The Master Su sect was filled with anticipation. Yuan Qi's breathing quickened. Luin looked up at the sky. Spectacle? What would it be? Just as he thought about it, his eyes narrowed as he saw an inconceivable scene. In the spiritualized universe, the spirit threads of the 36 filaments formed the word spirit. At this moment, the word seemed to come alive as it slowly floated up. It wasn't the spirit threads that floated up, nor was it the 36 filaments. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but the word was floating up. At the same time, 7 giant funnels appeared in 7 different directions of the spiritualized universe. They weren't vertical like normal funnels, but vertical instead. The bottom of the funnels faced the deep starry sky, as if the entire universe had been turned upside down. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at this scene. The 7 directions were the 7 karmic lands that he had seen before. The funnels seemed to be absorbing something. Lu Yin watched as the inverted funnels absorbed something from the bottom up. Then, liquid dripped out from the opening and floated up like a giant bubble. Compared to the entire spiritualized universe, the 7 funnels were very small. However, compared to people and even the 36 domains, the funnels were very large. They divided the spiritualized universe into 7 parts. The Ling word that floated up once again floated up, and another Ling word appeared. Immediately after, more Ling words appeared. Each Ling word was smaller than the previous one. As the Ling word floated up, the liquid on the inverted funnels also floated up continuously. It was the same rhythm as the Ling word. The liquid that had appeared in the 7 funnels floated up into the deep starry sky. From Lu Yin's perspective, it looked like the word had formed a triangle that extended up into the sky until it disappeared. From beginning to end, Lu Yin stared blankly. What was the meaning of this? He couldn't understand. Beside him, Yuan Qi looked at Lu Yin and sighed when he saw Lu Yin's strange expression. Indeed, only he could see it. Of the 7 Sang skies, whoever could see the spectacle would be the next Yu Sang Tian. There were very few Sang skies who could see the spectacle at the same time. Yu Sang Tian and Elder Xianxia's generation had seen it at the same time, and in the end, Elder Xianxia had died and Yu Sang Tian had ascended to the top. Lu Yin was still immersed in the spectacle and didn't notice Yuan Qi looking at him. Soon Su Shidao also looked at Lu Yin, followed by Wu Huang, Zhan Ming and the rest. Lu Yin's abnormal behavior was a little too obvious, and it made them uncomfortable. The spectacle of the spiritualized universe's tribute spirit had actually been seen by an outsider. Yu Sang Tian's back was still facing the 7 Sang skies, and he didn't need to look to know that only Lu Yin could see the spectacle. What would Lu Yin think if he saw it? Lu Yin didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't understand what this spectacle meant. The word spirit, in the 36 filaments and the funnels in the 7 directions were also the 7 karmic lands. He thought back to when he had borrowed the power of inaction in the intent realm. The sword had also seen the spectacle. His eyes twinkled. Could there be another universe within the universe? As the Ling character and the liquid disappeared into the heavens, no one knew where they had gone. Even Lu Yin could not see them. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering rumble as the Ling character and the 7 funnels shattered and turned into clouds that enveloped the entire spiritualized universe. Similarly, only Lu Yin could see this scene. No one else could. The clouds suddenly dispersed, and a ray of green light pierced through the darkness and spread throughout the spiritualized universe, illuminating every corner of space. It was so obvious and bright, but still no one could see it. Lu Yin stared blankly above the green light, where an incomparably large figure covered in light stood up. It seemed to have just woken up, and it stretched lazily and yawned, its back facing everyone else. That figure was so large that it covered the entire sky, but Lu Yin couldn't see its appearance clearly. All he could see was a green light that swirled about, almost blinding him. It was like a deity and he couldn't look straight at it. Suddenly, all of the green light converged and transformed into a sharp blade that slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly dodged. The green blade swept past his body and disappeared. In an instant, everything was gone. The clouds, the green light, the figure, everything disappeared in an instant, including the green blade. The only change was that Lu Yin had moved away from where he had been standing. He was the only one who had moved. Xianxia turned around and looked at Lu Yin. The other Xianxians also looked at Lu Yin, and even a fool would know what Lu Yin had seen. Lu Yin looked at the heavens again, but there was nothing there. What had just happened seemed like an illusion, but was it really an illusion? When the green blade had slashed down, Lu Yin's scalp had gone numb, and he had felt a sense of horror that he had never experienced before. He had been powerless to resist, and he had felt even more powerless than when he had faced Xianxia. He did not dodge the cyan blade. Instead, it was the cyan blade that disappeared on its own. The strangest thing was that no one had seen such a vast scene and such a terrifying power. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only he and Xianxia had seen it. Lu Yin felt like he had seen a ghost. He could see karma that others could not, and that gave him a sense of superiority. But now he did not wish to see that miraculous scene or that godlike figure. He was the master of the Xuanhuan universe, and he had even faced a grass master before. But at this moment, an indistinct figure had given him the illusion of a god. What was that? Hey, did you see it? The ninth spirit blinked and stared at Lu Yin. Wu Huang, Zhanming, and the others all looked at Lu Yin deeply. Lu Yin's expression slowly returned to normal, and he tried his best to disperse the fear in his heart. No. His hoarse voice revealed his restless heart. The ninth spirit rolled her eyes. So what if you saw it? Stop pretending. Congratulations, Lu Sangtian, Zhanming congratulated, but his expression was not normal. No matter how shrewd he was, he could not accept the fact that an outsider like Lu Yin had seen the miraculous scene of the spiritualized universe. Could this outsider really become Xianxia? Wu Huang turned to leave, preparing for the battle at Fuheyuan half a year later. Xianxia spoke up. I have something to announce. Everyone looked at him. Xianxia's gaze swept across the 7 major Xianxians and he said mildly, Wu Huang and the ninth spirit have returned from the consciousness universe and captured Yi Meng of the 13 celestial phenomena. Yi Meng has already revealed the location of the Earth of Yi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3597. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. The land of Earth had actually been found. The land of Earth was where the 13 celestial phenomenon resided. Rumor had it that as long as one could find the land of Earth, they could destroy the 13 celestial phenomena and completely overturn the consciousness universe. It was where all consciousness began and ended. From Lu Yin's perspective, it was similar to the immemorial city of the Xuanhuan universe. Wu Huang and the ninth spirit were shocked. Yi Meng confessed? Zhanming was shaken. How is that possible? Since ancient times, the 13 celestial phenomena have been captured, but none have confessed. Is Yi Meng telling the truth? Su Shidao sighed. Yi Meng really is not dead. Qiyuan guessed right. He is not dead. Yi Meng will not die so easily. Xianxia said, Yi Meng must be telling the truth. I have decided to launch an all-out attack on the consciousness universe and completely end the 13 celestial phenomena. I will restart the consciousness universe and step into eternal life. Everyone, quickly prepare to follow me into the consciousness universe. With that, he vanished. Zhanming looked at Wu Huang and the ninth spirit. I still can't believe that the 13 celestial phenomena would confess. Wu Huang grinned. Who cares if it's true or not? It's time to end the consciousness universe. After that, the next one. He looked at Lu Yin. Is the Xuanhuan universe? Lu Yin met his gaze. We'll talk about it after you survive the battle at Fuheyuan. Wu Huang stared at Lu Yin. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly grabbed at Meng Sang. Meng Sang retreated. Lan moved to block Wu Huang. This is beyond sky. If you want to fight, leave this place first. Wu Huang stared at Meng Sang. Where is that old man? Meng Sang did not respond. Wu Huang's gaze was fierce. Meddling in the affairs of the myriad beasts border. I will tear you apart. Meng Sang looked up at Wu Huang. We'll talk after we survive the battle at Fuheyuan. Wu Huang was enraged and wanted to attack. Lan immediately called xiaoxing wary of Wu Huang. Wu Huang left in the end. The most important thing now was to cultivate that power. Zhan Ming also left, wishing Lu Yin victory over Wu Huang before he left. Lu Yin replied, if I win, I'll be a guest at your door of techniques. Zhan Ming didn't dare to respond to Lu Yin's words. No one had welcomed Lu Yin as a guest, which meant that Lu Yin was clearly an unwelcome guest. The Gate of Techniques was a special place as some of the old fellows were still alive. Furthermore, it was a place that produced the sequence foundations, which was extremely important to the spiritualized universe. Master Su also left. The ninth spirit left faster than anyone else, afraid that Lu Yin would target her. He wasn't afraid that she would run away. Her hatred for Fengbo ran deep and she would definitely come looking for him. I'll head back first? Yuanqi asked. Lu Yin nodded. In the end, only Lu Yin, Meng Sang, Lan and Xiaoxing were left. Lu Yin looked at Lan. I won't make a move here. There's no need to keep an eye on them. Lan did not believe her, but she knew that it was useless for her to keep watching. Lu Sang Tian, being able to see the wonders means that our universe recognizes you. Furthermore, you are Sang Tian, so please maintain basic respect for the heavens beyond heaven. With that, she left with 36 Xiaoxing. After they left, Lu Yin faced Meng Sang Tian and slowly asked, where is the old salamander? Meng Sang said in a low voice, exchange. Lu Yin asked. Meng Sang looked at Lu Yin, exchange xuanhuan for the old salamander. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It seems like the god of forgotten ruins ambushed and killed xuanhuan in the Tianyuan universe and stole the key. That key should be in the Eternal's hands right now. He even told you this. You really are under his control. Meng Sang did not refute and continued, this is his condition. Exchange xuanhuan for the old salamander. Lu Yin said, do you think that the old salamander is worth as much as the key to the door of arts? What if he is chaos? Meng Sang asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Impossible. I don't need to argue with you. To me, I don't know what chaos is. Since he wants to exchange the old salamander for xuanhuan, he must be confident. It's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. Oh. Meng Sang turned and left. Lu Yin stared at her back with a heavy expression. No wonder Meng Sang had saved the old salamander. It turned out that the Eternal wanted to exchange the old salamander for xuanhuan. Lu Yin knew how attractive the old salamander's identity was to the Tianyuan universe. If the old salamander really was chaos, it meant that he had been to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago and had done something there. On a deeper level, could the appearance of the primogenitor and the others be related to him? Even the primogenitor did not know how the Tianyuan universe had appeared, but they had appeared naturally. As for the spiritualized universe, there were people in Mr. Mu's spacetime. It was unlikely that all the universes had coincidentally given birth to humans. The people of the Tianyuan universe must have come from somewhere else. Where was it? Perhaps chaos could provide the answer. This was the Eternal's confidence. Was the old salamander really chaos? Based on the time, it was not impossible, but Lu Yin felt that the possibility was not high. Just as Meng Sang was about to leave, she said, even if you don't exchange it, he can still pay a price and leave the key like me. With that, she disappeared. Lu Yin sighed. What price had the Eternal paid to keep Meng Sang? What price had he paid to keep the spirit seed? Lu Yin did not know if the Eternal could still afford to pay this price. However, since the Eternal wanted Meng Sang to exchange it, it meant that the price was extremely high. It made sense when he thought about it. How could the price of suffering a karmic backlash be small? Also, since the Eternal was willing to exchange the old salamander for xuanhuan, it meant that the old salamander was not in the hands of the Zhikang realm. The Eternal and Meng Sang had not cooperated with the foolish old, or the foolish old would not have agreed to hand over the old salamander. Did that mean that the Qianmen Faidu had betrayed the Zhikang realm? That could not be right. The foolish old also needed the key, and the Eternal could use the key to cooperate with the Zhikang realm. Lu Yin frowned. It was not easy to analyze the situation, and the best way was to fight his way out. Qi Gong's theft of the White Willow was so complicated, and it had only been exposed because Lu Yin had inadvertently taken away the Deming realm's astral river. The small book pavilion. The Yu Qing incident had exposed the old salamander, and he had relied on strength to force Sovereign to cooperate. In the end, strength was the foundation of everything. Lu Yin walked out of beyond heaven and headed in a certain direction, the intent realm. Lu Yin could not let go of the guardian spirit's wonder, and he needed to find Wu Wei and try to see it again. He also needed to make up for the changes in the 9 heavens. In the intent realm, after the guardian spirit's disappearance, all cultivators returned to normal. Some cultivated while others went out. The cultivators of the Alliance Crusaders cultivated in a much larger area than before. In the past, more than half of the intent realm had belonged to the Qi family, but after the Qi family's defeat and the discovery of Qi Gong's theft of the White Willow, the Qi family had been unable to recover. Nobody cared about the intent realm anymore. It was only because of the monolith's Dao discussion and Qi Yuan's appearance that the Qi family was able to stay here with peace of mind. Otherwise, they would not even be able to stay here. The outside world always looked at the intent realm with a mocking attitude. It was the biggest joke in the world that a person in the intent realm would steal from another person. The Qi family's courtyard was rebuilt, and although it looked exactly the same as before, it lacked its former majesty. The strongest person in the Qi family was only a spirit ancestor, and he was an elder from a branch family who had not been favored before. His name was Qi Lu. The name Qi Lu was too casual. When the Qi family had prospered, he had been a branch family elder without much authority. He could not change his name at will, so he had always been called Qi Lu. Now, however, the Qi family's experts were either dead or missing. He had become the family head, so he wanted to change his name. Outside the Qi family's courtyard, a youth sat at the entrance and stared at the stone tablet fragment in a daze. Qi Zun had walked out of this stone tablet before, but even he, who was comparable to Sang Tian, had not been able to protect the Qi family. Qi Mao, what are you still squatting here for? Scram. Don't you think we've been scolded enough? A group of people walked out of the courtyard, all of them members of the Qi family. They had once been from the branch family, but now that the direct line had been defeated, the branch family had risen to power. Because Qi Gong had stolen the White Willow, they had been ridiculed, which made them loathe the direct line. Qi Mao was Qi Gong's grandson, which made them even more unhappy. Qi Mao ignored them and sat on the ground by himself, staring at the stone tablet fragment in a daze. The group of people scolded him, even punched and kicked him, but he did not care. Not long after, the group of people left. Some people from the Alliance passed by. This was a place they did not dare to approach, but now there was no one left in the Qi family. Sometimes they even dared to step into the Qi family's courtyard and laugh wantonly, venting their dissatisfaction. Some of these people mocked Qi Mao and some punched and kicked him like the Qi family members, but Qi Mao did not care. When these people left, there would still be people passing by. Qi Mao was already used to it. Do you want to become stronger? A low voice sounded in Qi Mao's ears. Qi Mao's expression changed and he looked around with confusion in his eyes. Do you want to become stronger? The voice sounded again. Qi Mao was at a loss. Who is it? Do you want to become stronger? Qi Mao looked at the stone tablet fragment excitedly. Ancestor Qi Zun, is that you? I know you're not dead, you're still alive, you're still living in these fragments, right? Ancestor Qi Zun. If you want to become stronger, then listen to me. The low voice sounded again. Qi Mao was excited. I'll listen to you, whatever you say, Ancestor. Junior Qi Mao pays his respects to Ancestor. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him and the shadow covered Qi Mao. Qi Mao turned around and his expression changed. Sure, Lord Shirshio? Shirshio's face was gloomy, and he threw Qi Mao into the Qi family's courtyard. His consciousness swept across the Qi family and he brought pressure. Look after your people. If you let him be bewitched by Wu Wei again, your Qi family will cease to exist. In the Qi family, Qi Lu was shocked and he quickly bowed. Yes, Lord Shirshio, don't worry, it won't happen again. As he said that, he glared at Qi Mao fiercely. This trash, how could he do such a thing? Shirshio snorted and his figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already at the corner of the intent realm, where Wu Wei was. He looked at the dark land in front of him. Wu Wei, you bewitched Qi Gong to steal the White Willow, and joined forces with Saint Deyu to lure Lu Sang Tian to take away the consciousness life. The realm beyond heaven did not pursue this matter, so do you really think it's okay? Lord Yu Sang Tian did not have time to care about you, but you still dared to bewitch the younger generation of the Qi family. Do you really think no one can stop you? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3598. Wu Wei said in a low voice, the Qi family descends from Qi Zun's bloodline. They are very talented in cultivation of consciousness, especially the direct descendants. I just love talent and want to teach them. Who asked you to have no talent? Otherwise I would teach them too. Xiao shouted, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You still want to create another qigong? That will never happen. You better know your place or else you will not have a good ending. Wu Wei did not answer. He did not expect Xiao to keep an eye on the younger generation of the Qi family. How long had it been since the incident with Qigong? He was just about to teach the descendants of the Qi clan when he was discovered. It seemed that this path would not work in the future. What a big temper. It seems like you are very dissatisfied with Wu Wei. Do you want me to help you? A voice rang out from behind him with a teasing tone. Xiao's expression changed and he suddenly turned around. When he saw who it was, his pupils shrank. Luyin. In the distance, Wu Wei's consciousness trembled. Formless killing intent flashed past. It was this person, someone he had to kill. Luyin smiled and looked at Xiao. What did you call me? Xiao's eyes flickered. After a while, he bowed and said respectfully, Xiao greets Lu Sangtian. Luyin grunted and looked past Xiao. What's wrong with Wu Wei? Who made you so angry? Xiao's mind was in chaos. What was Luyin doing here? Although Sangtian had the right to enter and exit the intent realm, he had to report his arrival. This person was too unruly. Unfortunately, these were just thoughts. He did not dare to voice them out, let alone question them. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he had no choice but to explain, Wu Wei wants to bewitch the younger generation of the Qi family, just like how he bewitched Qigong. Lu Yin shook his head. That's too much. You want the same thing to happen again? Wu Wei, do you think that alliance leader Xiao is an idiot? Xiao's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. In the distance, Wu Wei's voice sounded, Lu Seng'an, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to destroy the concept. Lu Yin smiled. I'm Sangtian now, so how could I possibly destroy the will? Unless I'm not Sangtian anymore. Xiao looked up at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's words had a hidden meaning behind them. Lu Yin looked at Xiao again. Stay away. I have something to say to Wu Wei. Xiao frowned and said, Lu Sangtian, Wu Wei is the protector of the artistic conception and is under the command of Lord Yu Sangtian. Nonsense. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Either stay away or lie down. Pick one. Xiao's face paled. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and could only leave. He had to immediately contact the heavens beyond heaven. After Xiao left, Lu Yin looked into the distance. There, a majestic consciousness was slowly approaching him like a monster. I can feel your killing intent. Do you really want to kill me? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Wu Wei said, just a precaution. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I can still differentiate between killing intent and defense. If you want to kill me, sure. I'm right here, so do it. The earth was silent. His consciousness was like a gathering of dark clouds, constantly approaching. The killing intent was faintly discernible. Lu Yin looked at the majestic consciousness. What are you waiting for? Lu Sangtian, I don't want to kill you. My duty is to protect the artistic conception. As long as Lu Sangtian doesn't attack the artistic conception, I won't attack, Wu Wei said in a deep voice. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. Who would believe that you did not have a motive for enticing Qigong to steal the white willow? I didn't do it, Wu Wei said. I'm in the spiritualized universe. It's meaningless for Qigong to do such a thing, and he couldn't have known about your appearance in advance. If you hadn't attacked the artistic conception, Qigong would have ended up stealing the white willow. There's no possibility of consciousness life being taken away. Lu Yin nodded. This is also the reason why Yu Sangtian didn't hold you accountable. Just because there's no reason doesn't mean that he won't do it. I once met someone who was trapped in a certain star region. He could have left at any time, but he didn't. He was bored and made things difficult for the families in that star region. He stood up for others or caused trouble for others. Boredom is also a reason. Wu Wei had indeed enticed Qigong to do such a thing out of boredom. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on honored Qi, but it was meaningless. At most, he would just vent his anger. The heavens beyond heaven and the Alliance Crusaders were confused by Lu Yin and thought that Wu Wei had contacted the outside world. He had been plotting to take away the consciousness life forms in the artistic conception. The heavens beyond heaven didn't hold Wu Wei accountable for two reasons. First, there was no evidence. Second, Wu Wei's existence was far more useful than those consciousness life forms that were taken away. At their level, it was difficult for them to think that Wu Wei did it out of boredom. Sometimes, the more unreasonable a reason was, the more reasonable it was. Wu Wei's consciousness rolled. Lu Sangtian, what are you trying to do here? Lu Yin slowly said, I said that I'll give you a chance to kill me. I won't resist. Wu Wei was surprised. What do you mean? Lu Yin's finger moved and a karmic spiral appeared. I'll say it again. Kill me. Wu Wei really wanted to kill Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had taken the initiative to come over, which made it uneasy. Furthermore, it admitted that it didn't have the confidence to kill this person. Even the Azure Sword hadn't been able to kill this person before, so this person had a clear understanding of its own strength. What are you trying to do? Wu Wei's voice grew deeper. It felt like it had been schemed against and it felt very aggrieved. Lu Yin frowned. If you don't kill me, then don't blame me for killing you. With that, the karmic spiral gathered, and the karmic wheel blasted towards Wu Wei. In the previous battle, Wu Wei had used the Azure Sword after the karmic wheel had been used. Lu Yin didn't know if the two were related, but he wanted to force out the Azure Sword and see that unforgettable spectacle. He wanted to see if it could be related to the spectacle of the guardian spirit. Wu Wei was afraid this feeling. Lu Sangtian, don't force me. Wu Wei's consciousness retracted, unwilling to fight Lu Yin, but unable to restrain its killing intent. The great sky-carving disc came crashing down. Above Lu Yin's head, his consciousness also formed the great sky-carving disc. One above and one below, the great sky-carving disc and the karmic wheel attacked at the same time. At this moment, another consciousness came crashing down from the side. It was far weaker than Lu Yin and Wu Wei, but it attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was Xiao who had attacked. Not just him but the ninth spirit as well. The ninth spirit stood in front of Wu Wei, facing Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian, why aren't you waiting in the 100 Herb region to fight Emperor Wu? Lu Yin did not stop as the ninth spirit had come at the right time. She was also trying to cross the bitter adversity, and he wanted to see what the karmic will could produce. The ninth spirit had not expected Lu Yin to attack. As the karmic wheel neared, she retreated step by step, unable to see. This made her even more wary. Especially after exchanging blows with Lu Yin, she knew how strong he was. The karmic wheel pushed forward, and Lu Yin stared at the ninth spirit. Two bamboo sticks appeared in the ninth spirit's hands, each the size of a palm. The bamboo sticks struck each other, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. The sea of time was dreamy, like bubbles bursting one after another, like worlds breaking apart. Extinguish. Lu Yin was stopped for a moment and was surprised. Second manifestation? The ninth spirit's technique was the fifth echelon technique, second manifestation. It was the same as Mr. Li's. Around Lu Yin's body, the starry sky in his heart released, repelling the echelon particles. The ninth spirit struck the bamboo again, but the echelon particles could not get close to Lu Yin. She casually flung out the two bamboo sticks. One turned into a bamboo dragonfly, flying towards the karmic wheel, while the other disappeared and reappeared, piercing towards Lu Yin. In Lu Yin's eyes, the flying bamboo piercing towards him was small, so small that he could not see it. It was large, covering space and time, and there was no way to avoid it. And to the ninth spirit, the karmic will could not stop it. It passed through the bamboo dragonfly, and her expression changed again. She could only retreat. Her palm reached into the void, grabbing at the flying bamboo. Whether it was small or big, it could not escape her grasp. With a crack, the flying bamboo was caught by Lu Yin and crushed. Lu Yin's palm was bleeding profusely. These flying bamboos were powerful and could tear his flesh apart. Even his flesh could be torn apart. This meant that in the three universes, there were very few who could withstand the ninth spirit's technique. The karmic wheel continued to press towards the ninth spirit. Before the ninth spirit's eyes, a door appeared. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped the karmic wheel. If he attacked again, she would step through the door just like before. As for Wu Wei, he had already fled. At the moment the ninth spirit attacked, he had fled the domain. He had probably gone to sky beyond sky. Lu Sangtian's technique is admirable. I hope I can see it in the battle with Emperor Wu Huang. The ninth spirit stood before the door, wine gourd in hand. She happily took a swig. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. Why did you appear? The ninth spirit was exasperated. How unlucky. After the tribute spirit, I left. But I suddenly remembered something and went back to sky beyond sky to have a chat with you, Sangtian. Who would have thought that the realm of wills would contact me and say that you, the great Sangtian, had come to the realm of wills to bully others? Lu Yin did not believe her. You Sangtian could not have sent you. The ninth spirit blinked. What? If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Don't worry. I will definitely ask, Lu Yin said. You Sangtian had always allowed Wu Jiang to exist. He had said that it was because the green grass grandmaster wanted to borrow Lu Yin's karma, and so had not attacked. But Lu Yin felt that there were other possibilities. Especially when he saw the tribute spirit, it reminded him of the 7 karmic grounds. He guessed that Xianxia's goal might be there. Otherwise, why could others not see the 7 karmic grounds? Xianxia had allowed Lu Yin to exist, allowing Lu Yin to become Xianxia. Everything seemed to be heading in the same direction. It seemed like Lu Yin was causing trouble in the spiritualized universe, but it was all within Xianxia's control. His goal must be very deep. Lu Yin had come to look for Wu Wei in order to test Xianxia's reaction. He had guessed that Xianxia would most likely not stop him, and even if Xianxia attacked Wu Wei, he would be able to break through Wu Wei's domain. But he had not expected the 9th spirit to come. Was it a coincidence? The 9th spirit, Count of the Wind, the karmic grounds, the wonder. Seeing that Lu Yin was determined to go to sky beyond sky, the 9th spirit rolled her eyes. Petty man. Palace Mistress Yao and Qing Yun are your servants for nothing. If you want to ask quickly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Also, don't bully other people's domains. They're all so pitiful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3599. Lu Yin looked deeply at the 9th spirit. Scroll 16 Lonely Shadow on a Cold Mountain. The 9th spirit was confused. Scroll 15 Sorrows of the Ages. The 9th spirit was even more confused. Royal God Mountain. The 9th spirit was speechless. What are you talking about? Intelligent Sky Domain. The 9th spirit face-bombed. I say forget it. I don't have time to waste with you. Might as well sleep. Door of Techniques, Lu Yin said finally, and then watched the 9th spirit disappear into the door. Looking at the empty ground, Lu Yin stood where he was. Just now he had said many of his guesses. No matter how the 9th spirit hid, his guesses could very well make her move. Count of the Wind came from another universe, and the spiritualized universe also existed in another invisible universe. That was what Lu Yin was looking for. The 9th spirit definitely knew something. The more she hid, the more Lu Yin understood the importance of this matter. But you can't hide for much longer. In the distance, Xianxia was nervous. Everyone had left. What was he going to do? He had attacked just now but not on purpose. He had been forced by the 9th spirit, and had no choice but to attack to draw Lu Yin's attention. If Lu Yin decided to settle the score, he would be in trouble. While waiting anxiously, Lu Yin left. He had no time to waste with Xianxia and the others. Since they were all hiding, he would pick them out and see who could hide in the end. Lu Yin went to the Grand Domain. After Lu Yin left, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The Door of Techniques had 3 keys. Yususu guessed that one of them was in the hands of the General Chamber of Commerce. For the General Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the Door of Techniques, the key might be the key. Lu Yin had gone to the Grand Domain to force Yishang to hand over the key. What Zhan Ming and the others could not do, he could do. Now that Xianxia had confirmed that he would not act against him, the others were no threat. Lu Yin could do whatever he wanted. General President? He is not here. Rong Xiang stood before Lu Yin, his expression respectful. Lu Yin asked, where? Rong Xiang said, I do not know. After the battle at the Chamber of Commerce, the General President left. He said he was in seclusion to heal. He did not even appear at the reopened Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yin immediately understood that the old man had run away because he was afraid that Lu Yin would find him. Yususu had schemed against the Chamber of Commerce, and she and Yishang were well aware of the 3rd key. Back then when the 2 of them spoke, they didn't mention this point. Perhaps this was also the reason why Yishang and Zhan Ming wanted to kill Yususu. Since Yususu was taken away by him, he was afraid that he would ask him for the key, so he ran away. Yishang had left, so there was no point for Lu Yin to stay in the Grand Domain. Yishang isn't here, so you're in charge of the main Chamber of Commerce? Rong Xiang hurriedly said, the president will only be away for a while. Lu Yin grunted and slowly raised a hand to pat Rong Xiang's shoulder. The 4-horse Chamber of Commerce and the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce will have to trouble you. Rong Xiang bowed. Rest assured, Lu Sangtian. Soon after, he left the Grand Universal Domain. Rong Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he had left. No one in the spiritualized universe welcomed him. Grandpa, did Lu Yin leave? Rong Hua asked. Rong Xiang shouted, shut up. You have to call him Lu Sangtian. How can you call him by his name? Rong Hua resented Lu Yin. After all, he had almost been slapped to death. Lu, what is Lu Sang doing here? it's none of your business. You don't have to worry about anything. Go cultivate. Rong Xiang waved his hand. Rong Hua could only leave. Rong Xiang sighed. Just as the president had expected, Lu Sangtian would definitely return to the Grand Universal Domain. He hoped that the main Chamber of Commerce could survive this calamity. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had returned to the 100 Herbs domain and announced that he would be going into seclusion until the final battle between Fuha Spring and Sovereign Wu Huang. Many heaved sighs of relief. Lu Sangtian had been wandering everywhere, and who knew when he would come to their domain. Wherever he went, bad luck would follow. Above Boundless, Lu Yin really did go into seclusion. However, it was not to deal with Sovereign Wu Huang, but rather to shake his die. The die was his turbid treasure, and he had used the innate gifts of the 7 heroes to improve himself. In the Tianyuan universe, he had accomplished many impossible things with the die, but after coming into contact with the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, the die's usefulness had decreased. 6 pips, which had once allowed him to be omniscient and omnipotent, was now almost useless. In the Tianyuan universe, he did not need to merge with other people's bodies, but he could not merge with those from the spiritualized universe. It was the same for life forms from the consciousness universe. It was impossible to merge with other life forms by relying purely on one's consciousness. They either lacked life or strength. The die's 6 pips had completely failed in the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. However, when Lu Yin had opened the 9 skies, he had used the 9 clones technique to accomplish this. At that moment, he had thought of how to shake the die and merge 6 pips into a life form from the consciousness universe. This was the consciousness of the 9 clones technique. The first step to cultivating the 9 clones technique was to sense one's consciousness. The second step was to use the 9 clones technique to split one's consciousness into 9 and use one's bloodline to create an illusory body. The third step was to merge one's consciousness and turn the illusory body into reality. This was the 9 clones technique. Lu Yin had not fully cultivated it before, and he could split his consciousness into 9. However, he was not used to having 9 of himself. When he had wanted to open the 9 skies, his consciousness had reached the starry sky level. When he had fought against Sovereign Wu Huang, his consciousness had been much weaker, and he had not been able to block Sovereign Wu Huang's sawtooth blade. Because of the 9 clones technique, his consciousness that had opened the 9 skies had actually gained life. It was another self, and that consciousness could shake the die. As for whether it could merge with a life form from the consciousness universe, Lu Yin did not know. He would have to try. With a tap of his finger, the die spun slowly before coming to a stop. 4 pips. Time stop space. The scene in front of his eyes changed and he entered the time stop space. Since he was already here, he might as well not waste it. He had been cultivating for a year, and when he came out, he continued to roll his die. This time it was 1 pip and a useless item appeared. Even in the spiritualized universe, pip was still useful. However, with his current strength, there was nothing useful for him. Continue to shake. 5 o'clock, decompose the materials. There's nothing to decompose, continue. On his 4th try he rolled 6 pips. His consciousness whistled around him as he used his consciousness to roll the die. When he saw 6 pips, his consciousness appeared in a dark space. It was pitch black in the distance and he felt apprehensive. If he didn't have the ball of light, then it would be useless. His consciousness traveled even further, and there were barriers between different spacetimes. He could see them, but he did not need to pass through them. Wu Wei continued his search in the spiritualized universe. After a period of time, he saw balls of light. Although there weren't many of them, this meant that he could fuse with them. These balls of light definitely belonged to the consciousness universe's life forms. Aside from the intent domain, the spiritualized universe also contained the consciousness universe's life forms. Lu Yin did not hesitate to rush over and merge with them. Cold, emotionless, wanting to live, wanting to strengthen his consciousness, killing. Killing those humans meant that they were all enemies. All sorts of emotions flowed into his mind, and Lu Yin looked around. He had merged with the consciousness lifeform's body, and this consciousness lifeform was a void of consciousness that was connected to the thoughts of other lifeforms. It would be whatever the lifeform imagined it to be, just like Wu Wei. This was Lu Yin's first time sensing the consciousness lifeform's thoughts. Aside from coldness and killing intent, there was nothing else. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, but consciousness lifeforms did not. They only had hostility, killing, strengthening, and extermination. On the surface, this consciousness lifeform was very respectful to the spiritualized universe's people, as respectful as a servant. Lu Yin now understood why Genesis and the others had warned him to be careful of consciousness lifeforms. Consciousness life forms did not have other emotions, and they only had one goal in mind: to kill. These life forms only existed to survive and kill. If they wanted to survive, they had to strengthen their consciousness and kill because enemies existed. It was that simple. This was the Northmont region, one of the 36 regions. It was located under the word spirit, and was very ordinary. At this moment, Lu Yin's consciousness saw a huge plaza where several people were fighting. Some were in a chaotic battle, while others were fighting one-on-one. This was a battle for the position of Peak Master of the Northmont region. The ruler of the Northmont region was called a Mountain Master, which had the same meaning as the myriad beasts borders Mountain Master. They ruled over a mountain, but here there was only one Mountain Master. The myriad beasts border had many Mountain Masters, and there were as many mountain ranges as there were Mountain Masters. Even their strength levels were the same. He was a spirit spell realm powerhouse, the same as the other 36 domain masters. Such a person would also be a Mountain Master in the myriad beasts border. Under the Mountain Masters were the Peak Masters. The Northmont region had 17 peaks, and each peak was overseen by a Peak Master. Most of the Peak Masters were at the soul progenitor level, and very few spirit spell realm powerhouses were born. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with belonged to one of the Peak Masters. This consciousness life form had been recognized by the spiritualized universe and could be controlled. It had already been branded. In the spiritualized universe, if conscious life forms wanted to survive, and if cultivators wanted to control conscious life forms, they had to be recognized as conscious life forms that could surrender. There was only one way to do this, and that was to be branded by Xianxia. Only Xianxia could confirm whether or not this consciousness life form could survive. After all, consciousness life forms were very strange, and Xianxia knew that they had no emotions at all. They only knew how to survive and kill, and once they grew stronger they could easily take over. However, Xianxia was very rare, and it was impossible for ordinary people to even know where Xianxia was, let alone ask him to brand them. This was why very few consciousness life forms could travel through the spiritualized universe normally. Lu Yin had traveled through the spiritualized universe, but he rarely saw any consciousness life forms. Originally, there had been a place in the spiritualized universe where Xianxia could brand consciousness life forms. However, as time passed, Xianxia either went into seclusion or went on expeditions to the consciousness universe. That place had been abandoned, and only a few lucky people were able to find Xianxia and brand them. If one was not branded, it was taboo to adopt a consciousness life form such as Little Yao, who had been adopted by the 8 Willows and Yao. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with had already been branded, and the one who had branded it had been the long-dead 100-grass Xianxia. For someone to be able to find Xianxia and ask him to brand this consciousness life form meant that the owner of this consciousness life form was not simple. This was indeed the case. The owner of this consciousness life form was a Peak Master at the soul progenitor level, and his father was the Northmont region's Mountain Master. If one was not a Mountain Master, it would be very difficult to find Xianxia. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3600. In this competition between the 17 peaks, the other peaks all had competitors for the position of Peak Master, but this person was as steady as Mount Tai, and no one dared to compete with him. This consciousness life form alone was enough to deal with most powerhouses, as its consciousness was at the level of the progenitor according to the spiritualized universe's standards. This person was the most powerful of the 17 Peak Masters. Alright, old 9, go. This move of yours is even simpler. Old 12, what are you hiding for? Charge. Ah. Lu Yin heard the Peak Master's laughter, and he looked around before withdrawing from the fusion. There was nothing in the Northmont region that he cared about. He was very excited, as there were many things he could do if he could fuse with a consciousness life form. Wu Wei wanted to run, but could it? Even if it hid in Yu Sang's sky, it would not be able to escape. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and the first thing he did was check how much he had used up. His heart sank. How could he have used up so much? Lu Yin's consciousness was at the cosmic realm, and it was vast and boundless. It was comparable to 13 celestial phenomenon, and even in the consciousness universe he would be considered a top powerhouse. However, because of 9 skies, his consciousness had dropped to the point where it could not withstand Emperor Wu's sawtooth blade. All of his consciousness had been used to open 9 skies, and his consciousness planet had already dried up. The consciousness he had used in his battle with Emperor Wu had also been at the 9 skies level, and he could not use much of it. After only 2 uses he had decided not to use it in battle. At this moment his consciousness had thinned by a layer. If it had been solid before, then it was now misty. If he used his consciousness again, Lu Yin could not guarantee that it would not cause 9 skies to collapse. His expression was solemn as his die had 6 pips. It had taken him some time to search, but not much time to fuse with the consciousness life form. This was similar to when he had used star essence to fuse with someone else's body in the origin space. The longer it took, the more energy it would consume. However, he could not bear this consumption and he had to replenish it. Lu Yin's first thought was of the xianxia, as his consciousness was not weak. He quickly discarded this idea as the xianxia was still useful. After some thought, Lu Yin walked out of seclusion and went to the bow of the ship. Xuanhuan was still tied up, but no woman had come to see him. Too many things had happened recently, and the battle between Lu Yin and Emperor Wu was approaching. The entire spiritualized universe was waiting for that moment. Do you know where the spiritualized consciousness life forms are? Lu Yin. Xuanhuan replied. Except for the concept. Xuanhuan thought for a moment. Actually, many sects and families have the habit of hoarding consciousness life forms. A long time ago, when consciousness life forms were captured and brought to the spirit universe, Sky Beyond Sky confirmed that only Sang Tian could imprint them. At that time, Sang Tian was very willing to help imprint them. Those consciousness life forms were willing to die for their masters. Because of their life characteristics, they could also help some people cultivate their consciousness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Sang Tian didn't want to waste any more time, and those sentient beings couldn't help the spiritualized universe attack the consciousness universe. Once they went to the consciousness universe, they would be easily killed by the sentient beings in the consciousness universe. Their consciousness would dissipate and their strength would increase. Beyond Heaven saw that these surrendered sentient beings weren't of much use, so they didn't force Sang Tian to help them. Most of the consciousness life forms that surrendered were sent to help cultivate their consciousness. Only a small number of consciousness life forms were divided. Even though the amount is very small, as time passed, those powers still accumulated a considerable amount. It's just that they didn't dare to bring it out. After all, it's a violation of the rules. Lu Yin thought of little Yao and the various powers were hoarding her. The accumulated consciousness life forms weren't just surrendered, they could also be secretly taken away from the consciousness universe like little Yao. If even the 8 willows and Yao could bring little Yao along, then there was no need to talk about the other powers. Even though they were breaking the rules, they had a tacit understanding. When the day came when Sang Tian was willing to brand a consciousness life form, those powers would definitely find a reason to take it out. Otherwise, what was the point of hoarding consciousness life forms without using them? Lu Yin was Sang Tian, and he had the qualifications to help brand a consciousness life form, but there probably wouldn't be any powers willing to let him help. News of the loss of a consciousness life form had spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Everyone said that Limitless and the consciousness universe had joined forces, but they didn't believe Lu Yin. The other Sang Tians wouldn't be able to make an appearance in a short period of time either. It would be too sudden and there would be no warning at all. Lu Yin wouldn't underestimate the vigilance of those powers. Since that was the case, he could only go up to them. Which powers have hoarded the most consciousness life forms? Lu Yin asked. Xuanhuan replied, naturally the more powerful they are, the more they've hoarded. Or rather, the more they think that they have special privileges. Lu Yin's first thought was of the 7 major powers, including the Zhikong domain. Now that he thought about it, the Heaven's Hand didn't seem to have any, and the Zhikong domain had nothing. Neither did the Grand Entirety domain or the Myriad Beasts border. That left only the Gate of Arts and the God-governing mountain. Regardless of whether these 2 places had any consciousness life forms or not, Lu Yin had no way of finding them. Other than the 7 major powers, there were bound to be many powers hoarding consciousness life forms in the 36 filaments. If the small Beishan domain already had some, then there was no need to mention the rest. Lu Yin immediately thought of the Heavens Craftsman domain. The Heavens Craftsman domain had a special status among the 36 filaments. After all, they were responsible for the production of spirit threads. Su Wangtian and the Star Toad had been kicked out by the Heavens Craftsman domain, which was why they had found Miawu Huang. Lu Yin had known about this for a long time, but he hadn't mentioned it to the Star Toad. There was also the Arc domain. Creating arcs required countless favors, so hoarding consciousness life forms wasn't impossible. Then he would start with these 2 domains. The moment he made a move, he would definitely alert the enemy, so he would do his best to gather as much information as possible. Furthermore, Lu Yin cared a lot about the Heavens Craftsman domain. Aside from the 7 funnels and the mysterious figure, there was also the triangle formed by the word Ling, which seemed to support the 7 funnels. If not for this word, the liquid might not have flowed out of the funnels. The word originated from spirit threads, and spirit threads originated from the Heavens Craftsman domain. In the Heavens Craftsman domain, the ritual ended and everything returned to normal. However, compared to before, the Heavens Craftsman domain was even quieter. This was all because Wu Jiang had mobilized resources twice. The Heavens Craftsman domain didn't lack resources, so it didn't matter. However, they couldn't tolerate this. Since ancient times, who dared to provoke the Heavens Craftsman domain? Even though the Heavens Craftsman domain wasn't one of the 7 major powers and had never produced Xianxia, they had a special status because of their production of spirit threads. Just like Yu Ting, who could search for the foundation of a sequence, they were both highly valued by Beyond Sky. Thus, even Xianxia wouldn't be rude to them. Elegant Library Wu Jiang humiliated the Heavens Craftsman domain. This was something that had never happened before in the history of the Heavens Craftsman domain. As a result, the entire Heavens Craftsman domain was holding their breath. Stupid. You can't even reach the level of xianxia. What's the use of having you? How can you take revenge for our Heavens Craftsman domain with such stupidity? Master, disciple will definitely work hard and strive to reach the level of xianxia as soon as possible. Only a master can use the 100 transformation spirit thread. Master has no hope in this lifetime. However, I didn't expect you to reach the level of xianxia even longer than me. Blame me for not recognizing you. Master, I beg you. Master, please give disciple another chance. Linger. Because you and I are both masters and can cultivate the 100 transformation spirit thread. Our child will definitely be able to walk this path in the future. Of course. Our child's talent is extraordinary. He will definitely become a master earlier than me. That's right. One day he will be able to help us vent our anger and suppress that Wu Jiang. What nonsense are you talking about? It's fine as long as our child is safe and alive. The battles in the outside world have nothing to do with him. How can you be like this? Wu Jiang's matter isn't something you should worry about. Wu Jiang might be gone by the time our child grows up. I hope so. Today we will become sworn brothers. We will break through our cultivation as soon as possible and take revenge for the Heavens Craftsman domain in the future. The Heavens Craftsman domain's pride wouldn't allow them to be humiliated, just like the Qi clan back then. Especially when the person who humiliated the Heavens Craftsman domain wasn't Lu Sangtian himself. It was even more unbearable for the Heavens Craftsman domain. Outside the main hall, little Fatty knelt down. His eyes were rolling around. No one knew what he was thinking. Soon, many figures came out in a single file. They walked past little Fatty without looking at him. Occasionally, someone would whisper softly. Little Fatty's ears perked up, wanting to eavesdrop. Come in. An old voice rang out. Little Fatty hurriedly got up, wiped the dust off his legs and entered the main hall. An old man was sitting in the main hall. He was the one who chased Su Wangtian and Xingtoad out. He was the master of the Heavens Craftsman domain. Master Grandpa disciple is here. The old man looked at little Fatty and sized him up. You're not bad. Little Fatty was shocked. He pretended to be confused. I don't understand what Master Grandpa means. The old man smiled. You're so young but you've cultivated to the master level. It's rare that your temperament is outstanding. You've broken Ziyi's magnanimity with your words. In the spiritual universe, there are very few people who can surpass you. The future of the Heavens Craftsman domain depends on you. Little Fatty's heart trembled. He said bitterly, Master Grandpa, don't say that. I can't withstand pressure. Also, don't spread this out. That pretty girl has a strong background. The old man laughed. Tianshu is very powerful, but she's not at the level where she can bully the Heavens Craftsman domain. Speaking of this, his face sank. Only Wu Jiang is unforgivable. Little Fatty didn't dare to interrupt. Now the entire Heavens Craftsman domain was waiting for a chance to take revenge on Wu Jiang. Many people had gotten carried away but he hadn't. What was there to get carried away? He didn't lose anything. He had plenty of resources. As for dignity, could it be eaten? Obviously not. His fat wasn't piled up with dignity. He didn't have any dignity, not even a little bit. The old man let out a long breath. You've reached a bottleneck now, right? Little Fatty smiled embarrassedly. Master Grandpa has sharp eyes. I've indeed reached a bottleneck, but it's okay. Give me some time and I'll definitely be able to break through. The old man shook his head. Breaking through will take a long time, but there are opportunities to make up for it. Ordinary people don't have resources or opportunities, but the Heavens Craftsman domain has them. You can try them one by one. Little Fatty was stunned. Try what? The old man's gaze was deep. Start with your consciousness. Boom. The ground shook and dust rose. Little Fatty trembled and looked back. It was pitch black. The path was sealed. It came from a stone door that was covered with spiritual threads. This was the underground of the Heaven's Craftsman domain, and it was also the place where life forms with consciousness were imprisoned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3601. The little fatty's face was full of bitterness. He didn't want to cultivate, he just wanted to live happily and slowly gain weight. It was quite beautiful. He didn't want to harm Ziyi on purpose. He really didn't want to expose himself. It was all Wu Zhang's fault. Why did he come to bully people? It caused the atmosphere of the entire Heaven's Craftsman domain to change. Master Grandpa also targeted him and placed the future of the Heaven's Craftsman domain on him. How old was he? It was also the fault of those senior brothers, uncles who were useless. None of them were valued by Master Grandpa, causing him to come here to suffer. Consciousness, the consciousness of a cultivating ghost. His consciousness was already not bad. Although it couldn't be compared to those arrogant guys in the domain, it wasn't bad either. He walked forward carefully. When the candlelight lit up, his heart trembled again. He walked very slowly. After an hour, little Fatty only managed to walk a little. A low voice sounded. Was a woman. Little Fatty, who asked you to come? Little Fatty wanted to retort. You're the little Fatty. Your whole family is little Fatty. However, he didn't dare to. He revealed a simple and honest smile. Master Grandpa asked me to come. Senior, are you Lord Jing? Who's your Master Grandpa? Lingzhua? Yes. Then hurry up and come over. Look at your cowardly appearance. Little Fatty swallowed his saliva and walked forward quickly. Not long after, he saw the cage and all kinds of creatures. They were all consciousness life forms. Little Fatty looked at them and they looked back at Little Fatty. Some of these consciousness life forms took the initiative to change into a certain form. Some changed into a certain form according to Little Fatty's understanding of consciousness. They all had a common characteristic. They were sluggish. They had been imprisoned in the underground of the Heaven's Craftsman domain for too long. The Heaven's Craftsman domain wasn't a domain. In the domain, because of the existence of Wu Wei, these consciousness life forms could move freely. They could even cultivate and help disciples in the domain cultivate. They were relatively free. However, in the underground of the Heaven's Craftsman domain, there was no powerful consciousness life form like Wu Wei to suppress them. The simplest and most reliable method was to not let these consciousness life forms recover their strength. The Heaven's Craftsman domain invited consciousness cultivators to continuously consume the consciousness of these consciousness life forms. To cultivators, consciousness was power, but to these sentient beings, consciousness was life itself. This meant that they were constantly in a heavily injured state or even on the verge of death, unable to recover. The strongest consciousness cultivator was called Qi Jing, a member of the Qi clan. The Heaven's Craftsman realm had spent a huge price to poach her from the Qi clan. Her consciousness had reached the star level, which was equivalent to the spirit spell level. Qi Jing was only a side relative of the Qi clan. At that time, the Qi clan didn't care. The moment she left the intent realm, it was impossible for her to return to the Qi clan. The Qi clan used her to exchange for resources in the Heaven's Craftsman domain. Fatty walked shakily into the depths of the cave and saw a woman. Her face was withered and her skin was deathly pale. Her eyes were fierce and there was a smile on her face. Fatty felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly bowed. Junior Ling Tong greets Senior. Qi Jing sized up the little Fatty. You've become a master at such a young age, right? How did Senior know? Little Fatty asked. Qi Jing snorted. If it wasn't for Master, Lingzhua wouldn't have let you come here. After all, this is a forbidden place. Fatty immediately flattered her. Senior's eyes are like torches, seeing through the world. Junior is extremely impressed. With Senior overseeing the Heaven's Craftsman domain, these sentient beings will never be able to overturn the heavens. Thank you for your contributions to the Heaven's Craftsman domain. Shut up, don't give me that. Qi Jing's gaze was cold as she stared at Fatty. Let me ask you, who attacked the Heaven's Craftsman domain? Fatty said, Miawu Huang. Qi Jing was shocked. Miawu Huang? Why did he attack the Heaven's Craftsman domain? Fatty didn't know what to say. He muttered to himself for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, the underground cage suddenly shattered. The loud sound gave Fatty a fright. Qi Jing was shocked. She spread out her consciousness and suppressed the underground. What was going on? Those imprisoned sentient beings didn't know what was going on either. On the ground of the Heavens Craftsman domain, the elder Lings was stared blankly at the sky. His expression changed drastically. How was this possible? A majestic consciousness descended from the heavens like a boundless ocean. The sentient beings stared down coldly. How dare you imprison my sentient beings? You're courting death. Lingzhua immediately acted. Spiritual threads of the world. The consciousness bombarded the Heavens Craftsman domain, causing everyone to faint in an instant. Only Lingzhua remained conscious as he watched the sentient beings descend. He knelt on one knee with a blank expression. How could there be so many powerful sentient beings in the spiritualized universe? Underground, Qi Jing spat out blood as a consciousness swept past and took away all the imprisoned sentient beings. She fainted in an instant. Fatty had long since fainted. Not long after, the Heavens Craftsman domain regained its peace. Lingzhua was the only one awake. He looked at the broken Heavens Craftsman domain with grief and indignation. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. On a planet not far away, Luin opened his eyes. The consciousness that had attacked the Heavens Craftsman domain had come from him. With his level of consciousness, it was easy for him to split his consciousness and make it seem like there were many sentient beings. While sweeping through the Heavens Craftsman domain and snatching away the sentient beings, Luin also checked out the domain. He even saw how the spirit threads were made. There was nothing special about the materials. Although they were rare, they weren't very mystical. If there was anything special, it would be the Heavens Craftsman domain's technique. The Heavens Craftsman domain had a unique method of creating spirit threads, and outsiders couldn't do it because of this technique. However, Luin had also checked this technique, and it wasn't special either. Had he overlooked something? The sentient beings that he had snatched were all extremely weak, and absorbing their consciousnesses was meaningless. He needed to let them recover first. Lu Yin's gaze moved from the Heavens Craftsman domain to the boat domain. Compared to the Heavens Craftsman domain, the boat domain had also been destroyed by Lu Yin's consciousness. With Lu Yin's speed, he swept through 5 domains before the outside world reacted and shook the spiritualized universe. The Heavens Craftsman domain and the boat domain had actually been attacked by sentient beings. This had never happened before. When this news spread, the organizations with sentient beings hurriedly contacted the Intent Realm to send them over. There were sentient beings in the spiritualized universe, and they had been hiding for who knew how long. In Lingzhua's words, there were many of them and they were very strong. This time they had targeted the Heavens Craftsman domain and the boat domain, so they definitely knew something. When the Intent Realm received the news, Shirshio's first thought was Saint Dayu. If he had any doubts before, he no longer doubted them. There were sentient beings in the spiritualized universe, and they had already taken action. Where were these sentient beings hiding? Perhaps he had to ask Lu Sangtian. Luin had already returned to the boundless universe, and the outside world had always thought that he was in seclusion. He looked up and his die appeared. He tapped it and it was 4 pips. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What he wanted was 4 pips. Time-stop space. After arriving at the time-stop space, Luin released all the sentient beings that he had snatched. There were quite a few of them, and the Heavens Craftsman domain had the most. There were even astral-level sentient beings among them, but they were also heavily injured. These sentient beings gathered together after being released, maintaining a certain distance from Luin. "Human, why did you save us?" the astral-level sentient being asked. Luin looked at them. "There are still too few powerhouses, but it's better than nothing." "Human, what do you mean? Why did you save us?" Many of the sentient beings stared at Luin. Luin slowly sat down. "Recover as soon as possible." "Did Wu Wei ask you to save us?" the astral-level being asked. Luin was astonished. "Wu Wei would save you?" "I don't know, but Wu Wei is the only celestial being in the spiritualized universe. You are very strong, and I can't think of anyone else besides Wu Wei who could ask you to save us." Luin did not say anything else, as there was no need to speak to these sentient beings. They had no emotions. "Human, we will definitely repay this favor." Luin did not mind. Although they had no emotions, they could fake them. Sentient beings were a type of life, and they had the desire to live on. They were not wrong, and no matter what method they used to live on, there was nothing wrong with that. Luin was not wrong either, as he was also a life form with a race that he needed to protect. Soon a year had passed. These sentient beings had recovered quite a bit, but it was not enough. Luin wanted to take them out and roll the die again. However, these sentient beings did not agree this time. "Human, we don't know where this is, but please let us leave. We will definitely remember your kindness," the astral level being said, and the surrounding sentient beings went on alert. Luin laughed. I'm giving you time to recover. Why don't you trust me? It's not that I don't trust you, but it's enough. Human, we should leave. Lu Yin looked at the sentient beings in front of him. Can you leave? Human, you, the astral level being suddenly attacked. Trust? That did not exist even if they were all sentient beings. All of the surrounding sentient beings attacked Lu Yin with their consciousnesses. Not long after, Lu Yin walked out of seclusion. When he saw Lu Yin come out, Old Tao hurried forward and eagerly told him what had happened. No one knew that Lu Yin could absorb consciousnesses, and it was not that he had kept it a secret. In the Xuanhuan universe, aside from He Wuxian, there were no other sentient beings. At most, there was Shizu, so there was no need for him to reveal this method. However, after coming to the spiritualized universe, he had become more aware of the importance of this matter. Once it was exposed, he would not only become the spiritualized universe's enemy, but also the consciousness universe's enemy. One could never underestimate the consciousness universe. Not only were their life forms different, but the consciousness universe had also been able to survive for so long under the attacks of the spiritualized universes and become known as the 13 Celestials. It was definitely not weak, or at least it was not as weak as they had heard. The Tianyuan universe was also considered weak by the spiritualized universes, but now it had been revealed. Trying to understand the strength of the three universes through the spiritualized universes was too one-sided and subjective. So the 36 filaments have sent sentient beings to the intent realm? Lu Yin asked. Yes. Old Tao sighed. I never thought that the spiritualized universe would have such a powerful sentient being. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3602. As he spoke, Old Tao carefully glanced at Lu Yin. The existence of consciousnesses in the spiritualized universe had actually spread from here, starting with Saint Daliu. This information had been passed to Intent through Heaven's hand, but he didn't know if it was true or not. He also didn't know where Saint Daliu was. Old Tao didn't want to think about these things. Sometimes, seeing things clearly was the same as letting others see through him. All he had to do was tell Lu Yin everything that had happened. At the bow of the ship, Yushan looked inside Boundless from time to time with a bewildered expression. The Tianyuan universe and the consciousness universe had indeed joined forces. He had just told Lu Sangtian about the 36 filaments hoarding consciousnesses when the Heavens Craftsman domain and the other 5 domains were attacked. He wasn't an idiot, so how could he believe that it was a coincidence? He couldn't understand the current situation at all. If his master allowed him to be tied up in Boundless, wouldn't that damage his reputation? Yushan had thought that he would be tied up for a while at most, and that it would be enough for him to be at ease for a while. He had been on tenterhooks for too long, and peace was too extravagant. However, he didn't expect that peace would last until now, to the point where the entire spiritualized universe seemed to have forgotten about him. Why would the spiritualized universe allow the existence of the Tianyuan universe to exist? They even allowed the third head to become Sang Tian, which challenged his understanding. Also, no one in the spiritualized universe had guessed that the Tianyuan universe and the consciousness universe had joined forces? Then why did they allow Boundless to exist? Yushan couldn't understand all of these things. For many people, some things were very complicated, and some situations were difficult to understand. However, these things and situations could be solved with a single thought. The giant stood there and ordinary people looked up and couldn't reach it. Even if the giant couldn't move, ordinary people would still find it difficult to climb up as it was too complicated. However, for cultivators, one step was enough to reach the peak. This was the difference in position. Regardless of whether it was Yu Sangtian or Lu Yin, their vision had already jumped out of the limit, and they wouldn't fight over a city or land. Sangtian? It was just a name. The latest news is that Tianshu has left outer sky and is overseeing the intent realm. Old Tao put down the spirit cloud stone and said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Tianshu? Yuan Chi's voice sounded. Tianshu is alive? He's not weak. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Chi. Yuan Chi explained, Tianshu is the same as Lan. They were both strong cultivators of the same era. When they became famous, I was already Sang Tian. I even gave them some pointers. I didn't expect them to go to sky beyond sky many years later. Old Tao said respectfully, Lan is the grand chief of the sky beyond heaven. Tianshu is one of the powers that protect the sky beyond heaven. They are both powerhouses that have crossed the bitter adversity. Lu Yin was puzzled. The purple Tianshu protects the outland? Yes. Then why didn't the purple Tianshu come out when I attacked in the sky beyond heaven? Old Tao was stunned. He really did make a move. This head of the family was too vicious. This I don't know. Lan had said that she belonged to the realm beyond heaven, and she belonged only to the realm beyond heaven. That was why she had not allowed Lu Yin to carve any words. Even if Xianxia had agreed to it, she would have stopped him. However, the realm beyond heaven did not belong to her, and she might not have had the right to make Zitianshu take action. Xianxia was very clear that Zitianshu could not stop him, so he personally stopped him at the last moment. Whether Zitianshu made a move or not, it didn't mean much. Now that Zitianshu was overseeing the intent realm, it was not important whether Wu Wei returned or not. Allowing Wu Wei to leave was probably to guard against Lu Yin. No one could say for sure whether the boundless universe and the consciousness universe had joined forces or not. Even Foolish Old was not that confident, even though he believed that the Xuanhuan universe should choose the path that he had given them. Now things were a little troublesome. The 36 filaments had sent the consciousness life forms into their intent realms, so how was Lu Yin going to snatch them? Lu Yin knew that once he made a move he would definitely alert the enemy, but he had to hit this grass at least once. The consciousness that he had just absorbed had been replenished somewhat, but it was still not enough. He wanted to merge with Wu Wei's body and see Wu Wei's memories, not just those consciousness life forms. The reason why he had not destroyed the Heaven's Craftsman realm and the other filaments was because he did not want to hit the grass too hard. He had not expected the 36 filaments to be so afraid that they would all run away after a light hit. Had no one thought of using those consciousness life forms to attract the consciousness life forms hidden in the spiritualized universe to rescue them? This should be the most basic method. Lu Yin had underestimated the power of this grass attack because he did not understand the spiritualized universe. The Heaven's Craftsman realm and the Arc realm were second only to the 7 great powers in the 36 filaments. Only the Spirit Treasure realm and a few other realms could compare to them because they were very useful. This was especially true for the Heaven's Craftsman realm, which was known to be invulnerable and able to withstand Xianxia's attacks. Although this was an exaggeration, it also proved that the Heaven's Craftsman realm was confident in their own defenses. After all, there were only 7 spiritualized Xianxians. Even if there were other experts comparable to Xianxian, how could they possibly act against the Heaven's Craftsman realm? Were they not afraid of the realm beyond heaven? No matter how exaggerated the Heaven's Craftsman realm's strength was, no one could prove it. Mia Wuhuang's attack had caused the atmosphere in the Heaven's Craftsman realm to change, and this was also the reason why the Heaven's Craftsman realm's pride had been shattered. But who was the other party? It was Mia Wuhuang, and he was definitely a powerhouse on the same level as the Xianxian. Otherwise, how could he have broken through the Heaven's Craftsman realm's defenses? This kind of defense had actually been easily broken through by the consciousness life forms, who had plundered the 5 filaments in an extremely short amount of time. This was no longer as simple as being on the same level as the Xianxian. There might even be 2 Xianxian powerhouses on the same level. How could the other 36 filaments dare to resist such an enemy? It was precisely because they had thought that the realm beyond heaven might be planning to use their consciousness life forms as bait to attract the attention of such a powerful enemy that they had immediately sent all of their consciousness life forms into their domain. This way they wouldn't have to act as bait, and it would also lessen the crime of hiding consciousness life forms, so why not? They weren't fools. To be able to stand out from countless parallel spacetimes and become one of the 36 filaments, they might not be very strong, but that was only in Lu Yin's opinion. In reality, compared to the Tianyuan universe, the overall strength of the 36 filaments was much stronger. As for the consciousness life forms hidden in the spiritualized universe, what did that have to do with them? They didn't have the ability to resist them. The spiritualized universe seemed like a single entity, but it would never be a single entity. Lu Yin often considered the spiritualized universe as a whole, which led to a misunderstanding. If he hadn't been dealing with the Heaven's Craftsman realm and had been dealing with an ordinary domain, this might not have been the case. But then he wouldn't have been able to steal that many consciousness life forms, and if he wanted to steal more he would likely have to face enemies at the level of Xianxian, which would be even more strenuous. He might even attract Yu Xianxian's attention and expose the fact that he could absorb consciousness. Now that so many consciousness life forms had been gathered into their domain, it would be impossible for the realm beyond heaven to use them as bait. It would be too obvious, and it would also be impossible for them to send these consciousness life forms back. Lu Yin had stolen the consciousness life forms of the 5 filaments, which disgusted the realm beyond heaven and also disgusted Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian hadn't expected the spiritualized universe to be hiding consciousness life forms. They definitely weren't hiding in the spiritualized universe, or else Yu Xianxian would definitely have been able to find some clues. Even if they were hiding in eternity, he would still be able to detect them occasionally. No matter what, these consciousness life forms couldn't have surpassed eternity. They were definitely hiding in a parallel spacetime. The spiritualized universe was becoming more and more unstable. It seemed like he would have to deal with this batch of consciousness life forms before he could conquer the consciousness universe. Otherwise, if all the experts left, the spiritualized universe itself would be in danger. Lu Yin went into seclusion again, as he didn't believe that all of the consciousness life forms had lost their domain. There had to be some that were still hiding. Even though there were few of them, many little drops made an ocean. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Lu Yin used his consciousness to roll the die and rolled 6 pips 3 times. The first time he fused into the body of a consciousness life form in the realm of intent, and he saw many consciousness life forms below his domain. The number was comparable to the number of consciousness life forms in the realm of intent. Although their levels were a bit low, if he could absorb these consciousnesses, Lu Yin's consciousness would become even more majestic. Unfortunately, he couldn't snatch them. The second time he fused into a consciousness life form. This consciousness life form wasn't in the realm of intent, as it had been branded. It was all alone and had no value. The third time was a bit more valuable, as Lu Yin finally fused into a sect that was hiding consciousness life forms. This sect was hiding a few consciousness life forms, but it was better than nothing. Lu Yin made a mental note of it and didn't try to snatch them yet. There were still less than 4 months before his duel with Emperor Wu. Lu Yin continued to roll the die, and there was no one to disturb him. Another 2 months quickly passed and he rolled 6 pips 5 times. This was even more than before and he could be considered lucky. Of these 5 times, 3 of them were consciousness life forms that had brought him value, while the other 2 were consciousness life forms that had been branded. Lu Yin walked out of Boundless and used the same trick again, using his consciousness to snatch consciousnesses. This caused another uproar in the spiritualized universe, and it also forced the powers that had been hoping for a fluke to send their hidden consciousnesses into the realm of intent. Xianxia was the happiest of them all, as the realm of intent didn't have any consciousness life forms. Now, there were suddenly so many and they were all controlled by the Qi family. This was the first time that Xianxia had tasted true control over a realm of intent. Tianshu was only responsible for overseeing the realm of intent, and she didn't participate in any of its matters. Unfortunately, Wu Wei had left, and nobody knew where he was hiding. Lu Sangtian had his eyes on Wu Wei, but Yu Sangtian didn't care. If Wu Wei was still around, then the realm of intent would truly be a realm of intent. Within the time-stop space, the consciousness life forms that Lu Yin had captured recovered for a year. Just like the previous batch, they wanted to leave, but they were ultimately absorbed by Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they were far inferior to the previous batch. If he could absorb Wu Wei's consciousness, Lu Yin's consciousness would definitely transform once more. Wu Wei would be a consciousness life form at the level of bitter adversity. He looked up again and watched the die slowly spin. It was time to look for Wu Wei. Over the past few months, he had constantly searched for Wu Wei and fused with consciousness life forms, so he was already very familiar with them. He had also replenished his consciousness twice, which should be enough to make up for the time he had spent searching. As long as he could find Wu Wei, he didn't need to fuse with him for too long. He just needed to see his memories once and that would be enough. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tapped out, watching the die spin. This scene had happened far too many times in the Tianyuan universe, and it was about to begin in the spiritualized universe as well. Once, twice, thrice, and on his 4th roll he rolled 6 pips. This time Lu Yin planned to look for Wu Wei. Even if he had to spend a long time in this dark space, it would be fine as long as he could find Wu Wei. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3603. Lu Yin's consciousness continued to travel, and every time he did so, he would consume a large amount of his consciousness. Lu Yin's heart ached, as it was too difficult to replenish his consciousness in the spiritualized universe. If he went to the consciousness universe, his consciousness would definitely transform. Yu Sangtian was leading the 7 Sangtians to the Earth of Yi, and Lu Yin would definitely go as well. He wondered if he could use the consciousness he absorbed to suppress Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin thought about it as he continued to travel. From time to time, he would see barriers that led to a parallel universe. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked in a certain direction in shock. There was also a barrier there, but on the other side were countless balls of light of various sizes. How could there be so many? Each ball represented a consciousness life form that could be fused with, but how could there be so many of them? This far exceeded the number of consciousness life forms that he had seen in his first intent realm. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed over and used his consciousness to break through the barrier and fuse with one of the balls of light. This one was the brightest of the bunch, but it was still rather dim in Lu Yin's eyes. At most, it would correspond to a star realm consciousness lifeform. He desperately wanted to know what was going on. When he opened his eyes, everything around him became clear. Consciousness lifeforms would not have eyes unless they took the initiative to transform into a certain form. They were just a ball of consciousness that ordinary people could not see. The consciousness lifeform that Lu Yin had fused with had taken the initiative to transform into a human. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were people everywhere. This was a planet with advanced technology, and there were spacecraft taking off into the distance from time to time. There were also spacecraft landing from time to time. He looked around in a daze. There were people everywhere, but most of them were consciousness lifeforms that stayed with real humans on this planet that had yet to develop a cultivation civilization. My lord, the news has been confirmed. All of the people hidden by the 36 filaments have been sent to their intent realms. It was a woman with a sweet appearance, but who would have thought that she was also a consciousness lifeform? These consciousness lifeforms had all taken the initiative to transform into human form. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and he calmly looked into the distance as he gradually understood. These consciousness lifeforms had been sent to the spiritualized universe for countless years. The spiritualized universe had created battleships and taken the initiative in battle. They believed that they had complete control over the rhythm of the battle and could fight or retreat as they pleased. However, the consciousness universe was not stupid and had used various methods to send these consciousness lifeforms to the spiritualized universe. Some sentient beings spent a long time to come from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe. Ancestor She was such an example. There were also some sentient lifeforms that relied on various methods to arrive on the battleships of the spiritualized universe. For example, some pretended to surrender, some were captured, and even more took advantage of human greed and pretended to surrender. They avoided the heavens beyond heaven and finally escaped from the spiritualized universe. The consciousness lifeforms hidden in the 36 domains were all like this. Although the sky beyond heaven knew that they were hiding consciousness lifeforms, they had a tacit understanding. Some of them could escape halfway and some could kill their masters directly. Because hiding consciousness lifeforms was a crime, they suppressed it and did not expose it. Over time, more and more sentient beings escaped, and finally, under the lead of some sentient beings, they hid in a parallel universe. There were many consciousness lifeforms that had been branded on this planet. The reason why there were so many conscious lifeforms was because it had been too long. Moreover, conscious lifeforms were different from humans. Their existence could be so long that people thought they were immortal. Time was just a number to them. The consciousness lifeforms that they brought along had a mission in themselves. They had to hide and wait for an opportunity to counterattack the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The consciousness lifeform that he had fused with was the ruler of this universe. It was a star realm consciousness lifeform, and there were many similar parallel universes that hid consciousness lifeforms. They had been accumulated over countless years and were waiting to counterattack the spiritualized universe. Why hadn't the spiritualized universe found them? Because the parallel universes they hid in were not connected to the spiritualized universe. There were too many parallel universes, and even Xianxia could not see through all of them, just like how Lu Yin could not see through all of the parallel universes of the Xuanhuan universe. It was impossible to find any hidden consciousness lifeforms in these parallel universes, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yin had used his die 6 pips to search for dark spaces many times, but this was the first time he had encountered such hidden consciousness lifeforms. It was even more impossible for the spiritualized universe to find them. To these sentient lifeforms, this place was equivalent to the consciousness universe. In particular, they had deliberately lived together with humans in this parallel universe. Even if the spiritualized universe discovered them, they would not be able to immediately detect any problems. They had time to leave, and tearing through the void to escape was just a matter of moments. My lord. The woman behind him was puzzled. Lu Yin waved a hand. The woman respectfully retreated. The sentient lifeforms had joined forces here because they had no choice. Without the spiritualized universe as a powerful enemy, the consciousness universe itself would not be peaceful, and they would never consider each other to be of the same race. The phrase "of the same race" was laughable in the consciousness universe, but it had to be said here. Lu Yin continued to read through the memories of the spiritualized universe, and he knew that there were no less than 10 parallel universes. The number of hidden consciousness lifeforms was dozens of times greater than the number of consciousnesses in the intent realm. However, this number was still too small compared to the spiritualized universe. Their true confidence lay in the 13 celestial phenomena. There were 13 celestial phenomena hidden in these parallel universes, and there were 2 of them. This was something that the spiritualized universe definitely did not know about. They had been waiting for Yi Meng to attack the spiritualized universe, but Yi Meng had actually pretended to join them. Lu Yin laughed, but he was not laughing at the consciousness universe. Even though 13 celestial phenomena were far from being a match for the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe was completely unaware that the consciousness universe had been waiting for this opportunity. They were too arrogant, and it was as if they looked down on the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin was laughing because the spiritualized universe had stood at a high position for too long and could not see the hidden dangers. This was no different from when the Above Heaven sect had been schemed against by the Eternals. The consciousness universe had used their advantage of not fearing the passage of time to the fullest. Did the spiritualized universe know that the sentient life forms had escaped? Of course they knew, and they had searched for them. However, as time passed they could not find anything. Especially when one generation died, the next generation would forget about this matter. Generation after generation, even if only a small group of sentient life forms escaped in each generation, they would still accumulate many more. On the surface, the consciousness universe could not defeat the spiritualized universe, so they would use their advantage to whittle them down until the spiritualized universe forgot about their existence. When the spiritualized universe ignored them, it would be time for them to show their fangs. Yi Meng was their opportunity, and they had long known that Yi Meng would come to the spiritualized universe. In that case, Yi Meng had been captured on purpose. What? Lu Yin thought of the land of earth. Yi Meng had said that the land of earth had lured away Yu Sangtian and the 7 major Sangtians. The spiritualized universe was not stupid, and they would definitely have taken away Wu Wei and Yi Meng. However, they would never have imagined that the spiritualized universe would still have 2 experts at the level of 13 celestial phenomena. Even if they could not defeat the spiritualized universe, they could at least save all the captured sentient life forms and prevent the spiritualized universe from attacking the consciousness universe. As for the consciousness universe, Lu Yin did not believe that the land of earth would be able to defeat them. He exhaled. The spiritualized universe had underestimated the consciousness universe. Foolish old man wanted to unite with the Tianyuan universe and restart the consciousness universe, but he had not mentioned whether or not the consciousness universe would resist. In his opinion, whether or not the consciousness universe would resist was not important, as it would definitely be restarted. Would he know about the sentient life form hidden here? Would he know that 2 of the 13 celestial phenomena had come? Would he know that Yi Meng was pretending to join them? Also, would Wu Wei be pretending to join them as well? Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion. He had seen some of this sentient life form's memories, but it was impossible for him to read all of them. What he had seen was enough. More importantly, he knew how to find that parallel universe. In that parallel universe, only sentient life forms could go to the spiritualized universe, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen the light of hope in the spiritualized universe. When Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion, the star-ranked sentient life form called the woman over. How is it? The woman was stunned. Sir, what are you asking? The person frowned. Information. The woman was at a loss. Hadn't she already told him? When she saw the dissatisfied expression on Lu Yin's face, the woman did not dare to speak further and reported again. Who is it? How could they be so reckless as to expose our existence? Sir, it should have nothing to do with us. I've already contacted the other parallel universes, but none of them have appeared. Also, only the 13 celestial phenomena can do something like this. It's troublesome now. The spiritualized universe has confirmed the existence of sentient life forms and will definitely search for them. Don't go to the spiritualized universe for now. Understood. On the other side, Lu Yin opened his eyes and finally relaxed. The spiritualized universe had been keeping an eye on Wu Jiang all this time. This was an enemy of the Tianyuan universe and they could attack or not. Lu Yin had been constantly probing the spiritualized universe. It seemed like he did not care and had provoked Yu Sangtian and acted without restraint. In reality, the more he acted like this, the more people did not dare to act. If Wu Jiang had been so cowardly from the start, the spiritualized universe would have already discussed how to deal with him. The pressure on Lu Yin was great. Wu Jiang did not fear death, but he still hoped to bring these people back to their homeworld. The spiritualized universe was like a blade, and Wu Jiang was waiting for the blade to fall. But now, Lu Yin saw that there was another existence under the blade. The blade had quietly shifted, and it might not fall on Wu Jiang's head, especially since he was the only one who knew about this. The spiritualized universe did not know about the sentient lifeforms' existences, and the sentient lifeforms did not know that Lu Yin was aware of their existence. The initiative was in Lu Yin's hands. This was going to be fun. Lu Yin closed his eyes and waited for 10 days before continuing to roll his die. There were still 2 months before the battle with Wu Huang. Lu Yin checked the consumption of his consciousness and felt a little helpless. It had consumed more than he had expected, mainly because he had not been able to determine when he would be searching. If he had been able to merge with the sentient lifeforms as soon as he entered the dark space, he would not have consumed so much. A mere star realm sentient lifeform had already consumed so much, and his target was Wu Wei. After thinking about it, Lu Yin decided to add something. He could make the spiritualized universe think that the sentient lifeforms were hiding in the dark, but he could also make the sentient lifeforms think that the spiritualized universe had discovered them and make them more cautious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3604. Lu Yin walked out of the boundless boundary and headed towards the outer space of the 36 filaments. After a period of time he arrived at a planet. The people on this planet all cultivated spirit seeds, and it bordered the outer space. However, there weren't any powerful people here. On this planet, however, there were people from a parallel spacetime hidden there. Lu Yin could enter that parallel spacetime through these people, the same principle as the Tianyuan universe. Any life form that belonged to a parallel spacetime could find the one they belonged to. None of the consciousness life forms would spiritualize the universe, and the people hidden on this planet didn't know that they were being sent here by a consciousness life form. Everything had been well hidden, but no one had expected Lu Yin to be able to merge with a life form's body. Lu Yin easily found a person, and in the next moment he entered a parallel spacetime through that person. This parallel spacetime wasn't the one where he had merged with the consciousness life form, but rather another. If Lu Yin found one, he would be able to find all of them. Although he didn't know how to get to the 2 parallel spacetimes with 13 celestial phenomenon, as long as he had the time, he would eventually be able to find them. However, now was not the time to meet them. Not long after, all of the consciousness life forms hidden in this parallel spacetime disappeared, leaving behind only a ravine and a shattered sky. Lu Yin returned to the boundless boundary. This time he had replenished quite a bit of his consciousness. The quality wasn't as good as the first time he had absorbed the consciousness, but the quantity was more than enough. His consciousness open 9 skies had become much larger, and if he could absorb all of the hidden consciousnesses, it would expand by at least several times. These were just the hidden consciousness life forms. If he went to the universe of consciousness, he believed that his consciousness would definitely undergo a transformation. Perhaps his consciousness could become the first power to directly resist Sangtian. After replenishing his consciousness, Lu Yin looked up and continued to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times he rested for 10 days before continuing. Then he rested for another 10 days before continuing. Lu Yin had experienced this experience far too many times. Ever since he had found out that 6 of the die's innate gifts had come from the 7 heroes, he felt a warmth every time he rolled the die, as if they were watching him. At 6, Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he appeared in the dark space. His consciousness stretched out into the distance, not wasting any time. At the same time, in the territory of the 10,000 beasts, the ground that had been destroyed by the previous battle had already been reconstructed, but the marks hadn't been repaired yet. This was an order from Emperor Wu. He wanted to restore the Wu Jiang clan after the battle at the source of the Fu River. If he lost, the humiliation would be left to the later generations until the Wu Jiang clan was defeated. Only then would the humiliation be washed away. The Green Lake was Man Kuei's blood. It constantly intimidated the entire 10,000 beast border, reminding them of how powerful the Supreme Emperor was. Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox stood by the lake. The wisest thing they had done was not to make a move. In fact, they had almost been bewitched by the old salamander. "Do you think Emperor Wu Huang can win the battle in 2 months?" Winged Butterfly asked. Nine-Tailed Fox was distressed. "I can't see through him." Winged Butterfly stared at the lake in a daze. The spiritual primordial realm was enough to stand at the peak of the spiritualized universe. After all, how many people could survive bitter adversity? However, at their level, they were either in the spirit primordial realm or in the bitter adversity realm. Even if there were only 1 or 2 bitter adversity realm experts in the universe, they would still feel that they were in contact with people of that level. This was the circle. They wouldn't look at anything below this level, just like how there were many beast-shaped spiritual molts looking at them from afar. They were also looking at Sangtian's level. They couldn't see through Emperor Wu Huang's strength. They couldn't see through Lu Shangtian's strength even more, including the old salamanders. I hope Emperor Wu Huang can win. Otherwise, the beast-shaped spiritual molts will be completely suppressed by the human-shaped spiritual molts. Although those people in the Tianyuan universe aren't human-shaped spiritual molts, compared to us they are even more different, Nine-tailed Fox said. Winged Butterfly wanted to say something, but she suddenly looked in a direction. Nine-tailed Fox looked over at the same time. Her face paled. In an instant the two of them felt like they were being crushed. This feeling came suddenly, but it was not unfamiliar. It was a feeling that only came when facing the pressure of a supreme expert. They had experienced this feeling many times on their path of cultivation, but they rarely experienced it after reaching the primordial realm. Even the bitter adversity realm experts couldn't give them this feeling. However, at this moment, they felt an unparalleled pressure that almost suffocated them. It came from the direction of Emperor Wu Huang. In the distance, Emperor Wu Huang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. He suppressed his brutality, bloodthirst, and surging battle intent. I finally succeeded. 2 months. In 2 months, not only will I defeat Wu Jiang, but I will also. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky beyond sky. Challenge him. The ball of light was very conspicuous in this dark space, but because this space was far too large, it could only be seen when one was close enough. Lu Yin saw a ball of light, but there was only one. However, the light was very intense, surpassing that of the consciousness life form from the parallel spacetime that he had merged with. That consciousness life form had been at the star realm, so could this one be at the celestial aspect realm? Lu Yin was puzzled. If it was at the celestial aspect realm, why was there only one? It should be hiding in a parallel spacetime, or it should be hidden by the 36 filaments. There should be many balls of light around it. Filled with doubts, Lu Yin rushed over and merged with it. In that instant, Lu Yin saw a familiar face, so familiar that he almost wanted to grab it. It was Yishang. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would see Yishang the moment he opened his eyes after merging with a consciousness life form. Memories flooded in and Lu Yin understood. So that's how it was. This consciousness life form had been branded and surrendered to Yishang. It had been placed in the Yi family all this time, and Yishang had avoided Lu Yin this time. He hadn't returned to the Yi family, nor was he at the Grand Universal Chamber of Commerce. He had taken this consciousness life form with him before leaving, so it could be considered an errand boy. From the looks of it, Yishang didn't plan on showing himself anytime soon. If not for this consciousness life form, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to find Yishang. Now Lu Yin looked around and realized that this was where he was. It was quite unexpected. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and didn't do anything else. If an Eternal could discover that he could use a turbid treasure to merge with another person's body, then so could Yishang. After all, Yishang was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, so he had to be careful in front of these powerhouses. Lu Yin returned to his body and left the boundless expanse once more. Although he was supposed to be in seclusion, he had already left the boundless expanse many times. Zhen was a mad dog who had once competed with Bao Qi for the position of Sangtian. After his defeat, everyone thought that he was dead, but he had hidden away to cultivate and wait for the next opportunity to compete for the position of Sangtian. Unfortunately, this person's whereabouts had been grasped by Heaven's hand, which had led Lu Yin to defeat him and capture him in the Hell of Appointment platform. Yishang was currently where Zhen had once been hiding. No one would have thought that he would be there. After Zhen had been captured, no one else would go there. After all, it was an ordinary place to begin with, and Lu Yin wouldn't go there. Yishang didn't hide too far away, but he didn't stay close either. The spirit cloud stone vibrated and Yishang connected. Still in seclusion? Yes, it seems that Emperor Wu has pressured Lu Shangtian. Otherwise he wouldn't be in seclusion. Yishang said, that's normal. Emperor Wu is extremely strong, especially in defense. Lu Shangtian must have felt it during the battle at the 10,000 Beasts border. He has no confidence in breaking through Emperor Wu's defense. President Lu Shangtian has too many tricks up his sleeve. Should we remind Emperor Wu? Yishang said, it's not our turn. There are plenty of people who will remind him. You don't have to worry about anything, just guard the Chamber of Commerce well. Yes. Yishang put away the spirit cloud stone. Seclusion? It was great that Emperor Wu could pressure him. He wasn't afraid of him being strong, but he was afraid that he couldn't see the end of it. Emperor Wu should be able to fight him. He turned around and saw a giant beast crawling. It was the consciousness life form that had taken the initiative to transform into a giant beast. He had spent a lot of effort to capture this consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, and he had personally branded it. After many years of domestication, he still couldn't feel at ease. The more he fought with consciousness life forms, the more he understood them. Consciousness life forms would never truly submit to anyone. The only way to subdue the celestial level if you're not in the consciousness universe, asked was that simple. The reason why he brought him out this time was because he had almost died during the battle. It could only use its actions to express itself. If he had really died in that battle, this was a way to tame it. No one in the E family would have been able to stop this suddenly skyrocketed. What's the reason? Forgotten how many consciousness life forms had escaped over the years. The giant consciousness life forms that attacked the Heaven's Craftsman realm might have been the ones that had escaped. Flashed. Humans from the celestial level to the cosmic level. Come Impossible, said Xiang. The giant beast not far away. The giant consciousness cultivation isn't easy. Even in the consciousness universe, it's impossible to skyrocket so much in such a short time. Unless what? Asked Xiang. He had suddenly thought of this question. The giant beast was about to speak when its eyes narrowed and it stared behind Xiang. Xiang immediately turned around and his eyes narrowed. He was shocked. Luin? Luin looked at Xiang. It's been hard for me to find you, President Xiang. Xiang's expression turned ugly. How did this person find him? He hadn't told anyone about his whereabouts. Skyhand? Impossible. Skyhand couldn't have been monitoring his whereabouts. Why are you looking for me, Lu Sangtian? Xiang forced a smile and asked. Luin looked at him. I didn't look for you. I wanted to come here and coincidentally saw you. I'm curious, why are you here instead of staying in the Grand Domain? As he spoke, he looked around. I remember that this is where Zhen cultivates. Could it be that you're old friends with Zhen? Are you here to reminisce about an old friend? Xiang's mind raced. Was Luin telling the truth? Coincidentally here? What was he doing here? Right, Zhen was still in his hands. Could it be related to Zhen? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3605. If it was really related to Zhen, then Luin was really unlucky. He was not familiar with Zhen, and he had thought that Luin would not come here again. He had not expected to be discovered. Luin looked at Xiang in amusement. What are you thinking? If you don't want to answer, then forget it. Xiang looked at Luin and smiled bitterly. Since Lu Sangtian saw it, then I'll tell him the truth. I'm here for a bet. Luin raised his eyebrows. Even he was interested in this excuse. A bet? Xiang said seriously, Lu Sangtian and Emperor Wuhuang are about to fight at Fuheyuan, and this battle has attracted the attention of the entire spiritualized universe. The Chamber of Commerce has set up a bet to make a profit. Please forgive us, Lu Sangtian. Luin was curious. Continue. Xiang said, since there's a bet, there's naturally a condition. I'm not only here, but I'll also look at the traces of Lu Sangtian's battles along the way. I'll try my best to deduce the process of this battle and divide it into several bets. For example, when the battle begins, what will Lu Sangtian's first move be? Will it be consciousness or physical strength? Or some battle technique? What will Emperor Wuhuang's first move be? Luin smiled. This old man was indeed a businessman. He had thought of this in an instant. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce will inform Lu Sangtian in advance. If he minds, then forget it. No, I don't mind at all. Lu Sangtian is still the magnanimous one. Although I don't mind, since he's using me as a bet, he should at least give me some benefits. Xiang smiled. Of course. 10% of the profits will go to Lu Sangtian. Although it was only 10%, it was still a huge number compared to the entire spiritualized universe. Bets were a topic that would never decline. The Chamber of Commerce had done this many times, but they had never given any benefits to the combatants. This was the first time. Luin asked, what about Emperor Wuhuang? Xiang said, 10% as well. Luin shook his head and raised 3 fingers. This much? Xiang was stunned. 30%? Smart. Xiang subconsciously wanted to refuse. If they gave him 30%, then what was the point of setting up a bet? But he suddenly remembered that this was just an excuse for him to come here. There was no real bet. The Chamber of Commerce had indeed opened many bets, but none had ever involved Sangtian. They were afraid of causing conflict, so no one dared to make a joke out of Sangtian. He had just thought of it on a whim. 30% was a lot. When the time came, he would just open a bet for him. The most important thing was that he would not be targeted by Lu Sangtian. Xiang pretended to be in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth and said, all right, since Lu Sangtian has spoken, the Chamber of Commerce is willing to do it for free. Lu Yin smiled, I won't let you do it for free. After all, you'll get 40%. Yishang was stunned. 40%? Didn't they say 60%? Right, give me Wuhuang's share as well. He won't refuse. Yishang stared blankly. Wuhuang's share for you? Also, even if Wuhuang's share is given to you, Lu Sangtian, you will only get 40%. Lu Yin smiled. I've already gotten 30%, but you're only giving Wuhuang 10%. Aren't you afraid that he'll destroy your grand entirety domain? As for whether he's willing to give it to me or not, you don't have to worry. I'll make him willing. Looking at Lu Yin's smile, Yishang suddenly forgot how to continue. This was just an excuse, but even so, it was too much. The Chamber of Commerce had worked so hard to open a bet, bear the risk, and give Lu Yin 60% of the profits. Wasn't this a joke? If word got out, the Chamber of Commerce, how could they do business? Yishang's dignity would not allow such a thing to happen, but he could not refuse either. For a moment he was speechless. Imaginative Chinese network Lu Yin smiled happily, the Chamber of Commerce really knows how to do business. You came up with such a profitable idea in the blink of an eye. Right, if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. I won't refuse any spirit seeds. Yishang was speechless. He did not dare to say that he wanted Lu Yin to lose. I'm just curious. If this is successful, how many spirit seeds will I get? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Yishang said bitterly, probably tens of trillions. Ah, not bad, not bad. Lu Yin raised his hand and patted Yishang, looking very happy. Yishang suddenly retreated, and the consciousness life-form beast stood in front of him. It stared at Lu Yin and growled. Lu Yin raised his hand in the air, and his face darkened. He looked at Yishang. What's the meaning of this, President? Yishang glared at the beast and growled, how dare you? Lu Sangtian is not someone you can threaten. Back off. The beast growled again and slowly moved aside. Yishang smiled apologetically at Lu Yin. I'm really sorry. This beast is sometimes violent and even dares to threaten me. I subconsciously backed off just now to prevent being bitten by this beast. Lu Yin's gaze fell on the beast. Is that so? A consciousness life form can be violent? I heard that consciousness life forms are emotionless. Yishang said solemnly, Lu Sangtian may not know this, but when a consciousness life form takes the initiative to transform into a certain form, over time, its temperament will also change. If that's the case, do you want me to help you kill this guy? Lu Yin spoke in a low voice, but his words were filled with killing intent that caused both Yishang and the beast to feel a chill. The beast was terrified and retreated. It did not dare to provoke this human, but it had subconsciously blocked Yishang's path. This was the result of many years of taming, and if it had a choice, it would not have done such a thing. This human brought it extreme danger, even more so than Yishang and the 13 celestial phenomena. This human was extremely powerful. Yishang sighed, thank you for your kindness, Lu Sangin, but this beast has been with me for a long time and I can't bear to part with it. Please reprimand it more in the future. Lu Yin grunted and looked at Yishang again, then I won't be a busybody. If it dares to bare its teeth at me again, I'll kill it. The beast lowered its head, not daring to raise it again. Yishang hurriedly agreed, rest assured, Lu Sangtan, it won't dare to do so again. Lu Yin smiled again, this bet is huge, so it must be a big deal for the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Lu Sangtan, don't worry, I'll do my best. Yishang just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Lu Yin was satisfied, but he was still worried. This is such a big deal, what if there are accidents? There won't be any accidents. If there are, the Chamber of Commerce will take responsibility. Yishang promised, but his heart was bleeding. As Lu Sangtian, he no longer cared about monetary gains and losses, but he could not accept being forced to give up such a huge profit and make such a promise. Even if there were accidents, what did it have to do with Lu Sangtian? He did not invest in anything and was taking 60% of the profits for free. Yet he still wanted a guarantee? This was too much. However, Yishang had no choice but to follow Lu Yin's request. Lu Yin was still worried. President, please don't think that I'm long-winded. After all, this is a big deal, and even Sangtian might not be able to see so many spirit seeds in his lifetime. I have to be careful. How about this, make an oath? Yishang's face twitched. Oath? Lu Yin was very serious and raised his hand. Yes. Clap your hands and swear that there won't be any accidents. Yishang's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin deeply. What did this person mean? Did he really care about the spirit seeds, or was he using this opportunity to capture him? If it had been someone else, Yi Xiang would not have hesitated and would have turned to run. After all, no one at his level cared so much about money. However, Lu Sangtian was an exception. He had mobilized resources several times for the sake of the spirit seeds. Yi Xiang was very clear about this person's thoughts. He wanted to collect spirit seeds and limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. Thus, he could not figure out what Lu Yin meant at this moment. If this person really cared about the spirit seeds, Yi Xiang could at most make an oath and give him some spirit seeds to deal with this matter. However, if he guessed wrong and this person used the opportunity of making an oath to capture him, then it would be over. However, if he did not make an oath, this person would not give up. Once his attitude changed, he might even attack. Yi Xiang's expression changed. His biggest doubt now was that if this person wanted to capture him, why did he not attack him directly? He should have the confidence to defeat him. Could it be that he knew about that thing? Opposite him, Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Yi Xiang. Why? Are you unwilling? Lu Yin wanted to capture Yi Xiang. He cared about the spirit seeds, but that did not prevent him from capturing Yi Xiang first. After all, if there was a bet, the Chamber of Commerce could still handle it without Yi Xiang. However, Yi Xiang was related to the third key. He was confident that he could easily defeat Yi Xiang, but he was not confident that he could capture him. This was because Yi Xiang had a turbid treasure. During the battle at the border, the Grand Universal Territory had been defeated, and only 2 people had escaped. One was Sandao, who had escaped from the beginning and was considered fast. The other was Yi Xiang, who had relied on a turbid treasure. Even the progenitor had not been able to capture him. In the end, he had only managed to bring back the sequence foundation of the sealed world. In the progenitor's words, he could not even see Yi Xiang's back. Lu Yin had always kept this in mind. If Yi Xiang could escape from the progenitor, he could also escape from him. The only chance was to capture him at close range. He had wanted to pat Yi Xiang's shoulder with the excuse of laughing, but Yi Xiang had avoided him. Now, Lu Yin had no choice but to force Yi Xiang and see if Yi Xiang dared to approach him. The two looked at each other. Yi Xiang stared at Lu Yin, trying to see through him, but he could not. The more they looked at each other, the greater the pressure he felt. Unknowingly, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. What are you hesitating for, President? Were you just trying to fool me with everything you said before? Lu Yin pressed. Yi Xiang's voice was hoarse and deep. Lu Sangtian, the Gate of Arts and the Wisdom Kong territory are all partners. I will not lie to you. It's just a few trillion spiritual seeds. Even if we can't make a bet, the Grand Universal Territory's Chamber of Commerce can still afford it. Please believe me, Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. I believe you, but I don't believe in the Wisdom Kong territory and the Gate of Arts. Yi Xiang was puzzled. What? That old thing has schemed against me several times. The Gate of Arts has also rejected my visits several times. They are not sincere, Lu Yin said bluntly. Yi Xiang said, this has nothing to do with me. The Grand Universal Territory's Chamber of Commerce will not betray Lu Sangtian's trust. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm from the Tianyuan universe, and I have to be careful with every step in your spiritualized universe. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain resources. This is a rare opportunity and I don't want to give it up. I don't want to make any mistakes. I'll be frank with you. I want to take away the spiritual seeds so that your spiritualized universe will have fewer cultivators. The more spiritual seeds there are, the better. After the battle with Sovereign Wu, I will go to the sky beyond heaven and uproot that tree. If you help me get the spiritual seeds, I will remember your kindness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3606. Yi Xiang gritted his teeth. I told you that I wouldn't make a mistake. It's just a few trillion spirit seeds. I don't believe you. How about I give them to you now? Sure, give them to me. Yi Xiang looked at his cosmic ring. I'll go to the Grand Domain and ask the Chamber of Commerce to give them to you. Let's make an oath. What do you mean by that? Go to the Grand Domain and give them to me? I don't trust you. Let's make an oath. Yi Xiang gritted his teeth. I'll go now. Swear. Yi Xiang was bitter, but he understood that this person wanted to capture him. Lu Sangtan, since you're forcing me like this, I'm sure you didn't come here by accident. You must be looking for me. Lu Yin shook his head. If you're alone in another universe, you'll be surrounded by enemies and you'll understand why I'm being cautious. Besides, why would I look for you? Yi Xiang looked at Lu Yin. We're both smart people, so there's no need to beat around the bush. There will definitely be bets and Lu Sangtian's share will definitely be there. I'm leaving now, so please don't stop me. He then began to retreat. At the same time, the consciousness life form also slowly retreated. Its eyes were filled with vigilance and fear as it followed Yishang. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, you spiritualized universe people aren't trustworthy. Since all of you want to scheme against me, then don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, he took a step forward and began to parallel time. Yishang's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed the beast with one hand before taking another step back. This step alone caused him to disappear. Lu Yin stared at the empty space in a daze. He had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't the distance but rather the space. He had probably gone to another void. Even someone at Lu Yin's or the primogenitor's level would have to go through the process of tearing through the void in order to travel to a parallel universe, no matter how short the process was. However, Yishang had just skipped this process and disappeared without a trace. Was this the power of his turbid treasure? No wonder the primogenitor had said that he couldn't see Lu Yin's back. However, the beast had seen it. There had been a beast between Yishang and himself, and that beast had been 5 meters away from Yishang. His goal wasn't to catch Yishang, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to do so. Instead, he wanted to get closer to the beast and see how Yishang had left. He hadn't been able to find any memories of Yishang's turbid treasure when he'd first entered the beast's body. It seemed that Yishang was also on guard against this sentient life form, but things had been different just now. Yishang had been wary of Lu Yin, so he wouldn't have paid much attention to the beast. In that situation, he wouldn't have been able to perfectly avoid all eyes. Even though he was able to avoid Lu Yin's gaze, he couldn't avoid the beast's. A 5-meter radius allowed him to merge into the beast's body. The moment Yishang fled, he saw that it was a small wing-like object that seemed to be made of wood. Yishang had used this wooden wing to instantly disappear. That wooden wing was a turbid treasure. Turbid treasures were the most miraculous items in the universe. They were beyond common sense, and even the primogenitor and Mr. Mu could not explain them. The only true God had done everything he could to steal the turbid treasure. Yishang's strength was mediocre, but he had relied on a turbid treasure to escape right under the noses of the primogenitor and Lu Yin. One could imagine just how powerful a turbid treasure was. The wooden wings were probably used to escape. With the wooden wings, it would be very difficult to catch Yishang. The problem now was to find him. Yishang sighed in a strange parallel universe and looked down at the wooden wings in his hand. He would not have used the turbid treasure unless he had no other choice, but he had no other choice. He had accidentally found this turbid treasure, and it had saved his life many times. Without it, he would not have been able to leave the Grandmaster domain, let alone obtain the position of Sang Tian. He was a merchant who was not good at killing, but he had become Sang Tian. He had experienced far more difficulties than others could imagine. Putting away the wooden wings, the beast growled from the side. Yishang was not in a hurry to return. Instead, he kept thinking about how Lu Yin had found him. He had not left behind any clues and no one knew where he was. How had Lu Yin found him? Could it be that when Yishang had taken out the spirit cloud stone, the only change was that Rong Xiang had used the stone to contact him? Could Lu Sangtian have used the stone to find him? Although Yishang wanted to hide from Lu Yin, he could not be at ease until he found out how he had been found. Who could guarantee that Lu Sangtian would not be able to control him when he found him again? Yishang had to take advantage of the fact that Lu Sangtian could not capture him to find out the reason. An hour later, Yishang returned to the spiritualized universe. He did not return to the 100 Herbs region, but instead rolled his die nearby. There was still more than a month before his battle with Emperor Wu, and there was no point in returning. Rolling the die would be more helpful. How many sentient life forms were there in the spiritualized universe? How many sentient life forms were there in the parallel universes? What were they thinking? After hiding for so many years, what had he seen and what had he learned? This was a shortcut for him to see the spiritualized universe. He had not been able to do it before, but now he could. This opened the door to a new world for him, and the feeling of being omniscient and omnipotent returned. Unfortunately, it would be perfect if he could fuse it with the spiritualized universe's cultivators. However, this was impossible as the cultivation method of a spirit seed could not be fused. Every individual was a different life form. Lu Yin sometimes wondered if the spiritualized universe's cultivators were still humans. They relied on spirit molts to become humans or beasts, which gave them an advantage in terms of cultivation. They could make their own choices, but were they still pure humans? In the Xuanhuan universe, humans had relied on willpower and tempering to surpass the astral beasts, allowing them to reach the peak. However, in the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin could not see such tempering. Instead, he saw assimilation. Humans could spirit molt into beasts, which was essentially the same as humans becoming corpse kings of the Eternals. Whether it was astral beasts or corpse kings, they were no longer humans. With complicated thoughts, Lu Yin tapped his finger. There was no point in thinking so much, so he rolled his die. A month was too short for cultivators, and many people had already gathered at Fuhiyuan to wait for the battle. If Lu Yin won, then aside from Yu Sangtian, there would be no one else in the spiritualized universe who could fight him. If Emperor Wu did not win, then the spiritualized universe's attitude towards Wu Jiang would change. A person who had been labeled as invincible would become an ordinary person. No matter how powerful they were, they would still be an ordinary person. An ordinary person who could be touched could be surrounded and killed. In the dark space, Lu Yin saw an orb of light and rushed over to merge with it. He rolled it 4 times, but it did not reach 6 pips. After resting for 10 days, he rolled it 2 more times, but it only reached 6 pips on his 3rd try. He had seen many orbs of light before, but he had passed them all without merging with them. He was now looking for 2 orbs. One was Wu Wei and the other was the astral beast that followed Yishang. After searching for a while, he finally found a similar astral beast. Only then did he merge with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was indeed the astral beast. Yishang was actually in the Grand Domain? Lu Yin had not expected Yishang to actually return to the Grand Domain and meet with Rongxiang. Grand Domain Bai City. Rongxiang was shocked. Lu Sangtian found you? Yishang's expression was solemn. Tell me in detail what he said and did when he came. Rongxiang recalled for a moment before slowly replying. Lu Yin withdrew from the orb, and his consciousness returned to his body as he headed towards the Grand Domain. Yishang was addicted to hiding under the radar. First, it was Zhen's cultivation area, and now it was the Grand Domain. Did he think that Lu Yin would not be able to find him? Wait, Lu Yin suddenly paused. No, Yishang was not stupid. If this trick had not worked the first time, he would not think that it would work a second time. After all, for a cultivator at Lu Yin's level, it was not difficult to go to the Grand Domain, so why was he still in the Grand Domain and had no plans to leave? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yishang was waiting for him and he was looking for a way for Lu Yin to find him. Just like what he had asked Rongxiang, Yishang was also looking for clues. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Yishang was not confident that he would be able to immediately react and escape if Lu Yin suddenly attacked, and he could not keep the wooden wing in his hand. That would expose the turbid treasure. The only thing Yishang could do was to avoid being found by Lu Yin and find out how Lu Yin had found him. Yishang had deliberately exposed his tracks to attract Lu Yin's attention, waiting to see how long it would take for Lu Yin to find him and how he would attack. This was Yishang's initiative. At this time, the wooden wing would definitely be in his hand, waiting for Lu Yin. As soon as Lu Yin made a move, Yishang would be able to escape. To Yishang, all Yishang had to do was reveal himself, but to Lu Yin, every time he searched for Yishang, he would have to expend a large amount of his consciousness. The gains did not make up for the losses. Unless Lu Yin could catch Yishang in one fell swoop. Lu Yin remained where he was, deep in thought. Could he catch Yishang? That was impossible. He did not know how to use the turbid treasure, whether or not he had to hold it in his hand. He could not even get close to Yishang. After all, Yishang was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, and he would have at least an instant to react to any kind of attack. The only way he could make use of that consciousness life form was to attack him from behind. However, he only had one chance to use this move. If he failed, not only would he never have another chance, but Yishang would also suspect that Lu Yin was able to make that astral beast work for him. That astral beast had followed Yishang for far too long, and Lu Yin had not even been born at that time. The only way to make that astral beast work for him was to control it. For a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, it was not difficult to think of a certain possibility. It was just like how eternity could have thought of it, but once it was thought of, the fact that Lu Yin had merged with a consciousness life form would be exposed. Lu Yin rubbed his head. How good would it be if Yishang was not a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity? Lu Yin's thoughts were correct. Yishang did not plan on leaving the Grand Universal Domain, and he was waiting for Lu Yin there. Of course, only Rong Xiang knew of his whereabouts. Since he wanted to find out how Lu Yin had found him, he naturally could not let others know of his whereabouts. At the same time, he was also apprehensive. His strength allowed him to react to Lu Yin's sneak attack for a split second, but he did not have the confidence to face a true sneak attack from a powerhouse like Lu Yin. However, this was a risk that he had to take. The Chamber of Commerce had opened a bet on the battle between Lu Yin and Wu Huang. There were all sorts of bets, such as who would make the first move, what the first move would be, what the second move would be, and who would be defeated by the opponent's strength. There were dozens of bets and all sorts of strange things. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3607. Yishang didn't want Lu Yin to have an excuse to cause trouble for him. This bet involved a huge amount of resources, and he would give 60% of the profits to Wu Jiang. As a businessman, he couldn't lose money, but he had to be clear about the situation. Even if Lu Yin lost, he would still give the money. Yishang was in charge of the general direction, but Rong Xiang was the one to implement it. Yishang had suspected Rong Xiang, but Rong Xiang didn't know where he was either. President, are we really going to give 60% of the profits to Wu Jiang? Rong Xiang was reluctant. Like Yishang, he had reached a high level of cultivation, but because he had been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for a long time, he had a strong attachment to business. Yes, Yishang said. Rong Xiang sighed. I've never seen a scoundrel like Lu Sangtian. He's already become Lu Sangtian, but not only is he taking resources for no reason, he's even doing something close to robbery. Yishang said in a low voice, there's no need to say more. We can earn back the resources at any time, but... Suddenly, his expression changed as the void in front of him was torn apart. A wisp of consciousness shot towards him at an unimaginable speed, passing by Rong Xiang in an instant. Even a spiritual prime like him couldn't react in time, and his eyes went blank. How had he found him? Yishang fled without hesitation, but the next moment, Lu Yin waved his hand and sent a beam of light in reverse. Everything had to be reversed for a second, including his own consciousness. And at this moment he struck out a second time, but in the next instant he pulled back because Yishang was gone. He had escaped without a trace and had not been reversed for even a second. Lu Yin sighed. Unaffected by time, this turbid treasure of his was quite useful. He landed and Rong Xiang collapsed at his feet. His consciousness had penetrated him and he had fainted. The consciousness life form had been taken away by Yishang. It seemed that Yishang was afraid that Lu Yin would kill it. Lu Yin hadn't expected that his threat would save him so much trouble. Otherwise, Yishang would have left the consciousness life form behind, and he wouldn't have been able to find it. There had been no movement this time, and aside from Rong Xiang collapsing, nothing else had happened. Lu Yin thought back to the attack, and Yishang had indeed reacted in an instant. If Yu Sangtian had acted, would he have had the chance? The door was pushed open and Rong Xiang walked in. Grandpa, this is our bet. Rong Xiang's words came to a stop, and he looked at Lu Yin's back. His expression changed. Outside the door, a group of cultivators rushed in. Who is it? Rong Hua's face paled and he stared at Lu Yin warily. This person had actually been able to defeat his grandfather, which meant that he was an absolute powerhouse. Rong Hua slowly retreated as he could not face him head-on. Lu Yin turned around. When the cultivators saw Lu Yin, they hurriedly knelt down in shock. Greetings, Lu Sangtian. Greetings, Lu Sangtan. Rong Hua was shocked and knelt down as well. Greetings, Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked at Rong Hua amused. You've improved a lot. You took a few steps back. Are you planning to escape? Rong Hua trembled, not daring to speak. The light on your body is also gone. Looks like your grandfather taught you. As Lu Yin spoke, Rong Xiang woke up and coughed. He looked up and saw Lu Yin looking down at him. He sighed deeply. Greetings, Lu Sanghan. Lu Yin waved his hand. Rong Hua and the others did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly retreated. Only Lu Yin and Rong Xiang remained. Lu Yin walked to the window and looked out at the bustling Bai city. Rong Xiang stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your mercy, Lu Sangtan. You didn't? Rong Xiang coughed again and his vision blurred. That consciousness attack had been powerful enough to knock out a spiritual prime like him. Lu Yin had indeed not been merciful. Rong Xiang had relied on himself to survive. No matter what, thank you, Lu Sangtian. Even though Rong Xiang knew that Lu Yin had not been merciful, he still had to take the initiative to accept the favor. Lu Yin smiled and looked outside. Bai City is the commercial center of the entire spiritualized universe. How many spirit seeds do you think are traded here every day? Rong Xiang did not know how to answer. Of course, he knew how many spirit seeds there were, but what would Lu Sangtian do if he told him? This person had robbed many times and no one knew what he would do next. There are too few bets. Rong Xiang hesitated. What do you mean? Increase the stakes by 10 times. Rong Xiang was dumbfounded. 10 times? 10 times is too much. There aren't that many people participating. Lu Yin looked back at Rong Xiang and patted him on the shoulder. I know you'll do it. Anyway, don't blame me for being hostile if the final profits don't meet my expectations. Rong Xiang's expression turned ugly. This person was truly a scoundrel. Didn't you call me a scoundrel? Thanks for the compliment. Lu Yin smiled. Rong Xiang was shocked. That's not what I meant, Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin left. Rong Xiang stared blankly at the empty space. 10 times the expected profits, all for a single sentence. This person was not a scoundrel but a shameless one. Of course, Rong Xiang did not dare say this out loud. Not long after Lu Yin left, Yi Shang returned. Rong Xiang repeated Lu Yin's words, and Yi Shang's expression darkened. He glared at Rong Xiang. Watch your mouth in the future. Don't speak nonsense. Rong Xiang regretted it. I understand. Yi Shang felt a headache coming on. How had he met someone like this? This person did not have the demeanor of an expert, and dealing with him was too tiring. Other than this, what else did he say? Rong Xiang recalled everything that had happened after he woke up, recounting everything that had happened. Yi Shang suddenly interrupted. He patted you on the shoulder? Rong Xiang nodded. Yes. No one would forget being patted on the shoulder by someone like Lu Yin. It was too frightening. If Lu Yin attacked, Rong Xiang would not even be able to resist. Rong Xiang had been patted on the shoulder twice, leaving a deep impression. Yi Shang's expression darkened, and he glanced at Rong Xiang's shoulder from time to time. Was there a connection? Rong Xiang had patted him twice and he had found him twice, but he did not know where he had been the first time. Unless it was a spirit cloud stone? The universe was unpredictable, and no one knew what kind of innate gifts would be born. Similarly, no one could predict what kind of sequence there would be. Did Lu Yin really have the ability to determine his location through a spirit cloud stone? What about the second time? Rong Xiang had patted him on the shoulder and used a spirit cloud stone. Yi Shang felt like he had grasped something. At his level of cultivation, he had seen all kinds of strange things in the universe, and he believed that it was possible, even if there was no trace of it. Yi Shang glanced at Rong Xiang's shoulder again. Don't contact me from now on. You'll be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiang was in a difficult position. What about the bets? Yi Shang felt a headache coming on. Open as many as you can, and give all profits to Boundless. I'm afraid it's not enough. Yi Shang was very unhappy and his round face turned square. He turned to leave but suddenly he paused and sighed. Lu Sangtian, you really have your eyes on me. What? Since he had guessed that Yi Shang was probing him, Yi Shang would definitely come back to look for clues after he left. He would definitely run into Lu Yin when he returned. That was the result. Why are you hiding? Yi Shang frowned. Facing a powerhouse like Lu Sangtian, if I don't hide, I won't have the right to speak. Will I have the right to speak if I hide? At least I can talk to Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin smiled. Then guess why I'm looking for you. Yi Shang waved Rong Xiang out and looked into the distance. The key. Smart. If I say I don't have it, would Lu Sangtian believe me? Yi Shang asked in a low voice. He regretted not killing Yu Susu when he had been competing for control of the Chamber of Commerce. If he had known that Yu Ting would give up on Yu Susu, he would have killed her, and Yu Ting would have helped him deal with Yu Susu and the others. He would not have exposed the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Yu Susu had not only grasped the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts, but she had also guessed that the key was in the Chamber of Commerce. I don't believe you. Yi Shang sighed. I really don't have it. Yu Susu was the one who told you about the key, right? She's right. The Chamber of Commerce has been searching for the key for many years. The Chamber of Commerce has many people, and there are many people who work for the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce can do many things such as searching for the sequence foundation materials, searching for the key, and even searching for turbid treasures. Readership Network. I found the sequence foundation materials and I obtained the turbid treasure by accident, but I couldn't find the key. Otherwise xianxia would have taken action. Yususu is not the only smart person in the spiritualized universe. Luin asked, if not for the key, why would the School of Arts cooperate with you? What right do you have to help the School of Arts secure Xianxia's position? Yishang replied, I already told you that the Chamber of Commerce can even obtain turbid treasures through the Chamber of Commerce. Although the probability is very low, so low that it's almost impossible, the Chamber of Commerce's value is unimaginable as long as it succeeds once. Lu Xianxian, if the entire spiritualized universe works for you, what can you not have? Luin shook his head. That's not enough. The Chamber of Commerce alone is not enough. Yishang's tone became even lower. If Lu Xianxian doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Lu Xianxian can take everything from me, the Chamber of Commerce, the Yi family, and even Yixia's life and death. However, you can't find me. If you force me to hand over something that is impossible, then you're just making things difficult for yourself. Luin looked at Yishang and felt a little emotional. Why do you think people cultivate? Yishang did not know what Luin meant. Luin looked up at the sky. To climb the untouchable peak and see the scenery that is irresistible. The universe is mysterious, deep, and turbid. The more you cultivate, the clearer you can see. It's too difficult for someone to cultivate to my level. Only I know how difficult it is. However, since I've already reached this level, I should have the authority that belongs to me. I don't need others to give me anything. I just need others to listen to me. Yishang's face darkened. What do you mean, Lu Xianxian? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The key is not in your hands. This is something that you need to prove to me. I'll give you a chance. These words were extremely overbearing, especially to someone who used to be Xianxian. It was even more unimaginable. Yishang's gaze turned cold and a rare killing intent appeared in his eyes. It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even Yu Xianxian had to maintain a certain level of respect for him. No emperor was overbearing and unreasonable, but even he would not embarrass Luin like this. This was no longer treating him as a powerhouse but as an ant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3608. The former Xianxian was now being treated like an ant? This was the biggest joke in the history of the spiritualized universe. Yishang laughed, but it was a laughable laugh. Luin looked at him with a smile. Yishang didn't know what to say at that moment. Being looked down upon by someone like this made it meaningless to say anything. He truly didn't care. He really wanted to ask Luin why he said that. Luin was stronger than him, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight back. I know what you're thinking, but you can listen to me first. After the battle at Fuheyuan, you better prove it to me. Otherwise. Luin looked deeply at Yishang. How many times can you escape? He then disappeared. Yishang retracted his gaze. What a joke, this Lu Xianxian really thought he was invincible. Luin dared to compete with Yu Xianxian, so what right did this person have to look down on him? That's right, he's using words to numb me, making me think that he'll only attack me after the battle at Fuheyuan. Yishang sighed and shook his head. No matter what, there was still a month before the battle at Fuheyuan. It would be very soon and Luin wouldn't appear for a month. Luin looked out at the grand domain. He could find Yishang again, but it would consume a lot of his consciousness. Even if he did find Yishang, he wouldn't be able to capture him. There was still a month before the battle with Wu Huang, and there should be many people gathered at Fuheyuan. Luin retracted his gaze and found a quiet place to continue rolling his die. He'd absorbed many consciousnesses hidden in parallel universes, which was why he'd been able to enter the dark space several times. Otherwise, even opening the 9 skies would have been a problem. The only thing that wasted his consciousness was the time he spent searching. Every time he found a consciousness life form, he didn't spend too much time doing so. Even so, a lot of his consciousness had been consumed. This should be his last chance to find Wu Wei as soon as possible. He'd rolled it 3 times before, and the 3rd time he'd rolled 6 pips. This was the 4th time. The die stopped rolling and Luin raised his brows. His luck was so good that he'd gotten 6 pips right away. His consciousness appeared in the dark space, and he started to look for balls of light with ease. He passed through the dark space and saw many obstacles. One of them had many balls of light behind it, but he didn't rush over. The Star Realm consciousness lifeform he'd merged with already knew a few parallel universes that had many consciousness lifeforms hidden in them, so there was no need to look for them now. At first glance, it was obvious that this was a hidden consciousness life form. His consciousness shuttled back and forth and it was constantly being consumed. The more time passed, the more Lu Yin's heart sank. He calculated how much time had passed, and he estimated that he had already used up a lot of his consciousness. If this continued, his consciousness would definitely become unstable. At this moment he saw the barrier. There were many light balls behind it, and one of them was as bright as Yishang's giant beast. Was it a star-state consciousness life form? There was nothing else he could do. He rushed over and crashed into the barrier. He could only replenish his energy for now. His consciousness seeped in, and when he opened his eyes, it was indeed a human. These sentient beings hidden in parallel universes had all taken the initiative to transform into human form so that it would be easier for them to fight in the spiritualized universe in the future. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as the memories flooded in. This consciousness life form was in a parallel universe, and it didn't intersect with the astral grade consciousness life form that he had fused with. This meant that he didn't know everything about this universe, and there were many more hidden consciousness life forms than he had imagined. However, there was one similarity between the two life forms, which was that they both belonged to the 13 Celestials. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He stood up and headed in a certain direction. Previously, he hadn't wanted to absorb these hidden consciousness life forms, as the moment he absorbed too many of them, they would become less useful in the future. But now that he knew the situation, he didn't need to worry too much. There were many more hidden consciousness life forms than he knew, and these two astral-grade consciousness life forms might not know everything. Since that was the case, absorbing a few consciousness life forms from parallel universes wouldn't affect the overall situation. 10 days later, Lu Yin absorbed 2 consciousness life forms from parallel universes. Not only did this stabilize his consciousness, but it also made his own consciousness even more majestic. When he tried to find a third consciousness life form to absorb, he realized that he couldn't find it. He also couldn't find a fourth consciousness life form. It seemed that these consciousness life forms were connected to each other and were prepared. Their reactions were quite fast. If he really wanted to find it, he would definitely be able to find it. However, 10 more days passed, and the entire spiritualized universe was filled with discussions about the battle at Fuheyuan. The battle was getting closer and closer and Lu Yin stopped searching. Instead, he calmly found a place to continue rolling his die. 10 more days had passed and the time was just right for him to roll his die. He tapped the die and watched it spin. 1 pip and a useless item fell out. Continue, 3 pips, continue, 5 pips, continue, 4 pips. Lu Yin was helpless as he still had to wait for 10 more days. At the same time, the bets at Fuheyuan were completely open. The Chamber of Commerce's actions were especially obvious this time. Countless cultivators gathered at Fuheyuan, waiting for the battle to arrive. Brother, stay away. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. It won't be worth it if you die. This should be far enough. Far? Hee, not enough, far from enough. You won't be able to see anything if you go any further. Compared to your life, is it more important to be able to see anything? During the battle at the abyss of space I warned others, but unfortunately some people still died because they were too close. Let me tell you, I saw the battle at the abyss of space with my own eyes. That battle was earth-shattering and many people were affected and died. I especially want to remind you that if there are any changes in the void, you should immediately run or crouch down. Don't care about your image. You should know that many respected seniors crouched down during that battle. Is it really that powerful? It's more powerful than you can imagine. Give me some eyes. I wonder who will win, Wu Huang or Third Keeper. No one can say for sure, but the Chamber of Commerce seems to favor Third Keeper. The bets speak for themselves. Look, those from the Myriad Beasts border are looking for trouble. In the distance, a group of cultivators from the Myriad Beast border aggressively smashed the bets and almost broke into a fight. Most of the bets were based on Lu Yin's high chances of winning, which meant that the odds were low. On the other hand, Wu Huang's odds were high, which meant that the main Chamber of Commerce favored Lu Yin. Otherwise they wouldn't have acted like this. This was an insult to the Myriad Beasts border. The General Chamber of Commerce's bets also caused a lot of discussion. Although Lu Yin had made a name for himself in the spiritualized universe, Emperor Wu Huang had been famous for even longer, and he had a record of fighting 3 Sangtians at the same time without losing. Previously, during the battle at the Myriad Beasts territory, Emperor Wu Huang had trampled barbarian Kuei to death and suppressed the old salamander. He had also fought with Lu Yin in a chaotic battle and had not been at a disadvantage. Fu Heyuan had never been so lively before due to the countless discussions. Many seniors had arrived and were also waiting for that battle. A few days later, the various mountain lords of the myriad beasts border arrived, including winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox. The moment they arrived, they casually smashed the bets of the Chamber of Commerce, causing the Chamber of Commerce to be angry but not dare to say anything. Rong Xiang did not stop them, as it was normal for the myriad beasts border to be angry. In fact, he did not know who would win and who would lose, but he had no choice since the Chamber of Commerce had ordered him to do so. Compared to offending the lawless third keeper, offending Wu Huang was better. At least the Chamber of Commerce had a way to quell Wu Huang's anger. The prerequisite was that Wu Huang could survive this battle. Many spirit molts arrived and most of them were from the myriad beasts border. They all exuded ferocious auras that caused the surrounding people to tremble in fear, and the discussions became much quieter. How pitiful. The myriad beasts border once had 7 mountain lords, but now only 2 remain. Sigh. A sigh traveled into the ears of many spirit molts. The spirit molts immediately exploded. Who is it? Get out here. Get out here. Winged butterfly looked to the other side of Fu Heyuan and saw a man shaking his head and sighing. His gaze turned cold. Jiu. Nine-tailed fox was surprised. Jiu? On the other side, the man was surprised. I didn't expect someone to remember me. Long time no see, brother winged butterfly. The surrounding people discussed. Jiu? What a familiar name. Where have I heard it before? Of course I have. Mr. Jiu once scolded Sang Tian. Someone sighed. The people next to him remembered. It's him? The Mr. Jiu who scolded Sang Tian and almost entered the black spirit list? Black is black, white is white. Is it that, Mr.? Is it really Mr. Jiu? Mr. Please accept our respect. We are extremely grateful that you stood up for us. Someone was excited. Many people around bowed to the man. The man stopped them. I did not stand up for you. I just couldn't stand it and wanted to vent my anger. Then we have implicated you. Thank you, mister. On the other side, winged butterfly said in a low voice. Jiu, you dare to come out instead of hiding? Do you really think you can sit back and relax after climbing up the myriad beasts border? Mr. Jiu smiled and looked at winged butterfly. Climbing up is not a good word. I did not join the myriad beasts border. I just occasionally help a good friend. The good friend you are talking about is dancing butterfly border? Nine-tailed fox asked. Mr. Jiu nodded. Yes. A spirit molted beast growled. So what if you are the myriad beasts border? I will tear you apart. Today the myriad beasts border must kill the third master. The myriad beasts border will not live for long. Another spirit molted beast growled. The spirit molted beast was full of hostility toward the myriad beasts border. 2 people walked out from behind Mr. Jiu. Oh, who are you showing your anger to? Why do you want to fight? Then come. Who is afraid of who? Winged butterfly narrowed her eyes. They were a group of powerhouses who could not come out in the open. It was no different from entering the black spirit list. If they did not have the myriad beasts border, these people would not dare to show their faces. The spirit molted beast was fierce and cruel. With the myriad beasts border in charge, ordinary people did not dare to offend them. Only the 7 great powers or those with the myriad beasts border behind them dared to oppose them. Both sides were cursing across the river, but no one made a move. Farther away, Shu Qian rolled his eyes. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking nonsense? His burning gaze swept across the cultivators. Many of them had wonderful experiences. He really wanted to collect them. That old guy looks familiar. Old salamander? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3609. Shu Qian rubbed her eyes and stared blankly. Was it really the old salamander? Old salamander? Someone shouted. They found him. Many people looked behind them. The old salamander had a smile on his face. He looked indifferent. On both sides of the river, the people from 10,000 Beast Border and Mr. Jiu looked over. They all stared at the old salamander. This old man dared to appear again? It must be known that the Battle of 10,000 Beast Border was started by this old man. He had instigated many battles. Both 10,000 Beast Border and Wu Jiang were looking for him. Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox stared at the old salamander. Old man, you still dare to appear? The old salamander looked at them. Do you still remember what I said to you? When my cultivation reaches perfection, I will replace Wu Huang and lead the spirit molts to the next level. You instigated the conflict between 10,000 Beast Border and Wujiang. You want to replace Wu Huang. This method is too despicable. Winged Butterfly's tone was gloomy. The spirit molts all stared at the old salamander with murderous eyes. The old salamander smiled and shook his head. Wu Huang is the leader of 10,000 Beast Border. That's why you're all hostile towards me. In fact, I'm also a spirit molt. If I want to replace Wu Huang, it has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to be hostile? Wujiang oppressed 10,000 Beast Border and fought Wu Huang. Even Wu Huang didn't dare to keep Wujiang. This isn't my spirit molt's courage. How can you tolerate Wujiang's impudence? These words touched the hearts of many spirit molts. They hated Wujiang. Wujiang made 10,000 Beast Border feel humiliated. This humiliation could be seen through the bets of the General Chamber of Commerce. In their understanding, it was because Wu Huang couldn't keep Wujiang in the Battle of 10,000 Beast Border. That was why everyone was more optimistic about the third leader. At that time there should have been a battle. The spirit molts weren't afraid of death, but Wu Huang retreated. Old man, didn't you run away too? Someone mocked. The old salamander was helpless. Wu Huang cooperated with the Tianyuan universe to kill me. If I didn't retreat, who would lead the spirit molts in the future? You really want to be Sang Tian? I can't watch the spirit molts decline. Then fight you, Sang Tian. If you win, everyone will listen to you. Not just the beast form spirit molt, but the entire spirit universe will be yours. Dancing Butterfly walked out and looked coldly at the old salamander. The old salamander smiled but didn't say anything. Old man, come with us to the boundless boundary, Diawu said eagerly. They knew that Lu Yin wanted to capture the old salamander. Beside the old salamander, a figure walked out and looked down at everyone. It was Meng Sang Tian. Meng Sang Tian's appearance made things even more difficult for Dancing Butterfly. The old salamander was already hard enough to deal with. With Meng Sang Tian joining the fray, there was no way they could win. With the appearance of Meng Sang Tian, the Fu River source calmed down. Meng Sang Tian had appeared in the open, but no one knew if there was another Sang Tian hiding in the dark. Many people did not understand why Meng Sang Tian saved the old salamander. Even the boundless land and the 10,000 beasts border couldn't do anything to the old salamander. They could only wait for Wu Huang and Lu Yin to arrive. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few days left before the battle at Fuheyuan. More and more cultivators gathered. Someone claimed to have seen the ninth spirit. There were also people who said that they saw the former Yi Sang Tian. It wouldn't be surprising for anyone to appear. On the other side, Lu Yin waited for another 10 days before his chance to roll the die arrived. He tapped the die and watched it spin. It stopped at 4 pips in the time stop space. After a year it continued at 3 pips, 6 pips and so on. Finally it was time. His consciousness appeared in the dark space. This time Lu Yin was confident. He had to find Wu Wei. The world was unpredictable and Lu Yin couldn't find Wu Wei when he wanted to. He had thought that it wouldn't be so easy this time, but instead he saw a bright ball of light that was abnormally bright. With his current strength, this light was definitely at the level of bitter adversity. The spiritualized universe currently had 2 consciousnesses at the level of bitter adversity. One was Wu Wei and the other was Yi Meng. He hoped that it wasn't Yi Meng. Lu Yin rushed over and fused with her. The moment he did so, he heard a familiar voice before he could even see his surroundings. Are you really not going to work with us? This is your only chance. If you miss it, his life will be taken by Yu Sang Tian. Neither you nor I will have a chance. Lord Cheng. The speaker was Lord Cheng. Lu Yin's consciousness looked around as memories flooded in. He had fused with Wu Wei's body. He had finally fused with Wu Wei's body. Lu Yin had been worried before, as Wu Wei was at the level of bitter adversity. Although Lu Yin's battle prowess was sufficient, his realm was far from enough, especially when he was in a bitter adversity state. Now that he had, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Memories continued to flood in. Wu Wei had lived for far too long, and it was impossible to read all of his memories. Lu Yin could only selectively read his memories. At this moment there was no need for Lu Yin to do so. Lord Cheng's words reminded him of what this person had said before, and he also knew where Wu Wei was. Wu Wei was actually at Royal God Mountain. Wu Wei had left the intent domain, and Lu Yin had thought that he was at Sky Beyond Heaven. He had never expected that Wu Wei would actually be at Royal God Mountain, and he had even contacted Lord Cheng. Think about it carefully. You only have a few days left, Lord Cheng said before turning to leave. Lu Yin knew what Lord Cheng had said. Lord Cheng wanted to ally with Wu Wei to deal with Lu Yin after the battle at Fuheyuan. It was just like the battle at Spatial Abyss, when Lu Yin had defeated Bao Qi and attracted many experts. They wanted to do the same thing again. Compared to Bao Qi, Emperor Wu Huang was much more powerful, and this gave Lord Qing a chance. Ever since Wu Wei had arrived at Royal God Mountain, Lord Qing had been talking about this matter, hoping that Wu Wei would agree. Emperor Wu Huang was the only other person besides Yu Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe who could truly fight against Lu Yin. Emperor Wu Huang could definitely force Lu Yin to his limits. This was Lord Qing's confidence. Emperor Wu Huang could do what Bao Qi could not. He had not completed the encirclement at Spatial Abyss, but he could at Fu Heyuan. Lord Qing was full of confidence when he said these words. However, Wu Wei still did not agree. Lu Yin knew that Wu Wei did not agree not because he did not want to kill Lu Yin, but rather because Wu Wei was too cautious. Wu Wei was a consciousness life form, and living was everything. Wu Wei wanted to kill Lu Yin, but he was more willing to watch Lord Qing and the others make a move than to do it himself. Lu Yin's tyranny and lawlessness made Wu Wei feel a little afraid. He knew that the spiritualized universe's laws could not restrain Lu Yin. He had surrendered to the spiritualized universe and helped its cultivators cultivate their consciousnesses. Yu Sang Tian had an important position, and no one would do anything to him. However, this did not include Lu Yin. If the encirclement failed, then what awaited Wu Wei was Lu Yin's pursuit. He could not bear such an outcome. Memories continuously surged into Lu Yin's mind, and as he read through them he asked, "Who else?" Lord Qing stopped and turned to look at Wu Wei. "You don't have to worry about that. In any case, we'll definitely be able to kill this person. I came to Royal God Mountain because you went to Outer Heaven." Yu Sang Tian agreed to Tian's request. "Your goal can't be hidden. Since Yu Sang Tian is willing to let you kill Lu Yin, why don't you do it yourself?" Lu Yin asked Wu Wei. Lord Qing did not understand this. He had gone to Outer Heaven to ask for Wu Wei in hopes that Wu Wei would go to Royal God Mountain. This had been a test, and if Yu Sang Tian had agreed, it meant that Yu Sang Tian would not object to them killing Lu Yin. But if that was the case, why didn't Yu Sang Tian do it himself? Was he not confident? That was impossible. Others might not understand, but Lord Qing knew how terrifying Yu Sang Tian was. He thought back to the battle at Royal God Mountain where he had been a witness. If that was the case, why did Yu Sang Tian not act? If Yu Sang Tian doesn't act, then many people will be apprehensive. If you don't tell me who's going to act, then I won't join forces with you. Lu Yin continued to ask Wu Wei. Lord Qing's eyes flickered, and he stared at Wu Wei's consciousness for a long time before finally leaving. "If you don't want to join forces, then forget it. Do as you wish." Lu Yin watched Lord Qing's departing figure. Was he not willing to speak? What was there to be apprehensive about? Lu Yin was not facing Lu Yin but Wu Wei. Lu Yin's consciousness spread out. This was the spirit cosmos, a universe that Yu Sang Tian could restart at any time. Even Royal God Mountain did not know that they were considered a fourth universe. Lu Yin had always wanted to find an opportunity to come to the spirit cosmos, but he knew that Yu Sang Tian would not let him come so easily. Wu Wei's memories did not contain a method to get to Royal God Mountain, as the entrance was not fixed. Memories continued to pour in, and Lu Yin focused on searching for memories related to Yu Sang Tian and the Azure Sword. Lu Yin wanted to find Wu Wei precisely because of the Azure Sword. This was a sword that ignored the process and only severed the results. It was a sword of consciousness, and Lu Yin still remembered how he had felt when he had faced this sword. It was also because of this sword that Lu Yin had seen the wonder of karma. Lu Yin wanted to see that wonder again and compare it to the one he had seen on the day of the tribute spirit. He also wanted to learn the Azure Sword and perfect the Nine Heavens shift. The Nine Heavens shift consisted of first awakening, second undying, third flowing light, fourth limitless, fifth setting sun, sixth overturning heaven, seventh object reversal, and eighth spirit. The first sword of the Nine Heavens split. This was the sword above the ninth heaven, the highest level of consciousness sword techniques. If he could perfect it, then he would be able to fully display the Nine Heavens shift. Reading memories was not easy, as it was like seeing countless images and experiencing all sorts of experiences. Fortunately, consciousness life forms did not have any emotions and only wanted to survive. They were cold, emotionless and numb. Suddenly Lu Yin opened his eyes and they were filled with shock. He had seen the truth behind Wu Wei's capture, and it was a little terrifying. The spiritualized universe had a rumor that Wu Wei had been captured by Sovereign Qi, but this was fake. Sovereign Qi had taken advantage of Wu Wei's injuries to bring him back. The one who had truly injured Wu Wei was Yu Sang Tian. Xianxian did not deny that Sovereign Qi had captured Wu Wei in order to establish his domain and elevate Sovereign Qi. Lu Yin had already known about this back then, but he had not taken it to heart. It was normal for Xianxian to defeat Wu Wei, as even Lu Yin himself could defeat Wu Wei. However, the truth was not as simple as Lu Yin had thought. Not only had Xianxian defeated and injured Wu Wei, but he had also killed 3 of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses. That battle had shaken the entire consciousness universe, and it had also been Xianxian's unparalleled battle. The consciousness universe had been forced to flee in that battle, and the 7 Xianxians had not dared to make a sound. That battle had given birth to the unparalleled Xianxian. Lu Yin had seen that battle through Wu Wei's memories. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3610. Before the above sky sect, Xianxian had been invincible. He had swept through many powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe and forced Lu Yin to reverse time. At that moment, Lu Yin had felt despair. He had also experienced Xianxian's absolute power, but it wasn't enough compared to what he had experienced in the consciousness universe. In addition to the power Xianxian had used, Xianxian had also used another terrifying power during the battle in the universe of consciousness, the deified sequence. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin had only seen the old salamander and xuanhuan cultivated deified sequence. Mr. Li's power was similar to a deified sequence's, but it wasn't a complete deified sequence. A deified sequence was a cultivator who had lived for many years and continuously cultivated the sequence. This was the accumulation of time. If the old salamander and xuanhuan could do it, then any powerhouse who had lived for a similar amount of time should be able to do it. It wasn't strange that Xianxian could do it. What truly shocked Lu Yin was Xianxian's deified sequence. It was so powerful that it overturned his understanding of sequence techniques. The old salamander's sequence could seal an enemy's power, and xuanhuan's could form the world's edge mirror to allow him to escape. Xianxian's sequence was eternity. What did eternity mean? Wherever a thought reached, it would never change. That was eternity. In Wu Wei's memories, Xianxian, as a deified echelon cultivator, had killed 2 of the 13 celestial phenomena. In that battle, 5 of the 13 celestial phenomena had surrounded him, but he had defeated them all. The deified echelon cultivators he had used was unstoppable. At that moment, Xianxian had been truly invincible. He had given Wu Wei the feeling that even if the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses worked together, they would still be killed. He had planted a mark of fear in Wu Wei's heart and made the spiritualized universe unable to resist Xianxian. Although the 7 major Xianxian hadn't seen the entire process, the result of this battle was enough to prevent them from facing Xianxian for countless years. They could only run and hide. Before this Xianxian, the 7 major Xianxian hadn't been so obedient. That was why the previous Xianxian had used the name of Supreme Extreme to help them rule the spiritualized universe. In Yu Shan's words, Supreme Extreme was a lie. The previous Xianxian had been afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the spiritualized universe, so he had made it up. But this Xianxian didn't need to lie. He himself was invincible. Lu Yin had witnessed this invincibility. Xianxian didn't use his true strength to deal with the Tianyuan cosmos, because the battle strength he used was already enough. At the same time, Lu Yin also thought of other aspects such as innate gifts. Many people in the Tianyuan universe had innate gifts, and the spiritualized universe was the same. However, because of Spirit Molt's innate gift in weapons, some innate gifts were concealed. Some cultivators had more than one spirit molting innate skill, they themselves had innate skills. Since Xianxian was such a talented person, Lu Yin would rather believe that Xianxian had some sort of innate gift. For example, turbid treasures. Turbid treasures were the most dreadful. No one knew what the turbid treasures were for. Did Heaven have any turbid treasures? There was no need to even think about it. There was definitely one, and there might not even be one. Wu Wei's memories pressured Lu Yin greatly, allowing him to see Xianxian clearly for the first time. The entire spiritualized universe wanted to see through him, and he wanted to see through Xianxian as well. The Azure Sword. He wanted to see the Azure Sword. A few days passed quickly, and the Fu River source attracted countless cultivators. Under the warning of some people, the cultivators all retreated far away. Because no matter how much he wanted to see this battle clearly, it was still too late. There was a clear distinction between a beast-shaped spirit molt and a human-shaped spirit molt. Wu Jiang's people stood not too far away from the human-shaped spirit molt, but Wu Jiang himself did not appear. This battle could be considered the pinnacle of Yu Sangtian's battle, and it had attracted many powerhouses. Among them there were quite a few decaying auras. It was obvious that some old fellows who were nearing the end of their lifespans wanted to watch as well. If they could comprehend something from the battle and make a breakthrough, they might be able to extend their lives. The entire spiritualized universe fell silent. It was said that the battle would take place half a year after the day of spirit sacrifice, but Wu Huang and Lu Yin had not confirmed the exact date, so everyone still had to wait. The Fu River was an astral river that traversed several domains. Its source was not in the 36 filaments, but rather on a barren land outside of the 36 filaments. This land was uninhabited by humans, and its environment was not suitable for living creatures to live in. Thus, it had not been brought into the 36 filaments. This was the place where two Sangtian had fought to the death. One of them had been the master of that generation's beast-shaped spirit molt. He had been defeated and died here, causing this place to become a place of shame for all beast-shaped spirit molts. Wu Huang had chosen this place to fight with Lu Yin in order to wash away this shame. If he lost as well, then the spirit molt would no longer have any face. Choosing this place also represented Wu Huang's determination to win to a certain extent. No matter how many cultivators there were, they would not disturb the tranquility of the Fu River source, so they all left the barren land. Everyone waited for a few days or even a dozen days. Everyone was very quiet as they knew that they would not miss this battle. Finally, on this day, a figure crossed the void and landed on the barren land, causing an uproar among the cultivators who were watching. It's the third master. He's here. Wu Huang will be here soon. I thought that Wu Huang would arrive first, but it was Lu Sangtian who came first. Yeah, this third master is lawless and overbearing. I can't believe he's here first. Everyone, don't forget that Wu Huang is just as overbearing as the third master. This reminded the crowd that before Wu Jiang had come to the spiritualized universe, the most overbearing person had been Wu Huang. Compared to Yu Sangtian, who ruled over the spiritualized universe, Emperor Wu Huang was simply brutal and unreasonable. However, because Wu Jiang had repeatedly violated the rules and even provoked Yu Sangtian by declaring that he would carve his name into the Supreme Palace, Emperor Wu Huang had been suppressed. This gave others the misconception that Lu Yin was even more tyrannical than Emperor Wu Huang. Neither of them was easy to talk to. Lu Yin landed on the barren land and looked around. No wonder no one lived here. Old Tao had mentioned the Fu River source before, and this was a place of shame for beast-shaped spirit molts. Since Wu Huang had chosen this place, it meant that he was confident in winning, so Lu Yin had to be careful. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. His battle with Wu Huang would coincide with the rankings of the two universes' powerhouses outside of the Eternal Realm. Excluding Master Greengrass, the spiritualized universe's strongest powerhouse was Yu Sangtian, and Wu Huang should be ranked below him. In the Tianyuan universe, the strongest powerhouse was actually the only true god or primogenitor, and Lu Yin was second only to them. The spiritualized universe was far stronger than the Tianyuan universe, but there were too many uncertainties in the Tianyuan universe. If Lu Yin's existence was placed in the spiritualized universe, it would be almost impossible to replicate. This was because the unified cultivation model was too clear, and no cultivator would try to walk the same path as someone else. Should fish live in clear rivers or in muddy ones? Clear rivers. Rivers had a good environment, but they were easily seen. Muddy rivers had a bad environment, but no one dared to enter them. Lu Yin looked at the Fu River and saw that everything was clear. On one side of the Fu River source, many cultivators felt their hearts tighten when Lu Yin looked over. They felt as if they were being watched, as if their entire being was being seen through. Some cultivators immediately retreated. They were all old fellows and they did not want to be seen by Lu Yin. The higher their cultivation, the more they felt as if a disaster was about to befall them. Lu Yin looked to the other side and saw a few old fellows retreating as well. The old salamander sighed. How overbearing, Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the old salamander. You still dare to appear? The old salamander smiled bitterly. Lu Sangtian, I have no intention of being your enemy. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You used me to deal with Wu Huang and killed my people. Old man, do you think I will let you go? The old salamander sighed. I am willing to use my secret in exchange for Lu Sangtian's magnanimity. I will dig it out myself. Lu Yin's figure suddenly disappeared after he finished speaking. The old salamander's expression changed and he was about to retreat, but Lu Yin suddenly stopped and reappeared on the barren land. In that instant he felt the divine power. The old salamander had submitted to the one true God. Lu Yin could ignore the old salamander, but he could not ignore the one true God. This old man was definitely not Hunji. Otherwise he would not have submitted to the one true God. But his image? The starry sky exploded, and a palm pierced through the void and grabbed at the old salamander. The old salamander was helpless. I can't even watch you fight. There is no need to chase after me. He then left with Meng Xianxia. The starry sky shook. Wu Huang walked out with a gloomy expression. He would definitely catch this old man. Seeing Wu Huang appear, all the beast-shaped spiritual molts were excited. Greetings, Wu Huang. Greetings, Wu Huang. Greetings. Their voices caused the Fuha River to boil and the universe to sway. The humans were suppressed at this moment. The moment Wu Huang appeared, his domineering and invincible aura swept through the starry sky, suffocating everyone, regardless of whether they were experts or ordinary cultivators. In the battle at the source of the Fuha River, the two top experts could not underestimate each other. However, both wanted to capture the old salamander at the same time. One had to know that Meng Xianxia was standing beside the old salamander. How much did they not care about this battle? They were not underestimating the old salamander and Meng Xianxia. They were full of confidence for this battle. Everyone focused and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Some even swallowed their saliva and sweat as they looked at Wu Huang. The battle was finally about to begin. Wu Huang stood on the source of the Fuha River and glanced at all the beast-shaped spiritual molts. Finally he looked at the barren land. He took a step forward and descended, standing opposite Lu Yin. At this moment, the cultivators of the 10,000 Beasts border recalled the recent battle. Everyone who had watched the battle at the 10,000 Beasts border suppressed their excitement. That battle had been very sullen. Although the Star Toad, the Desolate God, and the Old Salamander had all displayed their peak power, Wu Huang's true strength had not been revealed. At least, the foundation of the sequence had not been revealed. Wu Huang had been preserving his strength. It had seemed like an exciting battle, but half of it had been revealed. The other half had been hidden, and now it had finally revealed itself. No one spoke as they all looked at the barren land. The battle was about to begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:11. On the barren land, Emperor Wu looked at Lu Yin and released the battle intent he had been suppressing. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, turning into a shockwave that distorted the void and tore it apart. Looks like you've been suppressing it for a long time, Lu Yin said. His finger moved, and his aura soared into the sky like a giant beast that had been released. It clashed with Emperor Wu's aura. They hadn't even attacked yet, but the two auras had already overturned the Fu River and spread to both sides. The shockwave caused space to become heavy, and it turned into a gale that swept past. Many cultivators felt their aura flow backwards and they almost couldn't breathe. More and more cultivators retreated. They had thought that they were far enough away, but now they realized that they were still too close. They hadn't even started fighting, and their auras had already spread to a safe distance. Once they started fighting, who would be able to withstand it? Many cultivators retreated. The Fu River's water turned into raindrops that fell to the ground. They were like rainbow-colored treasures that adorned the sky. Emperor Wu's lips curled up. I've been suppressing it for a long time. Everyone says that you're second only to Yu Xianxia. I'll defeat you in this battle, and I'll defeat Yu Xianxia in the next battle. Lu Yin raised his brows. You're really confident. Looks like my guess was right. You delayed until now not because you're afraid of me, but because you need to delay for something. Emperor Wu didn't refute. A battle technique. Interesting. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Even with Emperor Wu's strength, there was still a battle technique that required him to delay until now. This battle technique had to be extremely powerful, to the point that Emperor Wu believed that he could defeat both Lu Yin and Yu Xianxia. If this had been before he had merged with an action, Lu Yin wouldn't have thought that Yu Xianxia would be difficult to defeat. After all, Yu Xianxia wasn't an eternal realm cultivator. He was just like Emperor Wu. Since they were on the same level, why couldn't he defeat Yu Xianxia? But now Lu Yin didn't think that anyone in the three universes could defeat Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia was too invincible, and just like how the spiritualized universe couldn't see Lu Yin's bottom line, how could Lu Yin fight Yu Xianxia, who had no bottom line? The spiritualized universe's feelings towards Lu Yin were the same as Lu Yin's feelings towards Yu Xianxia. It was an unpleasant feeling. It was no wonder that the spiritualized universe kept trying to find out his bottom line. In the distance, in the eyes of all the cultivators, the two auras were like two monsters that occupied the starry sky and split the universe into two. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. No one dared to approach, no one dared to touch. Suddenly the aura disappeared. Many cultivators narrowed their eyes. They were here. Bunga loud sound rang out, causing many cultivators to cover their ears and wail silently. This loud sound came too suddenly, and the burst of power caused their bodies to resist. This resistance formed a reverse impact in their bodies, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices and their internal organs to rupture. Those whose cultivation levels are lower than the spirit ancestors, step back. Don't court death. Some battles aren't something you can watch just because you want to. You can't even listen to them. Someone shouted. The cultivators retreated like the tide. On the wildlands, Lu Yin and Emperor Wu Huang's fists collided. A loud explosion caused the surroundings to sink into darkness. Emperor Wu Huang's eyes narrowed as his fist continued to crack. His body suddenly transformed. He could not wait any longer. This person was not the toad or the desolate god, nor was he the old salamander. He was a powerhouse with unparalleled strength. Emperor Wu Huang had single-handedly received a full-powered strike from the star toad's steel trident, suppressing the desolate god in his human form. If not for the primogenitor allowing the desolate god to regain the glory of the great desolate scorching sky beast, the desolate god would not even have been able to force Emperor Wu Huang into his beast form. However, even this strength could not withstand a single punch from Lu Yin. Emperor Wu Huang did not hesitate to transform into his beast form. He was 10 meters tall and had a vertical red line on his face that resembled a tear of blood. This was Emperor Wu Huang and this was Ho. His body's transformation caused his fist to grow larger and more powerful as he punched down at Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved his hand and released the starry sky from his heart. Boundless power circulated as his palm realm battle force spread out. He took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. Bang! Another loud explosion rang out as the endless starry sky shattered. Shockwaves of power spread out in all directions, twisting and tearing apart everything in its path. The entire sky trembled. Beneath his feet, the wild land shattered. Emperor Wu Huang retreated once more. Although he did not have eyes, Lu Yin could still sense his shock. In this state, Emperor Wu Huang believed that he had surpassed all spiritualized life forms in the universe and stood at the peak of strength. His strength alone was enough to beat the other Sangtiantians to a pulp, but he had still been suppressed. Lu Yin's strength was constantly refreshing his knowledge. That's it. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time and instantly appeared in front of Emperor Wu, kicking out with a single kick. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, exactly the same as when he had destroyed Emperor Wu Huang. However, Emperor Wu Huang was not the same as Lu Yin. He opened his hand and sent a serrated blade towards Lu Yin. The serrated blade was enormous, and its range was large enough that Lu Yin could not kick Emperor Wu Huang. Lu Yin dodged and looked at the serrated blade in front of him. He then turned around and kicked out. Bang! The serrated blade twisted as Emperor Wu Huang reached out from behind it and grabbed Lu Yin's leg, wanting to throw him to the ground. However, he realized that he could not move Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he turned around and sent Emperor Wu Huang flying with a tremendous force. This was a contest of pure strength, and all the cultivators were dumbfounded. Emperor Wu Huang had lost in terms of strength. He could not even gain the slightest advantage. Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the rest were stunned. Even though they knew that Lu Yin was strong, Emperor Wu Huang had been suppressed to the point that he could not do anything. This was Emperor Wu Huang, a powerhouse that was publicly recognized as second only to Yu Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe. On the wild land, Emperor Wu Huang landed on the ground. Lu Yin punched out and his body began to wither. Emperor Wu Huang sighed. His strength alone was not this human's match, but he was Emperor Wu Huang, and he had inherited the foundation of the beast-shaped spirit molt inheritance, sealing the heavens. Yellow lightning suddenly appeared and spread throughout Emperor Wu Huang's body. In the distance, Nine-Tailed Fox and the rest were shocked. Emperor Wu Huang had finally used the foundation of the sealing the heavens array. Just how much pressure was Emperor Wu Huang under to force him to use the foundation of the sequence so quickly? Across from him, Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the rest exchanged glances. He had used the foundation of the sequence so quickly? Logically speaking, the foundation of the sequence should be a trump card. Could it be that Emperor Wu Huang had reached his limit? The yellow lightning continued to penetrate Emperor Wu Huang's body, bringing with it a visible shockwave that continued to spread out along with a boundless amount of sequence particles. Lu Yin punched out, but he did not hit Emperor Wu Huang. Instead, he hit the shockwave that came from the foundation of the sealing the heavens array and the boundless amount of sequence particles. It was like a wall that blocked Lu Yin's punch. Emperor Wu Huang looked up and clenched his fist. An endless amount of sequence particles condensed into a beam of light as he punched out. Lu Yin heard cries of alarm and someone was telling him to retreat. He would have retreated even without the reminder. Emperor Wu Huang's punch made him feel like he was facing the one true God. This punch had surpassed his own strength. Among the three universes, Xianxia had once been the one true God, and now Emperor Wu Huang had also surpassed him. Although Emperor Wu Huang had relied on the foundation of the sequence to surpass Lu Yin, external objects were still a type of power. Emperor Wu Huang's punch brushed past Lu Yin's head, blasting away a part of the heavens. The darkness that spread out shocked everyone. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound. They looked at the darkness that seemed to split the universe in two and could not understand how such a power could exist in the universe. What they wanted to know the most was why Emperor Wu Huang was delaying this battle. With the foundation of the sealing the heavens array, he should have been able to defeat Wu Huang back in the myriad beast territory. Emperor Wu Huang had never used the foundation of the sealing the heavens array, even when he had fought the three Xianxians. He had relied on his own strength and absolute defense. His pride did not allow him to use the foundation of the sealing the heavens array. After all, it had been created by generations of spirit-molting beasts, and it was someone else's power. However, he had no choice but to use it against Lu Yin, both to deal with Lu Yin and to show Xianxia. In the next battle he would fight Xianxia. He wanted the spirit-molting beasts to completely suppress the spirit-molting humans and bring about changes to the spiritualized universe. As for the Xuanhuan universe, it was nothing more than a passing target. The ground beneath his feet cracked and Emperor Wu Huang retracted his hand. It was a pity. If he had not brought sealing sky to the consciousness universe, that generation's border master would not have died here. The strongest spirit-molting beasts had died here, and he was also the border master of the myriad beast territory. That battle had brought shame to the spirit-molting beasts, and at that time, sealing sky had been given to Emperor Wu Huang to protect himself in the consciousness universe. If not for that, Emperor Wu Huang would not have lost so miserably. Emperor Wu Huang was delaying this battle not only to deal with Lu Yin, but also for Xianxia. Sealing sky was enough to suppress Lu Yin, and Emperor Wu Huang's perfected battle technique was to fight against Xianxia. This was because the one who had killed that generation's border master was the current Xianxia. The world only knew of this legend and exaggerated the death of the spirit-molting beasts, but they had forgotten who the other person was. Emperor Wu Huang would never forget. The darkness in the distance gradually returned. Yellow lightning crackled on the surface of Emperor Wu Huang's body, and his power continued to spread as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked deeply at the yellow triangular gem on Emperor Wu Huang's body. Is that the foundation of the sealing the heavens array? Can you withstand this power? Emperor Wu Huang barked, his tone domineering. Lu Yin sighed in admiration, as expected of the second-ranked foundation. You spirit-molting beasts have been trying to surpass humanoid spirit-molting beasts for a long time. You must have paid a great price for this foundation. I admit that I've lost in terms of strength, but strength is not the only thing that matters in battle. Emperor Wu Huang clenched his fists. When strength reaches a certain level, it can destroy everything. Then come and try. Sourcebox array after sourcebox array appeared in Lu Yin's heart and blasted towards Emperor Wu Huang. The Ancient Sword, Tomb of Mountains and Rivers, Scroll 16. These sourcebox arrays rained down like raindrops. Emperor Wu Huang was stunned, as he had never thought that sourcebox arrays could be used in such a manner. He had seen the Plain Master Sect's battle, and they had only used the Ancient Sword. But so what if there were more? Emperor Wu Huang casually waved his hand, and a terrifying power wiped out everything in its path, destroying all of the sourcebox arrays that he had released. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3612. Lu Yin continued to release his sourcebox array, attacking Emperor Wu Huang from all directions. At the same time, his consciousness formed the great sky-flaying disc to suppress Emperor Wu Huang. Lu Yin's palms gently pushed against the void, guiding the sealing heavens sequence particles. Emperor Wu Huang punched out, destroying the void. He was using absolute strength to shatter the void. Although consciousness was not a physical force, it could only appear in space and it only needed to shatter the void. This was the same principle as when Lu Yin and the others had attacked the ruins. However, this move had a prerequisite, which was that one could block the consciousness attack for a moment. If one could not even block it for a moment, then there was no need to talk about destroying the void. Emperor Wu Huang could naturally block it for a moment, and he could even completely withstand the great sky-flaying disc. However, he did not need to do so. No matter what power Lu Yin used, he could destroy it with a single punch. The setting sun blooms, burning your martial arts. Emperor Wu Huang punched out. He did not have any martial arts, only absolute strength. His spiritual force suppressed Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang punched out, destroying the void. Nothing could be done, as all counterattacks were futile against absolute strength. Xianxia, did you see this? Emperor Wu Huang's gaze was fierce. He wanted to use the Sealing Heavens sequence foundation to turn the tide of the beast-shaped spirit molts. He had not used the Sealing Heavens sequence foundation for many years, all for this moment. Once he attacked, he would be invincible. Both sides of the Fu River were silent. The humans were silent, as this was the power of the Sealing Heavens sequence foundation. They finally understood why it was ranked second. For countless years in the spiritualized universe, all of the beast-shaped spirit molts had suppressed the human-shaped spirit molts. At this moment, all of the beast-shaped spirit molts were excited. This day had finally arrived and no one could stop Emperor Wu Huang. The winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, and the others stared at the savage land. With the Sealing Heavens sequence foundation, who could fight against it besides Xianxia? This was Emperor Wu Huang. As for why Emperor Wu Huang had delayed the battle until now, they no longer considered it. There was also no need to consider Emperor Wu Huang's strength. At this moment, Emperor Wu Huang was at his peak, and he would definitely win this battle. Emperor Wu Huang displayed his unparalleled strength. He casually attacked the void and destroyed the array. He looked at Lu Yin. Was this the battle technique that allowed him to borrow another sequence foundation? He knew that Lu Yin had the consecutive palm technique, as Lu Yin had used it more than once. However, it was not enough. It was far from enough. In the face of a beast that had undergone countless years of spiritual molting, that was a foundation that could suppress the entire spiritualized universe. No matter how many sequence techniques were used, it would be useless. Supreme Emperor clenched his fist. Big golden wings, wuxia, is he still alive? Lu Yin guided the Seal the Heavens sequence particle, and when he heard Emperor Wu's words, his expression was calm. Alive. Let them go and I'll spare your life. He looked into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin didn't look like he wanted to retreat. He still had some tricks up his sleeve, but they were useless in front of absolute power. This person had suppressed the spiritualized universe to the point where they could not catch their breaths during the battle in the abyss. It was also because he was too powerful. Emperor Wu couldn't help but admit that if he hadn't borrowed external forces, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Futian. But since he had already used the Sealing the Heavens elemental foundation, he didn't need to worry about it. You're too confident. Lu Yin looked at Wu Huang. Wu Huang's eyes widened. You can't stop this power, are you going to release it or not? Lu Yin exhaled. In his current state, he was indeed unable to withstand this power. Even if he had reached an extreme, there was still a chance that his upper limit would be breached. However, the gap was not completely insurmountable. If he was lacking in strength, he could use strength to make up for it. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. There was a move that he had only used once. This move should be able to make up for some of the gap. After going back in time for 37 years, Lu Yin needed to make up for a lot of karma. One of them was related to Meng Sang-Tian, and that was the True God's Freedom technique. It was because of his battle with Meng Sang-Tian that he had reversed dream and reality. This had allowed him to inadvertently enter the cultivation concept of the True God's Freedom technique and finally cultivate it. Fighting with Meng Sang-Tian again and cultivating the True God's Freedom technique again was a way to make up for the karma. However, he had given up on this path. It was not only because he could not find Meng Sang-Tian when he first came to the spiritualized universe, but also because Meng Sang-Tian did not want to fight with him at all. There was also the one true God behind him who knew about the matter of karma and would not let him succeed. However, he no longer needed to make up for it. There were so many experts in the spiritualized universe who had been captured and sent to the Point General Platform Hell to expand the Tao of Karma. The current Tao of Karma was enough to withstand the backlash of karma. Sparse autumn waters, hazy beauty looking east, family is hard to see, climbing to the heavens, alone for the rest of my life. Where was this singing coming from? Emperor Wu was confused. On this battlefield, it was almost impossible to hear anything from the outside world. let alone a singing voice. Lanterns floated around him, and there was only one word on each lantern: life. There is no self, no other. Abandon your thoughts, transform into the heavens and live the same life. The true God's freedom technique. The Tao of karma was unleashed and no one could see the karma. Otherwise they would be shocked. The backlash of karma was like a huge monster pressing down on them. However, Lu Yin had experienced this once before. In front of him, Emperor Wu punched out, destroying the void. Lu Yin's eyes turned scarlet, and his body surged with godly power. With a wave of his hand he split the lantern into two. His thoughts turned into lanterns, and cutting off the lanterns was equivalent to stripping away his emotions. Humans would always have thoughts, desires, and wishes. Stripping away these thoughts would overturn the karma of cultivation and thus erase one's cultivation base. At this moment, Lu Yin discovered that the true God's freedom technique was compatible with the Tao of karma. Setting sun was a battle technique that could make people forget about martial arts. The true God's freedom technique stripped away the karma of cultivation and prevented karma from appearing. Setting sun was more domineering and more compatible with Lu Yin's Tao of karma. Was it a coincidence that the one true God had created this technique, or had he also comprehended the Tao of karma? Impossible. If he had comprehended the Tao of karma, then he wouldn't have been schemed against by the Grand Empyreans and suffered the pain of being sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he hadn't comprehended the Tao of karma, then he might have been able to create a battle technique that was compatible with karma. With the one true God's innate talent, it was possible. Emperor Wu's punch destroyed the void, and his unparalleled strength caused the void to collapse once more. He coughed up blood and his eyes were clearly dazed for a moment. Although he recovered quickly, Lu Yin still saw it. This was the true God's freedom technique. On both sides of the Fu River, the spectators were stunned. How could Emperor Wu be the one injured when he punched? No one understood unless they understood the 3 ultimate techniques of a true God. There were only a few songs and they were by the lakeside of Beauty Lake. Scenes flashed through Wu Huang's mind. The cultivation of strength, the dedication to defense, the expectations of the previous leader of the 10,000 beast border. Those eyes were filled with expectation but also resentment. If he hadn't taken away Feng Tian, the previous leader wouldn't have lost. Why was it like this? Were those people blaming him? Was the previous border lord blaming him? He was the one who gave it to me and told me to go to the consciousness universe to protect myself. He knew that he would face that battle. It wasn't my fault, it wasn't me. Emperor Wu roared and his body suddenly grew taller. He clenched his fist and sealing the skies trembled. His strength had weakened greatly, and he felt as if he could no longer control sealing the skies. He had clearly had the upper hand and his strength had broken through all techniques, but he had reversed the situation in an instant. Lanterns floated in the air as Emperor Wu roared. Layers of material covered his body, suppressing the sealing the skies array's foundation into his body. In the distance, a spirit-molted beast spoke, its voice old. The decline of his strength has caused sealing the skies to become unstable. What did Lu Sangtian do? He actually caused Wu's strength to continuously decline. Many people looked over in surprise. That was Emperor Wu's name, and there weren't many people in the spiritualized universe who were qualified to call him that. No one recognized the spirit-molted beast that had spoken, but they could tell from his voice that he had lived for a long time. Lu Yin had just
Although
stepped
his strength
onto the
has
path
declined
of
and he can
cultivation
no
and
longer
obtained
control
progenitor
sealing the
Wuxiao's
skies,
hide,
he still
but
used
even
his
a
innate
glance at
gift
it would
to cause him
forcibly
to faint.
suppress sealing the
Emperor
skies
Wu
into his
wanted
body.
to use the sealing
Although
the
he can
skies
still
array's
use sealing the
foundation to
skies to
defeat
attack,
Lu Yin,
he will also
and his
suffer
own
from the
strength had to be
backlash.
enough to withstand
It all depends on whether he can defeat
the true
Lu
God's freedom
Sangtian before
technique
his
had
body
caused his
collapses.
strength to
The
continuously
spirit-molted
decline,
beast said,
and since he could not withstand people's
with his
doubts,
strength alone,
at that
he had to
moment,
use another
a figure
method to
appeared
forcefully
beside the
control it.
spirit-molted beast
This was
and was
Emperor Wu's
recognized
innate
by
gift,
many cultivators.
hardening. It was
Emperor
Zhan
Wu's
Ming from the
hardening
door of
innate
arts,
gift was the
one
beginning
the
of his
7
path
sanctions.
of invincible
Did
defense.
this mean that the
It could defend
spirit-molted
against
beast that had
external
spoken had
attacks
come
and
from the
also
door of
suppress
arts?
sealing the skies?
No one knew how
However,
long he had been
Emperor
in the door
Wu
of
himself
arts.
was not having a
On the
good time
wild
either.
land, Lu Yin could also
Emperor
see that
Wu
Emperor
faced
Wu's
Lu Yin
strength
and
was
punched out.
continuously
A
declining,
powerful force
and he could
rushed
no
towards
longer
Lu Yin,
completely
and he
control
could
the
easily
sealing the
punch out
skies
of the
of Ray's
primal
particles.
universe.
Some
Lu Yin
external
exhaled
objects
and
could
his
not
body
be used
withered.
at will. He took a step forward, and within the Sky Palace, boundless strength flowed wildly as his mastery realm battle force spread. If you want to go all out, then go all out. Not only could the true God's freedom technique strip away emotions and erase the karma of the opponent's cultivation, but it could also increase one's own strength. Back then, the one true God had used the true God's freedom technique to crush the Tianyuan universe, uprooting the Black Mother Tree and killing his way to Primeval City. Now Luyin had also used this battle technique to increase his strength and shorten the gap between him and Emperor Wu. Boom. The earth trembled and cracked and Luyin was punched into the ground. He then penetrated through the magma, the wild land and fell into the starry sky. What followed was the void of annihilation, which had turned into a dark torrent. Emperor Wu punched out again and again, and Luyin still could not withstand his strength. However, the true God's freedom technique made up for the absolute gap, allowing Luyin to have the ability to resist this power. The surface of his body withered and recovered, then withered and recovered again. Beside Fu He, dancing butterfly world's edge clenched his fist, and with just one punch, Lu Sangtian collapsed. Even though Emperor Wu was coughing up blood, his strength was truly invincible. The lanterns were still floating and from time to time they would be cut apart. Emperor Wu coughed up blood, both from the true God's freedom technique and also from the backlash of his strength. He looked at the starry sky beneath his feet and punched out, wanting to see how many punches Luyin could take. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3613. Luyin was constantly swallowed up by the void, and the terrifying destructive power of Emperor Supreme was enough to destroy everything. The old salamander's scheming and Man Kuei's forbearance would not even be able to retaliate against the current Emperor Supreme. The sealing heaven array's fangs were bared, and the first bite was aimed at Luyin, but Emperor Supreme's target was definitely not Luyin. Emperor Supreme's target was Yu Sangtian. Whoosh! Another wave of power descended. Luyin touched his forehead and saw that he was bleeding as well. His body was cracking inch by inch. Could he not hold on any longer? Then release it. Luyin's body suddenly disappeared, and he used the reverse step to appear in front of Emperor Supreme. Emperor Supreme's eyes narrowed. He could still fight back. This person's defense was unexpected. However, there would always be a moment when he would be defeated. He clenched his fist, and the sealing heaven array particles condensed into a beam of light that constantly shrank. His hardening innate gift cracked, and he was almost unable to suppress the sealing heaven array. On the other side, Luyin was fiddling with the stars, and his palms were borrowing some of the sealing heaven array particles. His body's surface suddenly recovered, and the power of the sealing heaven array was suddenly released, breaking all of the lanterns at the same time. Emperor Supreme spat out a mouthful of blood and punched out. Luyin punched back at the same time. Boom. A deafening explosion caused half of the spectating cultivators to faint, and the starry sky was visibly shattered. Everything was destroyed and that piece of land was gone. Shattered rocks tore through the endless starry sky. If one looked down at the entire spiritualized universe, they would be able to see the glaring light that had appeared in this direction. It was darker than darkness, like the origin of darkness. Annihilation. After a while, the starry sky finally calmed down. Everyone looked over, and their expressions were sluggish and filled with disbelief. Where was Emperor Supreme? Only Luyin was there, standing tall in the starry sky. Blood dripped from his arm, and the bones inside had been shattered. But at this moment, everyone wanted to know where Emperor Supreme had gone. The original Fu River was gone, and the wild land was gone. Only the starry sky remained. Zhan Ming looked into the distance. Only people at their level could see that Emperor Supreme had been sent flying. He did not dare imagine that Emperor Supreme's punch had been so powerful that it had never been seen before. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen a punch that could surpass that. The power of the sealing heaven array foundation was unimaginable. Even the legendary eternal realm might not be able to suppress the limitless power of the sealing heaven array foundation. However, Luyin had sent him flying with a single punch. No one would believe it. Even the old salamander, who had been watching the battle from the shadows, couldn't believe it. He had instigated a fight between Emperor Wu and Luyin not because he believed that Luyin could defeat Emperor Wu, but because he wanted to force Emperor Wu to reveal his bottom line without using Seal the Skies. He wanted to show Emperor Wu that he had a way to deal with Seal the Skies foundation. But he never would have thought that Luyin would be able to suppress the power of the Sealing Sky sequence. It shouldn't be possible and it should be impossible. If there was anyone in the spiritualized universe who could suppress the current Supreme Emperor, it could only be Yu Sangtian. No matter how unfathomable Lu Sangtian was, he must have some sort of foundation. When he was suppressed just now, everyone saw his foundation. But now they were all stunned. Was he really that confident? Or could it be that only Yu Sangtian could fight him? It was not a defeat but a battle. At that moment the guesses of countless people changed. Xianxia really could defeat Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at his right arm. It was completely shattered, but it recovered quickly. After all, it was pure strength. That punch just now had unleashed the most powerful force he had ever unleashed. While the True God Freedom technique increased his strength, it also weakened the power of Emperor Wu. At the same time, he borrowed the Seal the Heaven sequence particle and released the accumulated power of things will only move in one go. That was why that punch just now was possible. That punch had not only contained his own strength, but also the Seal the Sky's foundation and Emperor Wu's strength. If his opponent had not been Emperor Wu, he would not have been able to unleash that punch. Emperor Wu had not only lost to Lu Yin, but also to himself and the Seal the Sky's foundation. Emperor Wu must be feeling terrible right now. In the distance, Emperor Wu appeared. Just like Lu Yin, his right arm had been shattered. Not only that, but half of his neck had been shattered as well. Seeing Emperor Wu in such a miserable state, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. Dancing Butterfly Horizon had not expected Lu Yin to be so ruthless as to suppress Emperor Wu. In the dark sky, Emperor Wu and Lu Yin stood facing each other. Lu Yin's hardening innate gift was still present, but the Seal the Sky's foundation was exposed. With the True God's Freedom technique's weakening power, Emperor Wu could no longer control the foundation of the Seal the Sky's foundation. Even without eyes, everyone could feel his disbelief. In the entire spiritualized universe, who would have thought that Lu Yin could block that power? You've reached your limit, Lu Yin said calmly as his arm continued to recover. Emperor Wu's voice was low. You've reached your limit too. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? No power can be used infinitely. You can weaken my power once, but you can't do it a second time. My power can be used infinitely. The particles of Seal the Sky are as boundless as the abyss, said Supreme Emperor. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he said confidently, what if I can? Even if there's a second time, there won't be a third. That's enough. No matter how many times, next time, I might be able to destroy you. Lu Yin's arm recovered as he bent his fingers and said lightly. Emperor Wu said, you can't do it. You forgot that I'm truly invincible in my defense. As he said that, a majestic amount of particles appeared on Emperor Wu's body, not from the foundation of the Seal the Skies, but from his own body. Emperor Wu's cultivation method was the same as the Great Golden Wings, which was ranked 7th among the spiritualized treasures. Compared to the Great Golden Wing, Emperor Wu's particles were much more majestic. Endless particles covered his entire body, and there was a hardening innate gift below. Emperor Wu's defense was also extremely strong, to the point that even the Star Toad's desperate attack couldn't do anything to him. 3 layers of defense. Everyone was stunned. This was the defensive technique that Emperor Supreme was so proud of. Hardening covered the foundation of the Seal the Skies, and the particles appeared again. Light gathered in Emperor Wu's palm. Come, let's see if I can destroy you first or if you can destroy me. Absolute power came crashing down again, and the lanterns around Emperor Wu were broken again. A familiar scene appeared again. Lu Yin was bombarded again and again, and the surface of his body withered and recovered. He accumulated power and released it again and again, and every time he released it he could send Emperor Wu flying. However, Emperor Wu's defense was fully activated, and he no longer underestimated Lu Yin. Before he had thought that he could suppress Lu Yin with absolute power, but now he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. And now his defenses were fully activated. He was truly a source box, one that had been sealed by the universe for many years and was difficult to unlock. A source box. Lu Yin had been able to shatter half of Emperor Wu's body the first time, and now he couldn't even break through his spiritualized treasure the second time. Just as Emperor Wu had said, his defense was invincible. Who could break it? The crowd felt their scalps go numb. How could they fight? Emperor Wu already had absolute defense and now he had absolute power. He didn't cultivate any other powers such as spiritual force, consciousness, intent, battle techniques, or anything else. Just these 2 methods alone were enough to make him invincible. Faraway Yishang was bitter. If Emperor Wu had used the foundation of the Seal the Skies to attack, they would have lost even if they joined forces. Emperor Wu had not won because Sang Tian could not lose, and so it had been a draw. And now it seemed like Emperor Wu had gone easy on him. Zhan Ming, Ming Sang, the 9th spirit, and the others were watching this battle as well. Emperor Wu had displayed overwhelming power, and there was no way to break it. At least they couldn't think of a way. When a certain power reached its peak, it was just that unreasonable. Compared to Emperor Wu, Lu Yin could occasionally suppress him with a punch, but it was useless. He couldn't break through Emperor Wu's defenses and it was all for naught. Lu Yin punched out and Emperor Wu was sent flying again, but he returned unscathed. He punched Lu Yin again and again while coughing up blood. The foundation of the seal the skies was devouring his power, but so what? He could withstand it, but how long could Lu Sangtian last? His battle techniques couldn't be used indefinitely. Bang! Another punch. This battle lasted for 2 days. The same scene repeated itself over and over again. It was both shocking and exhausting. Until now no one could say who would win. Emperor Wu was dumbfounded. He had thought that the true God's freedom technique could be used a few times at most, but now it seemed like Lu Yin wasn't showing any signs of not being able to use it at all. Moreover, after each counterattack Lu Yin's strength didn't weaken at all. Cracks even appeared on his spiritualized treasure. Emperor Wu's defense was invincible, and even Lu Yin's strongest punch couldn't break through it. Since one punch couldn't break through, Lu Yin would just throw a few more punches. As for the true God's freedom technique, it had been supplemented by the monolith's Tao discussion by the one true God, so it could be used dozens or even hundreds of times. Cracks appeared on his spiritualized treasure, and the true God's freedom technique had caused Emperor Wu's internal injuries. Finally, on the 3rd day, Emperor Wu began to show signs of weakness. Lu Yin punched out and his spiritualized treasure shattered. Although this punch was blocked by the hardening innate gift, Emperor Wu would be finished after a few more hits. How many times? Let's see how many times your defenses can block. How long can you use the foundation of the seal the skies? Lu Yin kicked Emperor Wu away, and Emperor Wu couldn't counterattack immediately. The onlookers were shocked. Emperor Wu's strength was already unfathomable, but Lu Yin was even more unimaginable. How could he fight until now? Emperor Wu coughed up blood. The red lantern in front of him was glaring and his name was on it. If not for this battle technique he wouldn't have been forced to this extent. He turned around and slashed with his serrated blade, but Lu Yin was one step ahead and grabbed Emperor Wu's arm. With a crack, Emperor Wu broke it and the serrated blade fell off. Emperor Wu used the foundation of the seal the skies once more and waved his hand viciously. Lu Yin was flung away, but Emperor Wu didn't have it easy either. Lu Yin suddenly appeared above Emperor Wu's head and pressed down with a single palm. With a bang, Emperor Wu's head fell, and blood flowed down his forehead like a second red vertical line on his face. Lu Yin struck again, twisting Emperor Wu's head. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:14. Lu Yin's consciousness transformed into the great sky-splitter disc, bombarding Emperor Wu Huang. His spiritual force transformed into a sword, just like the Qing Luo sword sky of the ancient era's ancestor. This was a battle of willpower, and Emperor Wu Huang was like a stubborn rock that would be shattered one day. Nine-tailed Fox and the others looked at each other. They wanted to attack, but with their strength what could they do? Lu Yin couldn't even block a casual attack. Even further away, the eyes of the spirit-molted beast beside Zhan Ming flickered. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. The heaven-sealing echelon shouldn't have been defeated. Could it be that the spirit-molted beast was going to lose again in the Fu River origin? This was a place of humiliation for all beast-shaped spiritual molts. The previous border lord had been defeated by Yu Sangtian and died in battle. This generation's supreme emperor could not be defeated again. Otherwise, the beast-shaped spirit molt would never be able to raise its head again. He raised his foot and was about to step out. Zhan Ming's voice sounded, "If you make a move, not only will you not be able to save Wu Huang,
I know.
you will also die.
You were certain that I wouldn't be able to kill you,
and you were looking for an opportunity.
The bad reputation
However,
of being a sore
I knew
loser.
from the start that you had
Zhan
a
Ming
surprise
was
for
right.
Yu Sangtian.
Even if he attacked, he would not
waiting
be
Yu
Yu Sangtian's
Sangtian's
opponent.
You can only blame
That person
yourself
was
for
too
fighting me in
terrifying.
advance. Only Yu
The surface of
Sangtian
Wu
would be
Huang's
able to
body
fight
was
against
shattered.
him. Wu
Zhan
Huang's
Ming was
body
right.
recovered at a
Wu
speed
Huang won't
visible
be
to the
defeated
naked
so
eye,
easily.
and then his body
Invincible
hardened,
defense
covering
isn't
just
just for
sealing the
show.
heavens echelon.
He still has Wu
The
Xing
boiling
die.
power
Zhan
around
Ming
him
said
made his
calmly.
blood disappear.
Emperor Wu
as
had
if
a
the battle
technique
hadn't
called
even
lifeless
started
destruction.
yet. Lu
This
Yin
was the
rubbed his
technique
head.
that made Emperor
Alright,
Wu
so
famous.
it looks like the warm-up
It was
is
because
over?
of this technique
It's
that
not
the
a
legend
warm-up.
of Emperor
I'm
Wu's
serious
invincible
about killing
defense
you.
was created.
Wu Huang was
Up
serious.
to this point,
Lu Yin
resurrection
smiled,
and destruction
but
had
it's
yet
just
to
a
appear.
warm-up.
The
Far
spirit
away, the
molt said
cultivators
bitterly,
were dumbfounded.
lifeless destruction
A
came
warm-up?
from the previous
Is this for
border
real?
lord.
It is
Everyone
the
was
foundation
stunned.
of all
Up
defensive
until now,
powers,
they
but
had
it is
thought
not
that
the
only Yu
end.
Sangtian
With
could
lifeless
fight Wu Huang,
destruction
but
as
it
the
was just a
soil,
warm-up.
the words invincible
It's fake,
defense
isn't it?
were
A
planted.
warm-up?
However,
Of course
if the
it's fake.
defense is broken,
This is
then
called
lifeless
psychological
destruction is
warfare.
useless. I
think
think
it's
Ming
real.
was astonished.
Lu Sang
So that
Tian
was
is
the
the
case.
strongest in the
Then
Tianyuan
Wuhuang
universe.
was really in danger.
Doesn't this correspond to our
Supreme
spiritualized
withstood the attacks
again and again?
Tian,
And the hardening
many
continued to fall
looked
off.
into the distance.
The sequence
Is
particles
this really a
sealed the
warm-up?
treasure again,
Opposite
but it was
him,
still broken.
countless beasts were
He had already
speechless as they
reached the
looked at
limit of the
Wuhuang.
backlash of
What
the
was
heaven
going
sealing
on?
sequence.
Did they fight just
Unless
now?
the true God's
Was it an
freedom
illusion?
technique disappeared,
Lu Sang
he could
Tian
no
was
longer
just a
borrow
warm-up,
that invincible
but what
power.
about Wuhuang?
His strength
His
had
body
disappeared,
had completely
and his
recovered
defenses
as if
were
he had
no
never
longer
fought
able
at
to
all.
withstand the attack.
Zhan Ming, the
His
ninth
defeat
spirit,
was set.
Ming Sang, the
Lu
old
Yin appeared
salamander,
behind
and the
Wuhuang
others all
pressed
had
a hand on
solemn
the back of his
expressions.
head. This
What
was a
are you
little
suppressing?
unexpected. It wasn't
Emperor
just
Wu
Lu
Huang
Sang
was in a
Tian,
miserable
but
state.
Wuhuang as well. Half of his
If this was
body
just
was
a warm-up,
broken,
then it
and
would
half
be a
of his
joke.
body was dyed
Outsiders'
red with blood.
understanding of the
I can feel
lifeless
that your
and far from
destruction was
dying.
what Wuhuang
There's a
wanted them to
power within your
understand.
body that's
If his
protecting
famous
you.
technique was
It should
so
be the
easily
legendary
understood by
annulment.
everyone, could he
Lu
still
Yin
be
spoke
considered
slowly.
a cultivator?
It won't be
No
difficult to
cultivator
break
would
through
do
this
such
power.
a thing.
Do you
Wuhuang
really want to
allowed
be killed
Lu Yin
by
to
me?
attack as he pleased.
Wuhuang didn't say
From the
anything,
outside,
and no
he
one knew
looked
what he was
miserable,
thinking.
but with the
Lu Yin
lifeless
looked
and
at
destruction
Wuhuang's
as his
back.
foundation,
Maybe I'm
he
stronger
had been
than you,
looking for a
Xianxia.
chance to counterattack.
Wuhuang abruptly turned
Unfortunately,
around,
Lu
looking
Yin did not
directly
give
at
him
Lu
the
Yin.
chance.
Lu
Lu
Yin's
Yin's
lips
lips very
curled
curious.
up.
A dead
What
man
kind of
can't
power
challenge
gave
Wuhuang
Wuhuang
such
such
confidence.
You can't beat me
Under
in your current
everyone's
state.
gaze, Wuhuang
Let's see
bent
what
his
power
legs
you're
and
hiding.
faced Lu Yin. You want
Lu
to
Yin's
use the
gaze
foundation
froze.
of the sealing
Here
the
it
heavens
comes.
echelon
The
to
next
end the
moment,
battle with me as
Wuhuang
soon as
rushed out.
possible? His body
I'm also
shrinking
looking
as a
forward to
violent
that
and
power.
uncontrollable
Emperor
aura
Wu
surged
slowly
out.
retreated.
The familiar
I've been
pressure
thinking
caused
about how to
Lu
kill
Yin's
you without
pupils
using
to
that
shrink.
power, but in the end, I
Transformation of
can't
the
do
Nine
it.
Heavens? He had never expected Wuhuang to use transformation of the Nine Heavens. In that instant, everyone was shocked. Even Yu Sang Tian, who was far away in the extreme palace, suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bang! Lu Yin took a punch to the chest, and the surging power tore through the heavens along his body. The all-pervasive power caused Lu Yin's internal organs to be compressed. Just one punch was enough to cause Lu Yin's withered body to recover. This punch had reached the upper limit of what Lu Yin could endure in the state of, things must reverse. This punch had reached the peak of Wuhuang's strength after being weakened by the true God's freedom technique. Lu Yin stared blankly at Wuhuang's sinister smile. How had he split open the Nine Heavens? The transformation of the Nine Heavens required one to open the Nine Heavens, and Lu Yin had only been able to learn it by relying on the general appointing platforms held to allow Yushan to recultivate. This had allowed him to see through every step and simulate it with the primogenitor, allowing him to finally find a new path and use his consciousness to open the Nine Heavens. How had Wuhuang cultivated it? Yu Sang Tian had taught him? And even split open the Nine Heavens for him? Impossible. Even if Lu Yin didn't know the grudge between Wuhuang and Yu Sang Tian, he was certain that Yu Sang Tian wouldn't split open the Nine Heavens for Wuhuang. The competition between a human and beast spirit molt was irreversible. This was the cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe, and it was the premise of Lu Yin's plan. Moreover, Yu Sang Tian was the next one Emperor Supreme wanted to challenge. Yu Sang Tian couldn't have been unaware of this. If Yu Sang Tian still opened the nine skies for Emperor Supreme, there was only one possibility, that was, he didn't put Emperor Supreme in his eyes. Emperor Supreme himself must know this, so he wouldn't challenge Yu Sang Tian. Most importantly, Wuhuang's dignity wouldn't allow him to accept Yu Sang Tian's charity. Then how had he cultivated transformation of the Nine Heavens? Wuhuang punched again and Lu Yin's body withered once more. He endured the pressure and tore open the lantern, wanting to weaken Wuhuang's strength. Bang! Another punch landed and Lu Yin coughed up blood. This was Wuhuang's strength after his strength was weakened. If not for the true God's freedom technique, Wuhuang's punch at the peak of transformation of the Nine Heavens would have broken through Lu Yin's limit. In the distance, all the spectating cultivators were numb as they stared blankly at Wuhuang's suppression. That strength was enough to erase all knowledge. The old salamander felt his scalp go numb. Transformation of the Nine Heavens. Wuhuang had actually cultivated transformation of the Nine Heavens. He was glad that he had been found and escaped. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to resist Wuhuang's transformation of the Nine Heavens. He had once thought that Wuhuang's strongest strength came from borrowing the power of the sealing heavens echelon's foundation. He had thought that if he could deal with the sealing heavens echelon's foundation, he would be able to fight Wuhuang. He had underestimated Wuhuang. But how had Wuhuang learned transformation of the Nine Heavens? This was Yu Sang Tian's ultimate technique, and aside from Yu Sang Tian and Yushan, there shouldn't be a third person in the entire spiritualized universe who knew it. No one could explain it, and anyone who understood the relationship between Yu Sang Tian and Wuhuang didn't think that Yu Sang Tian had taught Wuhuang transformation of the Nine Heavens. So what was going on? transformation of the nine heavens had instantly raised Wu Huang to the point where he didn't even need to borrow the power of the ceiling heavens echelon's foundation to suppress Lu Yin. The two were frantically testing each other at the edge of their limits. Previously, Lu Yin had exhausted Wu Huang to his limits, but now Wu Huang had broken through. His limits were almost invisible, while Lu Yin's limits were being punched out one after another. Every punch could break through Lu Yin's limits and kill him. This pressure made it difficult to breathe, and all the spectating cultivators felt the same way. They didn't dare to breathe, afraid that they would be affected by this power. Lu Yin spat out blood as his body sank into endless darkness, but it was also incomparably familiar. This was Wu Huang's world of nothingness, and it was also the primordial universe. Every punch from Wu Huang could shatter the heavens. This time Wu Huang didn't hold back at all. He wanted to beat Lu Yin to death. He hadn't expected this person to be able to fight against him for so long, but it was already over. No matter how prepared Lu Yin was, he couldn't resist Wu Huang's absolute power. Lu Yin watched as Emperor Wu Huang raised his arm time and time again, striking down heavily. He had never experienced such a repetitive battle before. There were no mystical battle techniques or special innate gifts. It was a battle of strength and defense, the most basic instincts of a living being. A person's cultivation had experienced simple and unadorned battles at the beginning, and had also experienced dazzling battle techniques and innate gifts. In the end, did one still have to rely on absolute power? The universe was a circle, and so was cultivation. Lu Yin's finger moved, and the karmic spiral entrenched itself before he flung it out. The moment Wu Huang's punch landed, he suddenly turned around and punched out again. He avoided the karmic spiral and landed this punch on Lu Yin's body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:15. Karma spiraled around Lu Yin's palm, forming a karmic wheel in front of him. Emperor Wu Huang raised his hand and slammed it down, his power penetrating the wheel and landing on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin dispersed the wheel and allowed the karma spirals to scatter as he faced Emperor Wu Huang with a smile. Emperor Wu Huang paused. Smile? How could he still smile? Of course Lu Yin had to smile. He had more than one way to deal with Emperor Wu Huang in his current state, including dealing with Emperor Wu Huang who had borrowed the power of the ceiling heavens echelon. However, Lu Yin had been enduring it all this time, not even using the karma spirals. There was one thing that only someone like Emperor Wu Huang, whose power surpassed his, could do: pressure. Only extreme pressure could break through and rebuild. How many attacks had Emperor Wu Huang taken? Too many. From the very beginning, when Emperor Wu Huang had borrowed the power of the ceiling heavens echelon, before Lu Yin had accumulated all his power, he had been beaten. And now, when he faced Emperor Wu Huang in his transformation of the nine heavens state, he had still been beaten. Lu Yin did not even know how many times he had been beaten. Outer space, shattered space, void worlds, primordial universes, Lu Yin had passed through one after another. Even though he had not taken the first breath to step into the primordial realm, under Emperor Wu Huang's pressure, another kind of power had transformed. On the surface of Lu Yin's body, the shattered realm of the palm battle force had reformed. This time it was not black but dark gray. It carried an ancient aura, like the soil from the beginning of the world. It constantly covered his body. This was the realm of the palm god. In order to cultivate this realm of the palm god, Lu Yin had endured too much pain. This power had been cultivated through pain, and similarly, realm of the palm god's battle force had to endure pain. Ancient gods relied on stepping into the primordial realm to break through, but Lu Yin was still walking the path of pain. The more he was beaten, the more likely it was for him to break through. This was what the ancient gods of the progenitor gang had told him. Lu Yin had been constantly fighting in the spiritualized universe, and he had wanted to be beaten as well. Unfortunately, there was no one who could fight him. Someone like Xianxia could directly crush him. Only Emperor Wu Huang could give him a heavy blow, forcing him to endure a beating that was close to his limit without breaking through. With the true God's freedom technique restraining him, Lu Yin was confident. After several days of being beaten, he had finally achieved this moment. Lu Yin looked up as Emperor Wu Huang's fist once more. But he did not counterattack, allowing himself to be hit. His punch, which was originally capable of pushing things to their limits, was unable to break through the grayish-black substance. Wu Huang was shocked. You used me. Don't say that. I've been getting beaten up all this time. It's your turn now. Lu Yin used the reverse step and appeared behind Emperor Wu Huang at the same time. A dark gray substance suddenly condensed at the tip of his finger, and he tapped out with the Tao of Tianyi. Emperor Wu Huang turned around and punched out. No matter what Lu Yin had broken through, his strength was unfathomable. Flowing light shuttled back and forth for a second, causing Emperor Wu Huang's punch to miss. From the side, Lu Yin pointed a finger at Emperor Wu Huang's neck, tearing apart his flesh and almost piercing through. Emperor Wu Huang's blood splattered across the heavens as he reached out to grab Lu Yin, but Lu Yin dodged. Instead, he was met with a ferocious consciousness attack. Although Lu Yin's consciousness could not defeat Emperor Wu Huang, it could restrain him for a moment and stun him for a moment. At that moment, the land near Lu Yin's heart condensed above his head, and he slammed down with a palm that was bound to overturn the heavens. Boom! The land was crushed and Emperor Wu Huang was forced to bend over. This intent realm battle technique had caught Emperor Wu Huang off guard. The lantern floated in front of him and was cut down. The red vertical line on Emperor Wu Huang's face deepened, and he raised an arm to shatter the land. Another hand aimed at Lu Yin from afar, and its power surged across the heavens and split the universe in two. Lu Yin used the reverse step to dodge and raised a finger. The land that had been shattered by Emperor Wu Huang transformed into countless spears covered in palm realm battle force that rained down like raindrops. Countless spears pierced Emperor Wu Huang's body and tore open countless wounds. Although the wounds were not deep, they looked extremely miserable to the onlookers. The onlookers could no longer understand what was happening. After repeated attacks, the situation kept reversing. Even powerhouses like the Old Salamander and Meng Sangtian did not know who had the upper hand. Emperor Wu Huang was already strong enough, but even after using the transformation of the nine heavens, he still could not defeat Lu Sangtian. What was this person's true strength? Only now did they realize how laughable the battle in the abyss had been. Even if there were 10 times more powerhouses, they would not be Lu Sangtian's opponent. His only opponent was Yu Sangtian, and at most, Emperor Wu Huang in the transformation of the nine heavens state. Emperor Wu Huang endured the countless spears, and his body was like a hedgehog as they pierced through his body. He grabbed one of the spears and looked down before crushing it. This is the power that allowed you to break through. You've reached the limit of a living being's physical defense. Battle force at the Palm realm could be said to be a limit. The ancient god had used this battle force to suppress Ku Zu and the others. Only Lu Yuan's breakthrough had been able to stall him, but it was impossible to defeat him. Whether it was during the Battle of Calamity or the Battle of Immemorial City, the ancient god had not been able to break through this defense. When Lu Yin fought the ancient god on the bone vessel, he had only managed to push him back. He had not been able to break through his defense. Back then, Lu Yin had surpassed the limits of a living being, but the ancient god did not. Even though the ancient god was in the primordial realm, he had no advantage over Lu Yin because Lu Yin was not even a sequence law adept. The ancient god could not defeat Lu Yin, and he could only rely on his Palm realm battle force. However, it was this battle force that allowed him to be the only one on the bone vessel who could escape unscathed from Lu Yin. Now that Lu Yin had transformed into a Palm realm battle force, coupled with his original defense and strength, the ancient god could not compare to him. Emperor Wu Huang was right. This was the limit of a living being's physical defense. This was because Emperor Wu Huang in the transformation of the nine heaven state had almost reached the limit of a living being's physical strength. He was comparable to the only true god who had used true god's freedom to uproot the Black Mother Tree. This was why Emperor Wu Huang had the confidence to challenge Yu Sangtian. Emperor Wu Huang pulled out the spears on his body one by one and said in a low voice, "Lu Sangyan, no wonder you have the courage to cause trouble for the myriad beast border. I admit that I was not your opponent before successfully cultivating the transformation of the nine heavens. You can be called the number one Sangtian. However, do you understand the transformation of the nine heavens?" Of course Lu Yin understood, so he took a deep breath. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine star rotated. Only by understanding it could one understand how terrifying this battle technique was. It was not as simple as a battle technique. It was a state that allowed one to transform. This was because Lu Yin had cultivated the transformation of the nine heavens. The transformation of the nine heavens is a state. Emperor Wu Huang's voice spread through the starry sky for everyone to hear. Everyone thinks that the transformation of the nine heavens is an attack. Sadly, it's not. It's a state where one can magnify themselves by several times. The highest it can be magnified is 9 times. You've obtained my respect. Let me tell you this as a gift before I die. As he spoke, the starry sky behind Emperor Wu Huang distorted and peeled off layer by layer. Each layer represented a sky, and each sky seemed to have an Emperor Wuhuang cultivating. If a cultivator's attack strength is 1, then under the transformation of the 9 heavens state, he may be 1. Devour. After a pause, Emperor Wuhuang looked up and faced Lu Yin. It may also be 9. The onlooking cultivators were confused. They had heard something unbelievable. How could such a thing be possible? This was equivalent to increasing one's battle strength by 9 times. 1 Emperor Wuhuang had become 9 Emperors Wuhuang? Not only that, it was not as simple as the number, but the battle strength of 9 emperors in one person's body. It was no wonder that Emperor Wuhuang could suppress Lu Sangtian without relying on the foundation of the sealing heaven sequence. At this moment, they finally understood what kind of powerful creature Lu Yin was facing. This made them even more confused. How did Lu Yin counterattack? How could he suppress Emperor Wuhuang in this state? The stronger the Emperor Wuhuang was, the more terrifying it proved Lu Yin's strength. These two people had already surpassed everyone's understanding of the Sangtian level. Zhan Ming's face was gloomy. The transformation of the 9 heavens was Yu Sangtian's ultimate technique. It suppressed the spiritualized universe with one strength and swept through the consciousness universe. This was Yu Sangtian. Now, Emperor Wuhuang had reached this level. The 7 great mulberry skies were originally not on a parallel line. This line was uneven with some strong and some weak. But now it was no longer as simple as being uneven. Emperor Wuhuang had broken away from this line, and Lu Yin was no longer on this line. They had entered Yu Sangtian's line. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had dared to challenge the realm beyond sky. He did not care about the Gate of Arts, and had even threatened to carve words in the Extreme Palace. From the beginning, his eyes had not been on the Sangtian but Yu Sangtian. Hold on. Suddenly Zhan Ming thought of something. It was not just him. The 9th spirit, the old salamander, and the others had all thought of it, and their expressions were unprecedentedly serious. There was no lack of intelligent people among the spectating cultivators. Their expressions were gloomy as they stared at Emperor Wuhuang. No way again. In outer space, Emperor Wuhuang clutched his heart as a strand of yellow lightning spread throughout his body. Majestic sequence particles surged out. These were the sealing heaven sequence particles. He had once again borrowed the power of the sealing heaven sequence particles. Under the transformation of the 9 heavens, Emperor Wuhuang's strength was still weakened by the true God's freedom technique. Looking at his increased battle strength, it far surpassed his original strength when he had borrowed the sealing heaven sequence particles. Even though Emperor Wuhuang was now very, very strong, the sealing heaven sequence particles could still be borrowed. This was because the sealing heaven sequence particles had been condensed from 299 spirit-molted powerhouses since ancient times. No matter how strong Emperor Wuhuang was, he could not surpass the sequence particles of 299 powerhouses. It could be said that even if the sealing heaven sequence particles were given to Yu Sangtian would still be able to borrow its power. Right now, Emperor Wuhuang was borrowing the power of the sealing heaven sequence particles. What level could he reach? Very quickly everyone saw it. Emperor Wuhuang gently exhaled, and the void was annihilated. This part of the universe trembled as if unable to withstand this power and was suppressed. This was no longer as simple as surpassing the limits of biological power. This was Emperor Wuhuang's true confidence in challenging Yu Sangtian. After all, Yu Sangtian was also capable of the transformation of the 9 heavens. Countless people were bitter, and the cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border were silent. Who had taught Emperor Wuhuang the transformation of the 9 heavens? What direction would the spiritualized universe take in the future? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3616. Would such a terrifying peerless emperor be willing to submit to Yu Sangtian? What would happen if the two of them fought? What would happen to the spiritualized universe? An absolute powerhouse could rule a region. 2 absolute powerhouses, that would be a disaster. Who was harming the spiritualized universe? Far away, Yu Lao's face was solemn as he locked his gaze on Emperor Wuhuang. Emperor Wuhuang gave him the feeling that he was facing Yu Sangtian. He was definitely at Yu Sangtian's level. What would happen to him? Would the beast-shaped spirit molt suppress the human-shaped spirit molt? Who was planning all of this? Other than Yu Sangtian, who else knew the change of the 9 heavens? But that was all for later. At the moment, the most troublesome one was Lu Sangtian. He definitely couldn't stop Emperor Wuhuang. Ran when Yu Lao's eyes flickered. If this person died, Wuhuang would be destroyed. Even the ancestor of the Tianyuan universe wouldn't be able to stop Emperor Wuhuang. Should Wuhuang be destroyed? Yu Lao frowned. His thoughts and plans were all destroyed the moment Emperor Wuhuang used the change of the 9 heavens. Such a powerhouse was enough to change the situation. Dancing Butterfly Skyline and the others felt cold. They shouldn't fight anymore. They should retreat. Lu Sangtian would definitely die if he didn't retreat. No one could fight against Emperor Wuhuang now. His only opponent was Yu Sangtian. In the starry sky, Emperor Wuhuang's aura was like a dragon. His gaze caused the sky to darken. His existence was like a thin piece of paper that could collapse at any time. Lu Yin's breathing stagnated. The pressure brought by Emperor Wuhuang was too great. It was so great that the weakening of the true God's freedom technique was meaningless. He stared at Emperor Wuhuang. I'm curious. Who taught you the change of the 9 heavens? Emperor Wuhuang's voice was low. You won't have the chance to know. What? Didn't you say that you would give me a gift before I die? That doesn't count. I know that the change of the 9 heavens is a state. Yu Lao told me, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao heard it from afar and raised his eyebrows. When did he tell this person? Emperor Wuhuang said, it's time. The Tianyuan universe gave birth to you and let me recognize its future. After all, you are too young. Unfortunately, there will only be one of you. The Tianyuan universe will be rebooted to complete my spiritualized universe. I will remember your name, Lu Yin. Lu Yin's head. He was not the only one who wanted to know. The entire spiritualized universe wanted to know as well. Who was it that had created a peerless expert comparable to Yu Sangtian? Especially Emperor Wuhuang, who had a spirit molt in beast form. He wanted to challenge Yu Sangtian and overthrow the spirit molt in human form. This was a war between the spiritualized universes. The spiritualized universe would not do such a thing unless there was someone like the old salamander hiding in the dark and plotting against Yu Sangtian. He wanted Emperor Wuhuang to find out Yu Sangtian's background. The old salamander schemed against Emperor Wu and used him as the blade. Could it be that someone else wanted to scheme against Yu Sangtian and use Emperor Wu as the blade? Lu Yin's first thought was the consciousness universe. Only he knew that the consciousness universe was secretly plotting against the spiritualized universe. However, it was impossible for the consciousness universe to teach the changes of the imperial 9 heavens. Wuhuang's change in the 9 heavens would cause the spiritualized universe to speculate. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as this would cause the spiritualized universe to speculate even more. In the starry sky above his heart, he retracted his godly power. He had originally planned to use the godly power transformation, but now he had to change to something else. Emperor Wuhuang clenched his fist, causing the starry skies to tremble. His strength had already reached a terrifying degree. It made people feel as if their lives were in his hands. Across from him, Lu Yin took a deep breath. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Don't ask me either. After he finished speaking, he released his consciousness, causing layers of space to appear behind him. The starry skies were instantly divided into 9 layers, and each layer was a sky. Every sky had a power that was cultivating on its own. This was the 9 heavens transformation. Emperor Wuhuang was stunned. All of the spectating cultivators were stunned. Zhan Ming, Meng Sangtian, Elder Yu, and the old salamander were all dumbfounded. The wine gourd in the 9th spirit's hand fell, and she looked confused. What was going on? Was this another 9 heavens transformation? Damn it, how could he know it too? In Beyond Sky, within the Extreme Palace, Yu Sangtian was also stunned. The universe fell silent, and everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. Damn the 9 heavens transformation. How could anyone know it? Emperor Wuhuang was at odds with Yu Sangtian, and now even someone from the Tianyuan universe knew it. Who could be so generous? Who could teach it to anyone? No one had expected Lu Yin to learn the 9 heavens transformation through Yushan. He did not know why Yu Sangtian had not saved Yushan, but he had helped him instead. How could you know the 9 heavens transformation? Emperor Wuhuang's voice changed for the first time. Even when he had been suppressed and miserable, his expression had not changed. But now the red vertical line on his face was distorted. Clearly he was not calm and was on the verge of collapse. Everyone wanted to ask, how could he know it? Elder Yu had already taken out a spirit cloud stone, and he wanted to contact Lu Yin and get an answer. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Yes, everyone guess. This was his goal. He had not planned to use the 9 heavens transformation, as it would attract too much attention and easily attract Yu Sangtian's attention. But now that Emperor Wuhuang knew it and so did he, what would the spiritualized universe think? It could not be Yu Sangtian who had taught it, so who else could it be? Yushan?
Even more impossible. Even Yu Sang-tian did not have the qualifications to learn it. Who else could it be? Someone was secretly plotting against the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin wanted to see who was hiding in the shadows and see how deep the spiritualized universe's waters were. He would definitely be able to find something with this strike. Who taught you the Nine Heavens transformation? Emperor Wuhuang asked loudly. Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. A trade. You tell me and I'll tell you. Emperor Wuhuang's aura was unstable, and the surrounding space trembled. Lightning flashed on the surface of his body, and his sequence particles fluctuated. This power was indeed terrifying, but Lu Yin had also used the Nine Heavens transformation, and it was also in a multiplied state. The two's battle seemed to have returned to the beginning. If you don't want to say, then forget it. I won't ask you and you don't ask me either. Everyone knows. Now let's see who can increase it more. Are you ready? Lu Yin grinned at Emperor Wuhuang as if everything was under his control. Blinding light accompanied the crumbling fragments of space, scattering in all directions. What followed was a loud explosion that was enough to make everyone faint. The universe was shaking. Lu Yin and Emperor Wuhuang had exchanged blows under the Nine Heavens transformation, and it was as if they had become different people. It was more like two Yu Sang-tians were fighting, and the universe was on the verge of collapse. Left with no choice, Zhan Ming, the Ninth Spirit, and the other experts stood in front to resist the aftershocks. If not for that, everyone except them would be in trouble. Those who were qualified to watch were not ordinary cultivators. If they died, it would be a great loss to the spiritualized universe. Emperor Wuhuang would not consider them, and Lu Yin did not need to consider them. He could only leave it to the other Sang-tians. In all directions, experts walked out to block the aftershocks. Only those who had reached the spiritual prime realm were qualified to block them. The rest, even if they were at the sequence law realm, would need several people to work together, and they might not be able to block it. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Retreat. A spirit prime called out. He was greeted by a loud sound and a seemingly calm ripple, but it made him cough up blood. All the onlookers retreated. Fuhi was long gone and the land, including the surrounding space, had been deformed. It was impossible to tell what it had been. Zhan Ming and the others had heavy expressions and they felt like they could not breathe. It was just the aftershocks, and the Nine Heavens transformation had pushed these two from the Sang-tian level to the Yu Sang-tian level. Two freaks. Even further away, the 36 filaments were shaking. Countless people were confused, not knowing what had happened. Countless cultivators were panicking, as if the universe was about to be destroyed. They knew that today was the day Emperor Wuhuang would fight Lu Yin, but they could not have imagined that their battle would shake the entire universe. Could a battle between two strong cultivators have such a terrifying effect? Far away in outer sky, the sun beast opened its mouth and roared. Within the extreme palace, Yu Sang-tian looked calm as he looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Lan sought an audience wanting to ask, but seeing Yu Sang-tian, she did not dare to say a word. She knew Yu Sang-tian well, and he could not be disturbed in this state. In Fuhi's source, Emperor Wuhuang and Lu Yin's battle continued. Although their methods were similar to before, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. There were still red lanterns in Wuhuang's eyes that were constantly being sliced apart, and the surging particles around him completely covered his entire body. Lu Yin continuously endured the bombardment of Wuhuang's power, but he also borrowed the power of the Mastery Realm's battle force to counterattack. Every counterattack caused Wuhuang to cough up blood. The breakthrough of the Mastery Realm battle force made him even more qualified to fight Emperor Wuhuang. The True God's Freedom technique weakened Emperor Wuhuang's power forever. If he faced Lu Yin in his normal state, the weakening would not affect him at all, but the two were now on the same level. Even a slight weakening would determine the outcome of the battle, just like before. The True God's Freedom technique weakened the upper limit of Emperor Wuhuang's power, making it so that he would never be able to break through Lu Yin's defenses. Lu Yin felt that the spiritualized universe was weakening the Tianyuan universe. No matter how powerful the Tianyuan universe was in the future, once the upper limit was fixed, the entire situation would be stabilized. Emperor Wuhuang coughed up blood, and the golden lightning deepened. His sequence particles crazily poured out as the serrated blade in his hand swept past Lu Yin's head and around him. Far away, Zhan Ming saw the serrated blade sweeping over and hurriedly blocked it. His body was slashed by the serrated blade, and his blood stained the sky. Lu Yin used the Tao of the One of the Heavens to dodge the serrated blade and attack with a finger. Unlimited power flowed.
The accumulated power combined with the mastery realm battle force had reached an unimaginable level under the changing of the nine heavens state. With a single finger, Emperor Wuhuang's spiritualized treasure was hit and cracked like a spider web. In this state, Emperor Wuhuang's defenses were raised to a terrifying level. Even so, he could not withstand Lu Yin's attack in the same state. This finger broke through the spiritualized treasure and hit Emperor Wuhuang's hardened skin. It pierced through Emperor Wuhuang's body and into the distance, in the direction of the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit reacted, pushing back the aftershock of the finger, but she was also pushed back. Looking down, there were marks on her arms. This was just the aftershock. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:17. The transformation of the nine heavens increased one's power by several folds, depending on the individual. Lu Yin did not know how many times Emperor Wuhuang had improved. He only knew that his own improvement was rather exaggerated, because he had not used his full strength yet. On the other hand, Emperor Wuhuang was constantly coughing up blood. He had just finished cultivating the transformation of the nine heavens, and the more he borrowed from the ceiling sky's echelon, the greater the backlash. Even the lifeless art could not allow him to be completely unrestrained. Emperor Wuhuang was already very strong. In this state, even the six great Sang heavens who had once been his equal would not be able to do anything to him, let alone three Sang heavens. He could even kill them one by one. The only uncertainty was the ninth spirit. After all, Lu Yin did not understand the power she cultivated. Even so, the ninth spirit could not possibly defeat Emperor Wuhuang. He had reached a new level. Ever since Lu Yin had finished cultivating the way of karma, Emperor Wuhuang was the second person besides Yu Sangtian who could easily avoid his attacks. He was not like Mr. Li and the others who dodged cautiously. It was as though he could see them. This was the difference in level. But Emperor Wuhuang had reached his limit. Lu Yin tapped out with a finger, his finger sword technique piercing through Emperor Wuhuang's body and bursting out from his back. Blood splattered across space, and Lu Yin's strength boosted his attacks as he continued to break down Emperor Wuhuang's defenses. The sawtooth blade fell off, and the lantern was constantly extinguished. The vertical line on Emperor Wuhuang's face dimmed, and he was forced back every time he was struck. From afar, it looked like Lu Yin was suppressing Emperor Wuhuang. This time, no one thought that a miracle would occur. It was impossible. In the same transformation of the nine heavens state, Emperor Wuhuang had clearly not improved as much as Lu Yin. He had completely lost his chance of victory. Who would have thought that the battle would continue to this stage? After several days of fighting, the two peerless experts never stopped. They suppressed the onlookers to the point that they could hardly breathe. This was also the first time that they had shown their strength that surpassed Sang Tian's level in front of all the cultivators. Sadly, one of them would disappear forever. The beastly molts in the 10,000 beast territory were mourning. Why had it turned out this way? There was already hope. Wuhuang had cultivated the nine heavens change, and with the help of the sealing the heavens echelon, he could lead the beast-shaped spirit molt to turn the tables. Even if he fought Yu Sangtian, he wouldn't lose easily. Even if he couldn't turn the tables and suppress the human-shaped spirit molt, in the spiritualized universe, the beast-shaped spirit molt status wouldn't be lower than the human-shaped spirit molts. At that moment, Emperor No's call was met with 100 responses. All the beast-shaped spiritual molts in the entire spiritualized universe were willing to join the 10,000 beasts border. He would bring the 10,000 beasts border to unprecedented heights and become the second extreme palace, a holy land for beast-shaped spiritual molts. However, at this moment, Wuhuang's peak moment, it was also his saddest moment. Why did this happen? They were unwilling to accept this. Bestial roars resounded one after another, spreading to the starry sky, spreading to the supreme emperor. More and more beasts roared, representing the unwillingness of all the beasts. They hoped that Wuhuang could win. He had to win. That was the wish of all the beasts. Why would there be a seal of the heavens? That was the wish of countless beast-shaped spiritual molts to surpass human-shaped spiritual molts. At this moment they were incomparably close. They could not afford to lose. Wuhuang withstood Lu Yin's attacks again and again, and his aura and strength continued to decline. The red vertical line on his face dimmed, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Those beasts' roars were filled with unwillingness and anticipation for Wuhuang. It was the wish of all the beasts in the spiritualized universe. At that moment, it was as if countless spiritual molts had appeared behind Wuhuang and merged into him. Suddenly, Wuhuang raised his head, and the red vertical line on his face blossomed with resplendent light. His aura abruptly rose, and golden lightning covered his entire body. The seal the heavens sequence particles wrapped around him like a sea of clouds. He took a step forward and faced Lu Yin, clenched his fist and punched out. This punch came very quickly, and the moment it was unleashed, the universe froze. Time, space and everything else, even karma, seemed to have stopped, making way for this punch. This was Wu Huang's most powerful punch. He had desperately increased the power of the Nine Heavens transformation, and he had desperately borrowed the power of the seal the heavens sequence particles to unleash an indomitable punch. This punch was not just for him, but also for all the beast-shaped spiritual molts. This punch would either kill them or kill them. Everything was silent. Lu Yin's gaze was as calm as still water, as if he hadn't seen Wu Huang's ultimate punch. Behind him, open the Nine Heavens consciousness shook, and at the highest point, the Nine Heavens, the first sword of Nine Heavens. The sword of heaven slashed out, not caring about the process, only the result. In the past, Wu Wei had used this sword to push Lu Yin into the ground of his intent realm. What Lu Yin really needed was the fact that the azure sword was a sword of consciousness that perfectly complemented the transformation of the Nine Heavens, as well as its characteristic of stabbing towards the end. Wu Huang punched out with an indomitable will, while Lu Yin stabbed out with a sword that only cared about the result. The celestial sword passed through the void and pierced through Wu Huang's fist, instantly piercing into his body. Sword ripples spread out from his back, gentle but deadly. Wu Huang's fist suddenly stopped, less than a meter away from Lu Yin. The direction of the fist was silent, as if it had been cut off from time and space. Lu Yin stood in place, looking at Wu Huang, who was still in a punching posture. If he hadn't bumped into Lu Yin, the battle between him and xianxia would have been very exciting. The golden lightning slowly flowed back, and the seal the sky sequence particles disappeared. Wu Huang returned from the Nine Heavens transformation state, the red vertical lines on his face dim. In the distance, the spectating cultivators looked on with complicated expressions. Finally, the battle had ended. Wu Huang had lost in the end. Only xianxia could fight against Lu xianxia. The group of beast-shaped cultivators fell silent. Nine-tailed fox, winged butterfly, and the others looked on in a daze, their eyes filled with sorrow. At this moment, the dream of the beast-form's spiritual molting was shattered. Wait for another peerless emperor? Could they wait? Wu Huang was the closest to xianxia since ancient times. He had already reached xianxia's level, but he just had to meet Lu xianxia. Why did this happen? Everyone looked into the distance at Lu Yin. How strong was he? Lu Yin walked towards Wu Huang, raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. He pushed Wu Huang's body towards the distance, towards where Nine-tailed Fox and the others were. Take him back. Nine-tailed Fox and the others looked at Wu Huang's floating body in a daze. At this moment, their hope had collapsed. The peace of the universe was eternal. No matter how many creatures there were or how many planets there were, nothing could disturb this peace. In everyone's eyes, Lu Yin stood in the starry sky, like the center of the peace. It was as if he had been there for a long time and had always been there. The strongest xianxia, he's the strongest xianxia, someone murmured unconsciously. No one refuted that. Xianxia was not xianxia. He was on another level. Lu Yin was qualified to be called the strongest xianxia, even if he was seen as on another level. But how old was he? Had he lived for 1,000 years? Wait, I remember that during the Battle of the Abyss, Lu xianxia had a power that could transform him, someone suddenly said. A girl's eyes lit up. I remember. Lu xianxia looked so domineering and attractive. I remember too. I even drew it. Hiss. Does that mean Lu xianxia has not used his full strength? I can't tell. It's too terrifying. Further away, Duke Cheng's face was gloomy. He looked around from time to time, his expression changing. To surround and kill or not to surround and kill. He listened to the discussions around him, saying that they had not reached the end. Impossible. If that was the case, why would Lord xianxia let him live until now? Impossible. He must have reached his limit. Surround and kill. Duke Cheng made up his mind and picked up the spirit cloud stone. Do it. He waited for a while, but there was no response. Duke Cheng picked up the spirit cloud stone again. Just as he was about to speak, the spirit cloud stone vibrated, and a low voice sounded. Are you trying to kill me? Duke Cheng said, he has reached his limit. Do it. We will definitely be able to kill him this time. Shut up. Who do you think he is? Didn't you see the battle? Surround and kill such a person? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. We don't want to die. The low voice was filled with anger and killing intent. It was as if Duke Cheng had tricked him. Duke Cheng gritted his teeth. I can guarantee you that he has reached his limit. If we attack now, we will definitely be able to kill him. I can continue to increase the conditions we agreed on. Also, he just used the 9 heavens transformations. You all saw it. Capture him and interrogate him. Once you cultivate the 9 heavens transformations, your strength will completely transform. It's up to you. You don't understand that level at all. Before Duke Cheng could finish, the spirit cloud stone said its last sentence and then ended. No matter how Duke Cheng tried to contact it, it was useless. It was obvious that the other party did not intend to reply. Duke Cheng lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred. These idiots actually did not attack. Idiots. He did not dare to raise his head, afraid that Lu Yin would notice his gaze. Far away, Lu Yin waited for a long time. Why had the encirclement not arrived yet? Strange. Could it be that they were scared out of their wits? Duke Cheng wanted to drag Wu Wei to surround and kill Lu Yin after this battle. At the same time, there would be others attacking as well. Lu Yin was waiting. Just now, he had rolled his die and entered the time-stop space to recover. Now he was fully recovered. If someone really wanted to surround and kill him, he would give them a surprise. But there was no one. He looked into the distance and saw that there were many spectating cultivators, including Zhan Ming and the Ninth Spirit. He really wanted to keep them all here and drag them out one by one. But he could not do that. If he was too close to Zhang Yang, others would know that he had recovered. That would be disadvantageous to his future battles. Lu Yin sighed and felt a little disappointed. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Nine-Tailed Fox and the others. The Sealing the Skies Echelon's foundation was good stuff. What a pity. No one left. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin to leave. This was their respect for Lu Yin. But Lu Yin was not in a hurry to leave. He knew that there would be many people looking for him. The first to come looking for him was Rong Xiang. Congratulations to Lu Sangtian for defeating Wu Huang. Lu Sangtian is invincible. He is the strongest Sangtian. Congratulations to the Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiang's attitude was very humble, even more so than before. He had truly witnessed a shocking battle. This battle had completely spread Lu Yin's name. In the past, everyone had said that only Yu Sangtian could suppress Lu Yin. Then it had been changed to only Yu Sangtian being able to defeat Lu Yin. Now it was changed to only Yu Sangtian being able to fight against Lu Yin. Rong Xiang was afraid. The entire spiritualized universe was afraid. Would it eventually become that only the legendary ultimate pinnacle could defeat Lu Yin? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:18. If that was the case, the spiritualized cultivators' hearts would crumble, as most of them believed that the ultimate pole did not exist. At this moment, many people were guessing that Yu Sangtian had not acted against Boundless because he already knew of Lu Yin's strength and did not have the confidence to do so. Was that why he had stopped the expedition to the Tianyuan universe? This speculation was becoming more and more plausible, and Rong Xiang felt the same way. When he faced Lu Yin again, he tried to be as humble as possible. This person was different from the other Sangtians. He was completely lawless. Lu Yin grunted, "You're good with words. Say more." Rong Xiang was stunned, and his mind raced as he tried to think of the words that people had used to flatter him. He tried, "Lu Sangtian is, powerful. It's as vast as the starry sky. It's boundless and limitless." That's enough. You're not creative. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Rong Xiang quickly apologized and decided to find an expert at flattery when he returned. He had to train them. Did Lu Sangtian like to flatter others? Many people liked it after they gained power, but did someone like Lu Sangtian need it? Suddenly, Rong Xiang thought of old Tao, who seemed to be very good at flattery. Right, Lu Sangtian must be used to being flattered. Did that mean that if someone could do it better, they could replace old Tao? Rong Xiang was sad. He was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce and a spiritual prime, yet he was actually flattering Lu Yin. Lord Lu Sangtian, all of the profits from this bet will be sent to Boundless. It is the Chamber of Commerce's fortune to be able to serve you. Lu Yin raised a brow. All of it? Isn't it 60%? Rong Xiang smiled. All of it. This is the Chamber of Commerce's sincerity. Lu Yin smiled. Not bad, I'm very satisfied. You've done a better job than the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your praise. Rong Xiang hurriedly replied. He was very familiar with this line as he had said it to Yishang before he had reached the spiritual prime realm. Now that he had broken through, even Yishang had to respect him. He had not said it in a very long time. "Thank you for taking care of the 4 horse and 100 leaves chambers of commerce," Lu Yin said. Rong Xiang respectfully replied, "Rest assured, Lord Lu Sangtian." Lu Yin looked at him, "If you find any traces of Yishang, tell me. It's fine if you don't." Rong Xiang's face twitched, not knowing how to reply. Lu Yin smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Rong Xiang did not dare to move. It was the same movement again. Was the president found because of this? Let's go back. Rong Xiang exhaled and bowed again. Yes, then this one will take his leave. Lu Yin nodded. Rong Xiang respectfully left. The spiritual primordial realm was the primordial realm in the Tianyuan universe. It had once been unreachable. Even when the ancestor of the past broke through to the primordial realm, he had carved words beside the mirage domain. And now, such a powerful cultivator was so respectful to him. This was the world of cultivation. This was life. On the other side, Elder Yu arrived and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu with a smile. "Congratulations, Master Lu," Yu Lao said. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. "It's all right, quite tiring." Yu Lao sighed with emotion. "You really have the strength to fight against Yu Sangtian, this old man admires you." Lu Yin did not care, "But I can't stop you from scheming against me again and again." Elder Yu laughed. "There are some things that Master Lu doesn't need to care about at your level." Lu Yin's expression changed and he said seriously, "I care a lot." Elder Yu did not know how to communicate with Lu Yin. From the first time they met, he knew that this person was not easy to talk to. But as his battle record increased and he became more and more invincible, it became harder to communicate with him. He had a condescending attitude and did not care about what others said. He was the master of the Jikong domain. When was he ignored by others? But Elder Yu had no choice but to change the topic. When did Master Lu learn the transformation of the 9 heavens? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Just now. Just now. Elder Yu did not understand. Lu Yin said, "I learned it after watching Wu Huang use it. I am a talented person, I can learn any battle technique with just one look." Elder Yu was speechless. "The transformation of the 9 heavens requires you to open the 9 heavens. Is it difficult?" "Just open it yourself," Lu Yin said naturally. Elder Yu had a headache. He knew that Lu Yin would not tell the truth, and he actually said that he taught him the transformation of the 9 heavens. This reaction speed was very familiar. He could see that Lu Yin's transformation of the 9 heavens was different from Wu Huang's. Wu Huang opened the 9 heavens normally, but Lu Yin opened the 9 heavens with his consciousness. This was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days, nor was it something that could be thought of in 1 or 2 days. Even Yu Sangtian did not open the 9 heavens with his consciousness, but Master Lu did it. He definitely did not learn the transformation of the 9 heavens in 1 or 2 days. But no one knew how long it took. If Wu Huang did not use the transformation of the 9 heavens, they would not know that Lu Yin also knew it. The transformation of the 9 heavens was not an ordinary battle technique. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sangtian and Yu Shan knew it. Yu Shan's transformation of the 9 heavens came from Yu Sangtian. Without Yu Sangtian's help, Yu Shan would not be able to learn it. To learn the transformation of the 9 heavens, someone had to help open the 9 heavens. Elder Yu did not understand who would help Lu Yin open the 9 heavens, and who would help Wu Huang open the 9 heavens. With Wu Huang's strength, even without the transformation of the 9 heavens, he was still at the peak of Sangtian. Someone who had the strength to help him open the 9 heavens. You only want to know this? Why don't you ask Wu Huang? Maybe I will have the same answer as him. Lu Yin spoke. He decided to stir up the situation just like how he used the transformation of the 9 heavens before. Wu Huang knew the transformation of the 9 heavens and so did he. What would the spiritualized universe think? What would Yu Sangtian think? What would Elder Yu think? This pool of water would eventually be stirred up. Elder Yu was surprised. Wu Huang is not dead? Lu Yin shook his head. That old man will not die so easily, there is still vitality in his body. Elder Yu was puzzled. If that is the case, why did Master Lu let him go? Lu Yin and Elder Yu looked at each other. What do you mean? Do you have a grudge against him? Of course not. This old man does not want Wu Huang to die, or else the beast form spirit mold will be messed up. But with Master Lu's methods, if Wu Huang is not dead, shouldn't you capture him? Just like the genie and the rest. I do not have such a hobby. Wu Huang is worthy of my respect. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Respect? What a joke, this person must be scheming something. Back then when he let Chen Men Faidu go, he did not immediately guess this person's plan. Later on, he understood that this person wanted to use Chen Men Faidu to pressure Ming Chuan. He wanted to intervene in the fight between the Ming Chuan and the Ming Chuan. Now that he let Wu Huang go, he must have his own plans. Right, the transformation of the 9 heavens. Elder Yu finally understood. He looked at Lu Yin. You want to use Wu Huang. Lu Yin did not think that this little trick could be hidden from Elder Yu. Anyone with a keen mind would be able to understand it. But even if they understood, it was a fact that Wu Huang would cause the transformation of the 9 heavens. These people would definitely go to him. This was an open conspiracy. If he could not get the information here, he could only ask Wu Huang for confirmation. Lu Yin did not deny it. They were all smart people. There was no need to point it out. Elder Yu praised, extreme talent, the destiny of the child of destiny, and a shrewd plan. Master Lu, a person like you is very scary. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. I will take it as a compliment, but I still will not tell you who opened the 9 heavens for me. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Everything has a condition. Lu Yin raised a finger. One person. Oh, the 9th spirit. Elder Yu was surprised. The 9th spirit? Lu Yin looked into the distance. There was originally the 9th spirit, but she was no longer there. That woman would not meet him face to face. If you want to talk, bring the 9th spirit along, Lu Yin said. Elder Yu frowned. I don't understand why drag the 9th spirit into this matter between us. Also, the 9th spirit has never participated in any disputes of the spiritualized universe. She has been very casual since she became famous, not even fighting for resources. What does Master Lu have to do with her? Lu Yin was disdainful. Old man, stop pretending. Since I asked you to bring her along, how could I not know anything? You know it in your heart. It's fine if you can't see it, but since you can see it, you still want to scheme against me behind my back. Do you think I am too kind? At this point, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Elder Yu. Do you believe that this finger can make you disappear completely? Elder Yu's eyes flashed. If I disappear, who will help the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Have you really never thought that my 9 skies change came from Yu Sang Heaven? Elder Yu's eyes widened. Impossible, he had denied this possibility from the beginning because he understood Yu Sang Heaven. Even if this person was a disciple of Paramount, he would not be able to force Yu Sang Heaven to open the 9 skies for him. Unless Paramount himself forced Yu Sang Tian to do so. But would it be? Even so, where did Sovereign learn Paramount's 9 skies change from? Could it also be from Yu Sang Heaven? What a joke. Yu Sang Heaven was now at the peak of bitter adversity. To break through to immortality, the only way was to restart a universe, not create an opponent and use the opponent's strength to break through. That was impossible. Whether it was Sovereign or Lu Yin, their 9 skies change could not have come from Yu Sang Heaven. Impossible. Elder Yu was very confident in his guess. However, Lu Yin looked at him with a smile. The more he smiled, the more uncertain Elder Yu became, mainly because he had no confidence in Paramount. It was possible that Paramount had forced Yu Sang Heaven to open the 9 skies for Lu Yin. Then were there more possibilities? What did Paramount want to do? Elder Yu was silent. Lu Yin put down his arm and turned to leave. I said, bring the 9th spirit along to talk. I will only give you one chance. With that, his figure disappeared. Looking at the empty sky, Elder Yu's gaze was complicated. He had defeated Sovereign and almost became the first Sang Heaven. If he was a cultivator from the spiritualized universe, some things could be said, but this person was from the Tianyuan universe. He definitely knew something, but why would he know? As a disciple of the Empyrean Immortal King, the Empyrean Immortal King could have told him. Why did he have to ask him? If the Empyrean Immortal King didn't tell him, how did he know? There should not be any clues from the spiritualized universe itself. In the distance, the cultivators left one by one. The cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border left silently with Sovereign without saying a word. Zhan Ming and the rest also left, their expressions solemn. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3619. This battle had allowed them to clearly see the strength of peak powerhouses. Perhaps even Sang Tian might not be able to do anything to those at that level. Now they understood why Lu Yin was so unbridled and arrogant. He had even mobilized resources to where Sang Tian was. He had the confidence to do so. The third master of the Dayu Villa was truly invincible. The battle at Fu Heiyuan had refreshed the history of the spiritualized universe. Before this, There had never been a battle between powerhouses at that level. Xianxia had no opponent, so how could he fight? But now there was. No one knew when Xianxia and Xianxia would fight. When that time came, what would happen to the spiritualized universe? There were many powerhouses above boundless. Of course, it was also possible that Xianxia would lead the 7 great Xianxians to the consciousness universe and flatten Elome. News of this spread, and many cultivators tried to find ways to join. Perhaps this was the final resistance of the consciousness universe. Once the consciousness universe was destroyed, it was hard to say when it would be reactivated. It could happen at any time, so joining this battle would be much easier than going after the consciousness universe was completely destroyed. No one was stupid. Once the consciousness universe was destroyed and the 13 celestial phenomenon were all killed, everyone in the spiritualized universe would want to go and experience the reactivation of the universe, especially the powerhouses who were nearing the end of their lifespans. It was foreseeable that there would not be enough battleships. No matter how many battleships there were, they would not be able to carry countless cultivators. When that happened, the chances of going would be very slim. This expedition to the consciousness universe was an opportunity that many people wanted to seize. When news of this spread, the boat region experienced an explosion of recruitment. Many cultivators wanted to arrange for their disciples to join the boat region so that they could have a chance to follow the battleships to the consciousness universe. Even if that did not work, their disciples could become familiar with the boat region, and perhaps even their family's ancestors could sneak in and follow them to the consciousness universe. This was a shortcut. More and more of these things would happen in the future. It wasn't just the boat region. The Heavens Craftsman region, Spirit Treasure region, and other regions also experienced an explosion of activity. Whether it was creating weapons or learning about spirit treasure arrays, the entire spiritualized universe was mobilized. Even the 100 Herb region welcomed many cultivators who wished to join Boundless. In the past, they had all believed that Limitless would definitely be destroyed, but the battle at Fuhiyuan had shown them just how powerful Luyin was. Even if the spiritualized universe wanted to destroy Limitless, it would not be that easy. It was more likely that Limitless would completely integrate into the spiritualized universe and replace one of the great powers. It might even become the 8th great power, which would make it easier to join. Wu Jiang immediately refused. Without Lu Yin's return, no one could make the decision to allow these people to join. Lu Yin had disappeared for half a month after the battle at Fuhiyuan, and everyone assumed that he had gone to recuperate from his injuries. This made Qinggong even more regretful, and he hated the cowardice of those people even more. The encirclement would have definitely succeeded at that time. Half a month later, Lu Yin appeared in the Intent Realm. No one had expected that Lu Yin would not return to the 100 Herbs territory, but instead go to the Intent Realm. When they saw Lu Yin appear, all of the cultivators in the Intent Realm bowed respectfully, their faces filled with apprehension and fear. Why is this Master Lu here again? There were many conflicts between this person and the Realm of Concepts. When they were gathering resources, the Realm of Concepts fought fiercely with the people from Boundless Boundary. After the Guardian Spirit, he was the first to come to the Realm of Concepts. What was the meaning of this? Does he want to destroy the Intent Realm at this time? Xiao led the League of Crusaders to welcome him. Xiao of the League of Crusaders greets Lu Sangtian. Exalted Feng of the League of Crusaders greets Lu Sangtian. The League of Crusaders? Lu Yin's expression was cold as he swept his gaze across the crowd. No one dared to raise their heads. Lu Yin was currently in the spiritualized universe. His status was not much lower than Yu Sangtian's. Both of them had unparalleled strength. Yu Sangtian used his status as the ruler of the spiritualized universe to make everyone bow down to him. Lu Yin relied on his tyrannical and lawless nature to make others not dare to oppose him. There was no difference between facing Lu Yin and facing Yu Sangtian. Where's Wu Wei? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Xiao was not surprised as he knew that Lu Yin was here to look for Wu Wei. The last time he had come, it had been for Wu Wei as well. Because of this, he had requested reinforcements from the realm beyond heaven, which had attracted the 9th spirit. Even Xiao himself had attacked Lu Yin. Now, Xiao was most afraid that Lu Yin would settle the score later, as he had come too suddenly. Reporting to Lu Sangtian, Wu Wei is not here. Lu Yin stared coldly at Xiao. Not here? Where did he go? I don't know. Say it again. Xiao's heart sank and he bowed deeply. The last time Wu Wei left, he went to Beyond Heaven, but after that, I don't know where he went. Lu Yin looked at Xiao. Xiao lowered his head and his face gradually paled. He was afraid that Lu Yin would attack him and kill him. As the leader of the Crusader Alliance and the current master of the domain, his strength was not enough and he still needed to break through. He was confident that he could break through to the cosmic realm, and he might even be able to compete for the position of Xianxia in the future. However, that was only possible if he survived. Even if he became Xianxia, it would be meaningless to face Lu Xianxia. This short period of time felt like an eternity to Xiao, and he only relaxed when he heard a voice. "Why have you come to the domain, Master Lu? Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." Lu Yin looked in another direction, where a middle-aged man in long purple robes walked out. He had a calm demeanor and there was a smile on his face. He looked at Lu Yin with a calm gaze without any hostility or wariness. He was just like a well-mannered uncle next door. This person was Zi Tianshu. Lu Yin had heard of Zi Tianshu more than once. His most legendary story was that this person had already become Xianxia, but he had deliberately given up his position. If he wanted to, there would be no Ming Xianxia or Bao Qi, as he could become Xianxia at any time. This was publicly acknowledged in the spiritualized universe because he was so powerful that even the master of the Su sect could not compete with him. To some, Xianxia was their life, but to others, it was like a fleeting cloud. However, Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that he had been forced to give up his position by Yu Xianxia. This was because the most attractive thing about the position was not the power, but the wonders that one could see on the day of the sacrifice spirit. It was the path to Yu Xianxia. Zi Tianshu? Zi Tianshu faced Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Zi Tianshu greets Lu Xianxia. She was Zi Tianshu's daughter. She had once wanted to take 9 steps in Ring Sun City, but she had been tricked by the little fatty from the Heavens Craftsman realm. In order to make up for it, she had provoked Lu Yin and was forcefully taken away by an old woman. With Zi Tianshu behind her, Zi could do whatever she wanted in the spiritualized universe. However, she had no confidence in facing Lu Yin, even if Lu Yin had not made a name for himself at that time. Now she knew what kind of person Lu Yin was. It was too dangerous for her father to stand up for the Intent Realm. However, her father had come because the Intent Realm was supposed to protect this place. Yu Xianxia clearly knew that Lu Xianxia was hostile to the Intent Realm, but he had still arranged for her father to come here. Lu Yin sized up Zi Tianshu. "No wonder everyone said that you became Xianxia but gave up your position. I thought it was fake, but now it seems that you really do have the strength to become Xianxia. Lu Xianxia is too kind. Compared to Lu Xianxia, my strength is too insignificant." Lu Yin asked, "Have you ever thought of becoming Xianxia again? Wuhuang was defeated, so the position is vacant. You can try." Xiao was surprised. Lu Xianxia wanted to support Zi Tianshu? Zi Tianshu's expression did not change. Wuhuang's position can only be replaced by a spiritualized beast. Moreover, I don't plan to become Xianxia. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Yin looked away. What a pity. Zi Tianshu did not understand what Lu Yin meant. He had only met this person for the first time, and he wanted to support him to become Xianxia? Xiao looked at Zi Tianshu. Zi Tianshu looked at him and said, "Why did Lu Xianxia come to the Intent Realm this time?" Lu Yin said casually, "I'm looking for Wu Wei." Zi Tianshu said, "Wu Wei is not here. If Lu Xianxia wants to find him, I can help you ask Wu Wei." "Okay, go ahead." Lu Yin did not refuse. Zi Tianshu was stunned. He was just being polite. Seeing that Lu Yin was serious, he could only take out a spirit cloud stone to contact Lan. "What's the matter?" Lan's voice was heard. Zi Tianshu asked, "Where is Wu Wei?" Lan was puzzled. "Wu Wei? Why are you looking for him?" Zi Tianshu looked at Lu Yin and said, "Let him return to the Intent Realm so that I can go back." "He can't return to the Intent Realm. That Lu Yin is watching him. This person is too lawless. He is fierce, cruel, and unbridled." Bang. The spirit cloud stone shattered. Xiao and the others looked at Zi Tianshu strangely. Zi Tianshu coughed and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lu Xianxia. This spirit cloud stone has been used for too long. It's broken. I'll contact you again." Lu Yin looked at him calmly. "Okay." Zi Tianshu had no choice but to find another spirit cloud stone. However, he did not contact Lan this time. Instead, he contacted other cultivators in Wu Wei. None of those cultivators knew where Wu Wei was. Lu Yin watched Zi Tianshu contact them one by one. If he did not ask him to stop, Zi Tianshu would not stop. It was not that Zi Tianshu was afraid of Lu Yin. At his level of cultivation, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he could not win, he would run. He still had this confidence. The main reason was that the atmosphere had always been harmonious. He could not take the initiative to destroy the atmosphere. Moreover, he had promised to help Luin ask. If he did not ask now, it would feel like he was going back on his word. Unless Luin asked him to stop. However, Luin just looked at him and allowed Xianxia to contact anyone. Xiao and the others could only wait. Xianxia looked at Luin helplessly and continued to contact. Xianxia. It was Lan's voice. Xianxia coughed. It's me. Lu Sangtian is in the intent realm? Lan had already realized that if Xianxia only contacted her, there was no need to contact so many people. She guessed that he was forced to do so. Xianxia looked at Luin. Luin reached out and took the spirit cloud stone. Speak. In Wu Wei, Lan's expression was ugly. She had just cursed behind someone's back and had been heard. She took a deep breath. Wu Wei is not in Wu Wei. Where is it? Only Lord Yu Sangtian knows. Nonsense. Luin crushed the spirit cloud stone. Xianxia was speechless and crushed another one. In Wu Wei, Lan was stunned and stared at the spirit cloud stone angrily. This person was extremely rude. She crushed the spirit cloud stone angrily. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3620. Within the intent realm, Luin looked around. Speaking of which, you guys don't seem to welcome me. Xiao was shocked and hurriedly said, of course not. If Lu Sangtian doesn't mind, you can head to the Crusader League. I'll show you around. If the Crusader League's disciples can seek your guidance, they'll be lucky. Luin said, there's no need. You guys can leave. I'll walk around by myself. He then descended. Xiao looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. Let him be. Can we stop him? Even if he destroys the intent realm, there's nothing we can do. Xiao looked down again. There was nothing they could do. If they couldn't stop him, then so be it. No one followed Luin and no one would monitor him. The intent realm allowed him to do as he pleased. More accurately, the entire spiritualized universe allowed him to do as he pleased. Of the 7 great powers, he had never been to the Gate of Arts and Royal God Mountain, but he would definitely find an opportunity to visit them. Luin went to the place where Wu Wei had once hidden and stopped moving. He didn't leave for several days. Although Xiao and the others didn't monitor Luin, they roughly knew where he was. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, they guessed that he wouldn't stay here forever. That shouldn't be possible, as that would be too stupid. Xianxia pulled Zi away. From his point of view, it was best to stay as far away as possible from someone like Luin. He couldn't see through him and did as he pleased. Such people were the most terrifying. Xiao naturally didn't want Xianxia to leave, but he couldn't stop him. As for Beyond Heaven, Xianxia admitted that he would continue to oversee the intent realm. He was only going out to relax and would return soon. This answer left Beyond Heaven helpless. After all, Xianxia was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Even Yu Sangtian couldn't force him to stay. As for how long he would return soon, that would depend on when Luin left. More than 10 days passed. Luin raised his hand, and a spiral appeared at the tip of his finger. He flung it out and pierced the ground, but there was no reaction. He used the karmic wheel, which also pierced the ground, but there was still no reaction. Did it have to be the Heaven's Sword? Of course, he hadn't come to the intent realm to find Wu Wei. He knew that Wu Wei was at Royal God Mountain to hide from him. He had only come here because he wanted to see that strange scene again. Behind him, Lu Yin's consciousness appeared as the 9 heavens changed. Above the 9th heaven, the azure sword stabbed out, and Lu Yin's figure appeared directly in front of it. He raised a hand, and the karmic spiral pointed out to meet the azure sword. In an instant, the world rumbled and everything turned white. The miraculous scene that he had seen before appeared once again. Luin looked around him and he saw another wall that was formed from karma. He then saw a land that was enveloped by karma, and the karma was boundless. This time, Luin had been prepared for this, and he looked into the distance very seriously. What is this? The miraculous scene instantly disappeared, and Luin recalled what he had just seen. A funnel. He had seen a funnel that was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. It was definitely a funnel, but a funnel in reverse. It turned out that the spectacle had always been there, and it didn't only appear on the day of the sacrifice spirit. These funnels were formed from karma, so it was no wonder that he could see them. On the day of the spirit sacrifice, whoever could see the miraculous scene could become the next Yu Sangtian. Did this mean that one had to see karma to become xianxia? Or could it be that seeing such a spectacle meant that one could comprehend karma? Or perhaps, seeing this miraculous scene was equivalent to seeing the truth, and this truth was something that only xianxia knew? Lu Yin dared to guarantee that very few people in the entire spiritualized universe knew of the funnel's existence, but xianxia definitely knew. He looked in the direction of beyond heaven. Xianxia had always allowed Lu Yin to exist, which was definitely related to this. He had allowed Lu Yin to become xianxia and allowed Lu Yin to see the miraculous scene. Lu Yin then thought about the funnel in front of him, as well as the 7 karmic lands that could only be seen through karma. Xianxia had always wanted to lead Lu Yin in a certain direction, but Lu Yin couldn't say anything. Lu Yin frowned and used the azure sword again. At his fingertips, karma spiraled and collided. White light flashed and the miraculous scene appeared again. This time Lu Yin could see it even more clearly. However, the miraculous scene disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared, but he could still see the funnel every time. Lu Yin used the azure sword again and again to look at the miraculous scene again and again, hoping to see something. He saw the karma that formed the funnel coming from the center of the word spirit. Karma spread out from that direction towards the funnel. The funnel wasn't stationary, it was slowly rotating. Lu Yin knew that there was more than one funnel in the spiritualized universe, as there were 7 funnels. He looked in the direction that the funnel's karma was rotating, hoping to see further and clearer. After countless attempts, he suddenly saw something. Karma seemed to be coming from that direction. What was that? It was very thin and rectangular, and it was enveloped by karma. It couldn't be seen clearly, but it was shaped like a piece of paper. The miraculous scene disappeared again. Lu Yin felt weak all over. He had used the azure sword in karma too many times, and he needed to rest before continuing. He wanted to see clearly what it was. Far away and beyond heaven, Xianxia stood in place and looked in the direction of the intent domain. His gaze was emotionless and terrifyingly calm. Lan sought an audience with Xianxia. My lord. Xianxia moved his finger, and Lan was pushed away by an invisible force and fell into the distance. She landed awkwardly and looked at Jianghu in shock. Xianxia had actually pushed her away? This had never happened before. Even when Jianghu was in seclusion and she had unintentionally disturbed him, he had never pushed her away. What had happened? She had never seen Xianxia like that before. No matter what, Xianxia was always calm, as if everything was under his control. But just now she had felt that he was nervous and apprehensive. Was that an illusion? Definitely not. This was not something she could see, but something she had sensed after interacting with Xianxia for countless years. It was a mysterious feeling that did not make any sense, but she could sense Xianxia's emotions in that moment. Xianxia had never acted like that before. Far away in Jianghu, Xianxia stood there quietly. Unknowingly, his emotionless gaze had become nervous. Don't disappoint me. Lu Yin rested for a while and continued to use karma to touch the azure sword and observe the miraculous scene. Unfortunately, he could not see anything more clearly. He could only see a rough idea. Was that a piece of paper? Or was it an object similar to a piece of metal? But how could an external object release karma? Right, could it be a turbid treasure? Only turbid treasures could be so mysterious. He looked at his finger in a daze as the karma spiraled. It would be normal if he could use karma to see the funnel, but why did he have to use it with the azure sword? Was there a necessary connection between the azure sword and karma? The azure sword skipped the process and directly pierced the result, which seemed similar to karma. If this sword was the cause and the sword pierced the effect, then karma would be complete. Was that not the case? Was this a karmic battle technique? Lu Yin could not figure it out. If it was a karmic battle technique, then how could Wu Wei have comprehended it? If it was not, then it was too much of a coincidence. Lu Yin had comprehended this sword. Even if he had learned it from somewhere else and did not comprehend karma, he should not have been able to learn it. While resting, Lu Yin touched the azure sword again. Unfortunately, he had not been in Wu Wei's body for long, and he had only been focused on learning the azure sword. He had not been able to read Wu Wei's memories. Next time, he had to be within 5 meters of Wu Wei so that he could read Wu Wei's memories without using his consciousness. He had to make a trip to Divine Driving Mountain. As for now, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If he could see it, then could he touch it? If he could grab the karma in the funnel, would he be able to make up for his own karma? Lu Yin's breathing quickened when he thought of this. If he could, then his karma would immediately transform. There would be no need for karma spirals or karma wheels. He could just use karma land to smash everything and no one would be able to escape.
The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Yin used the azure sword and clashed with the karma spirals at his fingertips. One funnel after another, they covered the entire spiritualized universe. They were clearly huge, but no one could see them. Was this a world hiding another world? No, from Lu Yin's point of view, it was more like a world that stood above another. The figure he had seen on the tribute spirit's day had been very casual, stretching lazily in front of the spiritualized universe as if it were an ant's territory. These funnels flowed liquid in the opposite direction. Lu Yin did not know what that liquid was, but he felt as if the spiritualized universe was sending it out. The more he understood this place, the more Lu Yin realized that this spiritualized universe was not as powerful as he had initially thought. He reached out towards the karma wall in front of him, and the karma spirals wrapped around his fingertips. He wanted to touch the boundless karma. There was no obstruction, and he passed through it without touching it. The funnels and the karma wall did not change at all. Not even a ripple was created. Lu Yin exhaled and everything returned to normal. He retracted his hand. He had failed and could not touch it. This was clearly karma. In the heaven's origin universe and the spiritualized universe, as long as he could see karma, he could touch it. He could even strike out karma threads in other people's bodies and use karma wheels to heavily injure powerhouses who were undergoing bitter adversity. However, he could not touch this karma. Looking at the two universes, he had been surprised by xianxia, who could temporarily resist karma, and jianghu, who could hide under a blanket, could not be invaded by karma. At this moment there was a third surprise, which was this massive karma that he could see but could not touch. Was it really impossible to touch it? Lu Yin stood in place and pondered. Everything that appeared in the universe had a pattern that could be found. Even if the pattern itself did not have a pattern, it was still a pattern. He had cultivated various powers and decided to try them out one by one. If he could touch this karma, then he might be able to use it for himself. In a corner of the spiritualized universe, a youth stood on the rooftop of a bustling city and looked up at the starry sky. 2 rows of attendants stood beside him. There were both men and women, and all of them had extraordinary appearances. Red wine, beauties, music, and a lakeside. This place had everything that one wanted. This was a technological planet that was flourishing. There was no cultivation civilization here, and their material and spiritual enjoyment had been developed to the extreme. This youth was the wealthiest person on this planet. With this wealth, he had spent only a second to obtain an enjoyment that no one else on this planet could compare to. The youth waved his hand. The attendants on both sides retreated. His hand slowly pressed down. The city's lights were extinguished. 2 figures walked out from behind him. They were Meng Xianxia and the old salamander. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-21. The two of them looked at the young man respectfully. I didn't see the end. Was this battle exciting? The young man asked. He looked at the dark city with only sporadic flashes of light. With his wealth, he could control the lights of the entire city. He could even control the entire planet. However, the people at the bottom were not restricted. They could not even see the young man's instructions. In their minds, the city's power system had malfunctioned, and the lights had not been extinguished on purpose. That was unimaginable. The old salamander sighed. It was an unparalleled battle. The changes in the Empyrean raised them to the level of xianxia. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only xianxia and you can participate in this battle. The young man held the railing with both hands and looked down at the city. Light up. With one word, the city lit up again. The neon lights at night illuminated countless people walking in the dark. Those people cheered. Extinguish. With one word, the city fell into darkness. To them, destroying the planet was a piece of cake. However, the feeling of destroying a planet and conquering a planet were different. Is it dazzling? The young man asked. Meng Xianxia and the old salamander looked at the sporadic lights in every corner of the city. Dazzling, the old salamander said. The young man smiled. When the lights are bright, no one can see them. However, only they can hurt the eyes of those in power. It's not that they don't want to extinguish the lights, but they don't know about it. They don't know about my existence. I can decide their life and death with one word, but they can also work together to illuminate those sporadic lights until they hurt me. That's how I hurt the above heaven sect back then. Meng Xianxia and the old salamander were silent as they listened. Sometimes it's not bad to enjoy the extreme pleasure of ordinary people. The young man opened his arms and took a deep breath. Stay away from all sentient beings.
Meng Tian and the old salamander were puzzled. Stay away from all sentient beings? The young man looked up at the starry sky. No sentient beings can get close. When he saw Lu Yin's consciousness open the Empyrean, he left. There was no suspense in that battle. The scene that he saw made him ponder until now. He thought of a possibility. Could Lu Yin use his turbid treasure to merge with a sentient being? He was now certain that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with a spiritualized cultivator's body. Otherwise, the situation would not have turned out this way. Lu Yin's development in the Xuanhuan universe had always been able to foresee the future, which was very terrifying. He understood all of his enemies, but this advantage disappeared in the spiritualized universe. This was especially true since he himself had cultivated with a spirit seed, so he was very clear about the changes in his body. He was certain that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with the body of a spirit seed cultivator. What about sentient beings? He had been observing all this time, and his previous conclusion had been that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with a consciousness lifeform's body. If that was the case, then any consciousness lifeform that appeared next to Lu Yin would become Lu Yin's spy. The fewer sentient beings there were, the more he could control the situation. His turbid treasure was really useful. Southbound world, Elder Yu had come looking for him. The shattered mountain valley had already been restored. Although the Heaven's Hand had been gravely injured and had completely lost the power of the 7 major powers, the ninth spirit was still holding down the fort in the South Turing world. Stupid old man? What are you doing here? The ninth spirit was curious. She and the foolish old man rarely met alone. She almost never participated in any disputes in the spiritualized universe. As for Yu Lao, he always wanted to see everything clearly from behind the scenes, so he rarely went to the front of the stage. As a result, they had not spoken much for many years. The foolish old man came to the mountain valley and said helplessly, "I have no choice but to come. I want to speak with Lu Tian, and he specifically asked you to accompany him." The ninth spirit sneered. "Are you senile? Do I have to accompany him just because he asked me to? What do you take me for?" The foolish old man raised his hand. "Don't be angry. I just have a few words to say. I will leave once I'm done." The ninth spirit was impatient. "Hurry up, I don't have time to deal with you. Yu Tian is focused on destroying the earth of will and will not give us much time to rest. I also need to find some good wine. Otherwise, there will be no wine to drink in the consciousness universe." She picked up the wine gourd and took a swig. The foolish old man smiled. He understood the ninth spirit very well and did not care what she said. He continued, "When Wu Jiang first arrived, he took in those who violated the rules and provoked Yu Tian. Lu Yin roamed the stars and announced that he would carve words in the extreme palace." "Wait." The ninth spirit stopped him and stared at the foolish old man unhappily. "I know all of this. What are you talking about? Just say it." The foolish old man said, "No matter what, you should let me finish. Drink your wine. If it's not enough, the wisdom domain has more." The ninth spirit was disdainful. "Keep your wine for yourself. I'm afraid I'll be poisoned to death." The foolish old man had no choice but to continue. Lu Yin roamed the stars and passed by the great Liao domain. He could not stand a servant being humiliated. He captured the great Liao Saint and stole the Milky Way. At Ring Sun City, Lord Qi launched a sneak attack. Lu Yin killed his way into the intent domain. Just after achieving Tian, he immediately mobilized resources to control the spirit seed and limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. This is not all. Listening to the foolish old man slowly narrate Lu Yin's past, the ninth spirit continued to drink, rolling her eyes from time to time. After a while, the foolish old man finally finished. He looked at the ninth spirit. "You should understand this person. He will not give up until he reaches his goal. He must have his reasons for finding you. If you have no choice but to speak with him alone in the future, the situation will not be better than if I accompanied you." The ninth spirit put down her wine gourd. "If you've said enough, you may leave. I won't see you out." The foolish old man's gaze was deep. "Some things are easier for outsiders to see. Since he specifically sought you out, he did not mind my presence. You should know why." The ninth spirit frowned and stared at the foolish old man. "What, are you going to make it clear? You and I are not enemies. But we are also not friends. He has already seen it clearly. If we continue to feign ignorance, we will only be making fools of ourselves." The ninth spirit gulped down another mouthful of wine, very unhappy. This guy is so powerful. So troublesome. The foolish old man smiled bitterly. If not for this, I would not have come here. The ninth spirit did not want to know the whereabouts of Count of the Wind? Of course not. She had already gone crazy from wanting to find Count of the Wind. But after so many years of searching, she had become numb and had gained a kind of forbearance. Lu Ying knew the whereabouts of Count of the Wind, and wanted to use it to exchange for something from the ninth spirit. This was normal. The ninth spirit could give up anything, but Lu Yin's question could not be answered. When Lu Yin's question appeared, the ninth spirit knew that the possibility of obtaining Count of the Wind through conversation was not high. At that time, even if Lu Yin had not acted, she had wanted to act to find out more about this Tianyuan universe expert. She had not been able to find out more, but she knew that she was not his match. The situation had reached a dead end. She had been thinking about how to break out of this deadlock. And now that the foolish old man had come and agreed to talk, it was equivalent to agreeing to Lu Yin's exchange. Even if she did not say anything, the price would be much lower for her. Most importantly, the foolish old man was right. Even if she did not say anything, Lu Yin would think of all sorts of ways to make her speak. Looking at this person's actions, there were some things that an expert should not do, but he did it without hesitation. This person was indeed unscrupulous. The ninth spirit shook her wine gourd. Your wine from the wisdom domain. I hope it is not poisonous. The foolish old man smiled and took out his spirit cloud stone. Lu Yin tried a few more times but could not touch the karma. He was still thinking about what to do when the spirit cloud stone vibrated. He connected. It's me. Lu Yin grunted. The foolish old man said, Master Lu, please come to the wisdom domain for a chat. Lu Yin knew that the ninth spirit had agreed. The waters of the spiritualized universe had finally been stirred up. He wanted to see what was behind it. Alright, wait for me. At the same time, in the boat region, one of the 36 domains, dark clouds covered the sky. The atmosphere was stifling. Huge objects floated in the air. Judging from their silhouettes, they were huge battleships. However, they were only half completed. The originally bustling production site was now desolate. Nearly half of the cultivators were scattered around, looking up from time to time. Some were mocking, some were nervous, and some were waiting for something. The boat region was huge and had many cities. Today these cities were in chaos. Looting, killing, fighting, and quarreling were happening everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. In the center of the boat region, there was a huge city shaped like a battleship. This was the helm of the boat region where the boat family resided. At this moment, the atmosphere in the boat family was far more stifling than the outside world. With a bang, a burly old man smashed a table in anger. His face was red as he roared, "Let's die together with him." The crowd before him was shocked and did not dare to interrupt. Zhou Qian was helpless. He stepped forward and said, "Father, if you really can't, why don't we agree?" The old man was the master of the boat region, Zhou Helm. He was also the second barbarian Zhou that old Tao had spoken of. Hearing Zhou Qian's words, Zhou Helm slapped him. Zhou Qian was already prepared and retreated as soon as he finished speaking. He just happened to dodge Zhou Helm's slap. A moment's hesitation and it was too late. This was the experience he had gained from interacting with Zhou Rui for so many years. After he finished speaking, he should have retreated. Regardless of whether what he said was right or not, it did not hinder Zhou Rui's determination to slap him. That slap was not because what he said was right or wrong but purely to vent. Zhou Qian stepped forward and spoke, prepared to let his father vent. Of course, he also wanted to save face and could not allow himself to be hit. Otherwise he would be laughed at. The slap did not hit, but Zhou Helm did not mind. He glared angrily and said, "Unfilial son, stupid. What do you know? Once you agree, the legacy left behind by your ancestors will be snatched away." Zhou Qian was speechless. The legacy left behind by their ancestors had been snatched away by their bloodline. They were originally the branch family of the branch family, and would never have had a chance. Zhou Helm looked outside and said, "How many people have stopped now?" Zhou Qian looked behind him and looked at his son. The young man did not even dare to raise his head. He knew that it was his turn to be beaten, but he did not have the confidence to avoid that slap. He did not raise his head and would rather die than raise his head. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth and glared at the young man. This young man was his son Zhou Yin. Unfilial son, did you hear what I said?" Zhou Helm shouted angrily and glared at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's face twitched, more or less half. After speaking, he took a step back. In front of him, a gust of wind blew past. What a familiar feeling. His slap missed again.
Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3622. What are you doing? Have you been infiltrated by outsiders for so long? Nearly half of the work stopped? Do you know what this means? How can I still have the face to survive? Stupid, trash, useless thing. Zhou Hai was furious. Zhou Qian was helpless. No one thought that the Imperial God Mountain would be so despicable. They couldn't marry with the outside world, so they made people think that they would never use such means. Who would have thought that they secretly cultivated a group of women to marry into my boat region? When we found out, it was too late. We couldn't force those people to divorce their wives. After that, he took a step back. In front of him, the wind swept again. How many cultivators are there in my boat region who make battleships? Zhou Hai asked angrily. Zhou Qian said bitterly, no less than 100 million. In front of him, the wind swept and he avoided it again. How many cultivators can decide to stop working? No less than 1 million. The wind swept and he could still avoid it. 500,000 marriage, you trash, you didn't find out until now, what's the use of you? Zhou Qian retorted, you didn't find out either. After saying that, he retreated and the wind swept. You dare to talk back? Zhou Hai gasped, gritting his teeth and looking outside. Daughter-in-law, is there any way? Zhou Qian turned and pushed his wife out. It was a beautiful woman with a dignified expression, with a noble air. She was called xuanhuan, Zhou Qian's wife, and Zhou Hai was asking her. Xuanhuan shook her head. I have contacted Sky Beyond Sky. Lord Lan said that she can't control the Ru family. Zhou Hai's heart was heavy, as if he had suddenly aged a lot. At this moment, the Zhou family was almost out of the door, mainly because Zhou Qian took a step back after speaking, and then took a step back after speaking, and the people behind had to follow. Looking at Zhou Hai's tired expression, Zhou Qian turned and stared at Zhou Yin. Come out and talk. Zhou Yin lowered his head. Not going out, absolutely not going out. Little bastard, come out. Zhou Qian whispered. Zhou Yin pretended not to hear. Zhou Qian directly grabbed him and pushed him out. Zhou Yin almost hit Zhou Hai, and he was met with Zhou Hai's angry eyes. His eyes were like a man-eating beast, and he was so scared that he turned and fled, but Zhou Hai pressed his shoulder, revealing a smile. Good grandson, is there any way? Zhou Yin's face was pale, and he looked at Zhou Qian for help. Zhou Qian lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Zhou Rui gripped Zhou Yin's shoulder tightly. The huge force almost crushed Zhou Yin's shoulder. He opened his mouth and said in a very gentle voice, Good grandson, tell me. Grandpa won't blame you. The boat guide looked at the rudder bitterly and swallowed his saliva. There is a way. Be bold and say it. Zhou Rui's smile became even brighter. Zhou Yin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Grandpa, find Wu Jiang. The helm was stunned. What? The surrounding Zhou clan members all thought that they had misheard. Only Zhou Qian remained calm. This was the only method he had come up with, and it was the only method. Zhou Yin swallowed his saliva again and said, Find Wu Jiang. That Lu Sang Tian has always been looking for trouble with the Imperial Spirit Mountain. If he knows that the Imperial Spirit Mountain is targeting our Zhou region, he will definitely take action. And he glanced at Zhou Qian and decided to throw caution to the wind. Ever since the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild became the Dispatching Merchant Guild, the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild has been providing us with the materials we need to build the battleships. Wu Jiang has been quite good to us. After he finished speaking, he took a step back. In front of him, a strong wind swept past. Boat rudder shouted angrily. Are you stupid? Good to us? That's called targeting us. Compared to the Imperial Spirit Mountain, Wu Jiang is even more terrifying. If we are targeted by Wu Jiang, we will be finished. Zhou Yin was so scared that he was about to cry. It was not his idea. He looked at Zhou Qian for help. He had said everything he needed to say. Zhou Qian braced himself and walked out. Father, the Sky Beyond Sky can't control the Ru clan. If Wu Jiang doesn't intervene, we will be finished. Even if Wu Jiang is targeting us, to take the Zhou region is not something that can be done in a day or two. Their threat is still under the Imperial Spirit Mountain, and Wu Jiang represents the Xuanhuan universe. Perhaps in the near future Wu Jiang will no longer exist. After he finished speaking, he took a step back. In front of him, a strong wind swept past. Zhou Rui slapped the air and stared at Zhou Qian. You also know that Wu Jiang is from the Xuanhuan universe. Asking for help from Wu Jiang, only you can think of it. This is equivalent to being branded with the Xuanhuan universe. When Wu Jiang is finished, we will also be finished. Qiu Shuang said,
I am willing to go to the sky beyond sky to explain the situation to Lord Lan. I will say that we are also targeted by Wujiang. The Zhou region is the battlefield between Wujiang and the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Zhou Rui was stunned and thought for a moment. That makes sense. He laughed and laughed very happily. He looked at Zhou Yin in admiration. Good grandson, you have finally grown up. You know how to share the family's worries. Good idea, good idea. Haha, later on go get some resources and go out to play. Zhou Yin sighed and smiled. Thank you, grandfather. Everyone sighed in relief. Pah! A light sound rang out. Everyone stared blankly at the palm print on Zhou Yin's face. Zhou Yin was stunned. He had not expected this slap. It was too unexpected. Zhou Qian, Qiu Shuang, and the others looked at their son's stunned expression. Zhou Rui looked at the palm print on Zhou Yin's face and was satisfied. Not bad. It's quite deep. Go and apologize to Wu Jiang. Zhou Yin blinked. He did not react. Zhou Qian asked, Apologize for what? This brat took liberties with other people's maids. Shouldn't he apologize? How long ago was that? Apologize now. What, I just found out. Can't I? But why should he apologize? Zhou Qian asked. This was also Zhou Yin's question. He felt wronged. How long ago had it been? Zhou Rui shook his head and looked at Zhou Qian with disappointment. How stupid. You went to ask for help and Wu Jiang agreed? Shouldn't you pull some strings? This brat took liberties with Lu Sangtian's maid in the Grand Domain. Go apologize, lower your attitude, give some gifts and finally ask for help. Wouldn't your relationship be closer? So many years in the belly of a dog. Zhou Qian opened his mouth to retort, but Qiu Shuang tugged at him. Don't speak. Otherwise your son will be slapped again. Her heart ached. Zhou Qian wisely shut his mouth and left with Zhou Yin. Zhou Rui was in a good mood and waved his hand. Disperse. Just a small matter has scared you. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Everyone left, speechless. Zhikong Domain reads. It was still a small boat. The foolish old man personally poured wine for the ninth spirit. Try it. The ninth spirit took a sip. It's not poisonous. The foolish old man was speechless. Why do you think I poisoned you? The ninth spirit did not speak. She grabbed the wine bottle and drank directly. The foolish old man sighed and took out a huge wine bottle. This is for you. The ninth spirit was satisfied. That's more like it. You're all grown men drinking from wine cups. At this time, Lu Yin arrived outside the Zhikong Domain. He entered directly and stepped onto the small boat. The foolish old man gestured for him to sit. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit, who was gulping down wine. Drink less. Don't talk nonsense when you're drunk. The ninth spirit put down the wine bottle and smiled at Lu Yin. That's all you have to say. You can tell if it's nonsense. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old man. Thank you, old man. Help me tell. The foolish old man laughed. Since we're gathered here today, we should be honest with each other. If we lie to each other, what's the point of this conversation? With our identities, this conversation might change history. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Change history? History hasn't happened yet. How can it be changed? It doesn't need to be changed. It's fine as it is now, the ninth spirit said. The foolish old man was helpless. Both of you have some opinions about me. If that's the case, why don't you two speak first? No, you speak first, the ninth spirit refused. The foolish old man looked at her. It's the same. The ninth spirit was very serious. It's not the same. What's the difference? Whoever speaks first will bear the greater responsibility. The foolish old man wanted to say something but he couldn't. This was too direct. He looked at the ninth spirit, who was unprecedentedly serious. Helpless, the foolish old man sighed. All right, but the responsibility doesn't matter. The universe has been rebooted. No parallel universe is innocent. Lu Yin continued drinking. It seemed that he would hear some truth today. As for the origins of Scroll 15 and Scroll 16, I've told Master Lu before. Do you believe me? The foolish old man asked, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored the foolish old man. Instead, he took out a bottle of wine from his cosmic ring and placed it in front of the ninth spirit. This is wine from my hometown. Try it? The ninth spirit's eyes lit up. From the Tianyuan universe? Then I must try it. After speaking, she took a big gulp and wiped her mouth. She praised, not bad. Although it's not the strongest wine I've ever tasted, it has its own flavor. Lu Yin smiled. Drinking wine isn't just about the taste. The ninth spirit rolled her eyes.
Taste is taste. Stop talking about other things. You're so young, so stop pretending to be mature. Lu Yin was speechless. The foolish old man saw that Lu Yin was ignoring him and coughed. Scroll 15 and Scroll 16 were indeed created by the master of the intelligible domain. However, they were not created in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old man. The ninth spirit put down the wine bottle and stared blankly, waiting for the foolish old man to continue. These were the words that Lu Yin wanted to hear. This old man had just wanted to test him and learn something from him. Just as the ninth spirit had said, there was too much nonsense. After a moment of silence, the skies of the intelligible domain changed. The spirit treasure array activated and sealed off the entire intelligible domain. Within the intelligible domain, all living things, regardless of whether they were humans, beasts, or any other form of intelligent life, fell into a deep slumber. The foolish old man's gaze was deep. At this moment he seemed to have become a different person. Even his aura had changed. This aura was not unfamiliar to Lu Yin. He had felt it from Fengbua and the ninth spirit. 9 firmaments, universe. The foolish old man said these 4 words. Lightning flashed across the sky like a taboo. Lu Yin and the foolish old man looked at each other. Looking at this strange yet familiar old man, thunder exploded in their ears. This spiritualized universe had also changed. It had become strange yet familiar. This is what Master Lu wants to know. The foolish old man continued, looking deeply at Lu Yin. This old man did not lie to you about the origins of Scroll 15 and Scroll 16. They have a ranking and were created by the previous masters of the intelligible domain. They were created from the 9 firmaments universe. Then, how much does Master Lu know about the 9 firmaments universe? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-23. Lu Yin picked up the wine cup and swirled it gently. This old man had wanted to use him to learn about the day of the sacrifice spirit, saying that he would pay a price. It was all a trick to deceive him. Lu Yin smelled the wine. Does this wine also come from the 9 heavens universe? The foolish old shook his head. No. Do you have wine from the 9 heavens universe? Let me drink. The foolish old was serious. Everything about the 9 heavens universe is taboo in the spiritualized universe. Not even Sang Tian has the right to know. On the side, the ninth spirit took out the wine gourd that she always carried with her and slammed it on the table. Drink? The foolish old raised an eyebrow. Lu Yin was surprised. From the 9 heavens universe? The ninth spirit nodded and smiled. Very strong. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old. The foolish old looked at the ninth spirit. Can you go back often? The ninth spirit was proud. This wine gourd is a treasure. Can hide mountains and seas. It's enough to drink for a long time. Lu Yin laughed. Have a taste. The ninth spirit flicked her finger, and the transparent wine flowed out of the gourd. It trickled towards Lu Yin and stopped in front of him, flowing slowly. The setting sun shone on the wine, shining with 7 colors. It was extremely beautiful. Lu Yin took a sip. It's all right. Then, Master Lu, where did your 9 heavens change come from? The foolish old asked. Lu Yin looked at him. You just told me what I know and you want to exchange it for my secret. That's not nice. Then let me change the question. How much do you know about the 9 heavens universe? The foolish old asked. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. Your turn. The ninth spirit met Lu Yin's eyes. Don't you know? My appearance means that I'm also from the 9 heavens universe. That's right, this old man said it, not me. Remember it clearly. The foolish old was helpless. What's your status in the 9 heavens universe? Why are you in the spiritualized universe? What's the relationship between the 9 heavens universe and the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked. The ninth spirit shook her head. I don't know. Don't ask me these things. I'm here to find Fengbua. Anything else related to the spiritualized universe is not within my scope. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old. The foolish old man couldn't help but laugh. Master Lu really knows how to do business. You didn't say anything and just wanted to get information from us. This is not honest. Why don't we each ask each other a question and they must answer it? If they can't answer, we can change to another question and the answer must be true. What do you think? Lu Yin hesitated. Old, you said, both of us have information about the continent of the 9 clouds. Master Lu, you're alone. We can't get much information from you. It wasn't that Lu Yin was afraid of being taken advantage of, but that he had nothing to tell them. I'll go first, Lu Yin said.
Foolish old man looked towards the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit snickered. You really know how to take advantage of others. Is this how you started in the Xuanhuan universe? Luin shrugged. I'm afraid that not many people can answer your questions. I'm at an absolute disadvantage when it comes to information that both of you want to know. It's an advantage. Yu Lao reminded Luin. The information that they provided was far more than the information that Luin could obtain from him. To Luin this was naturally an advantage. Luin did not refute him. What do you think? Shall we start now? Sure, but I've already said that the continent of the 9 clouds is one, Yu Lao said. Luin was amused. Old man, you're not at a disadvantage either. Don't you know how to give in to the younger generation? You don't know how to respect your elders. Luin looked at the ninth spirit. What about you? Fine. The ninth spirit did not care. Luin looked at her. Where is the continent of the 9 clouds? The ninth spirit raised an eyebrow. The first question is so difficult? You can choose not to answer. I'll change, Luin said. The ninth spirit smiled. No need to change. I can tell you. Yu Lao's eyes flashed as he looked at the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit looked at Luin, raised a hand and pointed upwards. Luin frowned. What do you mean? The ninth spirit said, overhead. Luin looked up at the stars. Impossible. I can't see anything. The ninth spirit laughed. If you can see it, others can too. How can you hide? How can one universe hide in another universe? The continent of the 9 clouds must be a universe of its own, like the spiritualized universe in the Xuanhuan universe. How can such a universe be hidden? Luin did not believe it, but the funnel and that huge person appeared in his mind. The ninth spirit did not explain. I've already answered. Whether you believe it or not is your business. In any case, I'm not lying. Luin looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao nodded. You're right. Luin looked at the stars again. It's my turn. Master Lu, where did you learn the transformation of the 9 skies? Yu Lao asked bluntly. This was the main reason he had invited Luin to the Wisdom Sky domain. It was very important. The ninth spirit was also curious and stared at Luin. Luin retracted his gaze and faced the two. Yushan taught me. Yu Lao and the ninth spirit were taken aback. They looked at each other and their expressions darkened. Master Lu, rules are rules. No lying. I'm not lying. It was Yushan who taught me, Luin said. Yu Lao was unhappy. The transformation of the 9 skies requires opening the 9 skies. How can Yushan open the 9 skies for you? You think I don't know anything? Luin was puzzled. How do you know I need to open the 9 skies? Previously he had pushed Yu Lao to the front when facing Sovereign Wu. However, he did not know whether Yu Lao knew about the transformation of the 9 skies. You don't have to care about how I know. Master Lu, please answer truthfully. I've arranged this conversation for you, and you've already gotten the answer you wanted. If you continue to lie, you'll lose your grace, Yu Lao said. Luin sighed. Then I'll change my answer. He faced Yu Lao and said, I learned it from Yushan. As for opening the 9 skies, it's just a battle technique. I can open the 9 skies myself. Yu Lao looked deeply at Luin. Clearly he did not believe him. The ninth spirit said lazily, Is there still a need to talk? If not, I'm leaving. Yu Lao stopped her. Since Master Lu is unwilling to answer, I won't ask any more. Change the question. Wait, I've already said it and it's the truth. Why change the question? Luin refused. He was indeed speaking the truth. The more Yu Lao and the others did not believe him, the more he wanted to continue the conversation. This was because they understood the transformation of the 9 skies too well. The transformation of the 9 skies was Yu Sang's ultimate technique. How could Yu Lao and the others understand it so well? It was fine if they understood it, but why were they so sure that they could not open the 9 skies themselves? It was as if they had experienced it before. This was a problem. Could it be that the transformation of the 9 skies did not belong to Yu Sang's sky? Yu Lao said in a low voice, Master Lu, I've treated you with sincerity. Luin slammed his palm on the table. The wine cup was knocked over and the wine dripped down the table. Old man, I can't believe you can say that. Treat you with sincerity? How about the Boulder's Tao discussion? Yu Lao's expression changed and he was speechless. The ninth spirit laughed heartily. She laughed until she was out of breath, which attracted the attention of the two. Interesting, very interesting. Old man, your wisdom sky region boasted that you're 1 generation ahead of the current era. Your wisdom tops the universe and you've seen the ups and downs of the sea. Even when xianxia explicitly ruled that you could not obtain the position of xianxia, you still did not lose your composure. What's going on now? Are you angry? Ah. The ninth spirit laughed heartily. Yulao was truly angered. Ever since he had met Lu Yin, his words and actions had been countered. He knew that this person was a scoundrel and was lying, but he could not expose him. The most hateful thing about this person was that he used his martial prowess to gain the upper hand, making it difficult for Yulao to act. How many years had it been since the Wisdom Sky region had been so oppressed? Being suppressed by Yusang was one thing, but now this person had appeared. He was mentally and physically exhausted and found it difficult to deal with. All right, continue. I'm interested. Lu Sangtian, you're right. Go ahead and ask. The ninth spirit was very happy that Yulao had been defeated. She looked at Lu Yin, her eyes curved into crescents. Wait, you're the one asking him, Yulao reminded her. The ninth spirit slapped her head. I forgot. The aftereffects of this wine are quite strong. She put down the wine flask and looked at Lu Yin with a faint smile. How can I find Fengbua? The elegance of sun and moon. Lu Yin said, find the eternity, and you can find Fengbua's whereabouts. He was not lying. Indeed, finding the eternity would reveal that Fengbua was dead. His death was also a type of whereabouts. The ninth spirit was puzzled. The eternity is? Yulao was about to say something, but Lu Yin stopped him. I'll answer this question. Old man, if you say it, then this conversation ends here. Yulao looked at the ninth spirit and then at Lu Yin. All right, ask. Lu Yin stared at Yulao. The Wisdom Sky region is not part of the spiritualized universe, right? After saying this, he specially reminded, don't forget the rules. Speak the truth. Yulao exhaled deeply and his tone calmed down. The ninth spirit's mockery had calmed him down. There were some things that he did not need to hide, but there were some things that he would not say. Change the question. Lu Yin asked, Yusang and your Wisdom Sky region are both part of the Nine Heavens universe, right? Yulao's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Yin silently. Lu Yin suddenly smiled and poured himself more wine. Old man, answer me properly, and I'll help you get some information from the ninth spirit. No one loses out. How about that? The ninth spirit was stunned. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yin looked at Yulao. Yulao glanced at the ninth spirit and nodded. All right, I'll answer you. Yusang belongs to the spiritualized universe, but the Wisdom Sky region does not. Lu Yin understood and turned to look at the ninth spirit. Other than finding Count of the Wind, do you have any other motives for coming to the spiritualized universe? Yulao looked at the ninth spirit. He was more concerned about this question. This Lu Yin had finally kept his word for once and had not lied to him. He had asked the question that he wanted to hear. The ninth spirit laughed. Two grown men ready to bully a little girl like me? Please answer truthfully. Don't forget the rules, Lu Yin reminded. Yulao coughed and also reminded her. Keep your word. The ninth spirit was helpless. Retribution has come to me so quickly. It did not matter if she answered this question or not. If she answered, she had to speak the truth. If she did not answer, she would be deceiving herself. No. Yulao's eyes twitched. Impossible. The ninth spirit looked at Yulao unkindly. What do you mean? Are you saying that I did not keep my word? Yulao stared at the ninth spirit. How can you not have any other motives? Lu Yin was unhappy. Old man, why don't you trust anyone? Look, is this my fault? It's you, old man, who thinks you're smart and filled in the answers yourself. Yulao looked at the ninth spirit and then at Lu Yin. Why did he feel like he had been played? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-24. The ninth spirit said disdainfully, the longer you live, the more cunning you become. You don't even know how many answers you have thought of, and when you can't match them, you accuse others of lying. Shameless. Lu Yin agreed. Shameless indeed. The foolish old was helpless. Both of you, I have lost my composure. Let us continue. Now it was his turn to ask questions. He did not want the discussion to fail. That would be even worse. Lu Yin glanced at the ninth spirit. Actually, he did not believe her words. Did this woman come from the Nine Heavens universe with no other purpose? How could that be? At this point in the conversation, it was hard to tell who was speaking the truth and who was lying. Although the foolish old was always at a disadvantage, he was actually very cunning. The foolish old pondered for a moment and asked Lu Yin, how much does Master Lu know about the Nine Heavens universe? Tell me the truth. Lu Yin knew he was going to ask this. Actually, not much. In the Xuanhuan universe there is a guy called Count of the Wind. He is my enemy and he used the battle technique of the god of defense. At this point he deliberately looked at the foolish old. The foolish old's expression did not change. He was no stranger to the god of defense. At that time I did not think much of it. But after I fought against Tian Shou in the South Turing world and saw the Scroll 16 spiritual treasure array, I remembered that the spiritual treasure array gave me a similar feeling to the battle technique of the god of defense. Especially. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. I saw the portrait of Count of the Wind in the ninth spirit's valley. That was when I realized that there must be a reason. I also tested the ninth spirit and the battle technique she used gave me the same feeling. Right, the existence of Scroll 15 was told to me by the Plain Master sect. The foolish old did not refute this time. Lu Yin's words were reasonable. He did not really know about the existence of the Nine Heavens universe. He only knew that there was a place where Count of the Wind and the ninth spirit had both walked out. And that place was connected to Scroll 15 and Scroll 16, which led to this conversation. Not only that, the ninth spirit said. The foolish old looked at Lu Yin. The day of the sacrifice spirit is the source of Master Lu's suspicion. Lu Yin nodded. This is also the question I want to ask next. What does that strange scene represent? Master Lu, I will not answer to this question, the foolish old man said. The ninth spirit also shook her head. I don't understand either. It has nothing to do with me. Alright, it's my turn. You know what I want to ask? Lu Yin replied, the Eternal is the ruler of my Tianyuan universe's eternal tribe. Asang Tian, how could you not know about the eternal tribe? The ninth spirit thought for a moment. The eternal tribe that collaborated with the spiritualized universe against the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin nodded. The ninth spirit sighed. I was wondering why his name sounded so familiar. So it's him. Suddenly her eyes glittered. So the one who took Feng Bo away from the continent of the nine clouds was eternal? Lu Yin smiled. Is this your third question? Sure. The ninth spirit's face was slightly red, but her eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Lu Yin shrugged. Then think about it again. I don't know the answer to this question either. After he finished speaking, he looked at foolish old man. What's behind the gate of arts? Yu Lao said, I don't know, ask another question. Do you really not know or do you not want to answer? Yu Lao poured wine for Lu Yin. Is this considered a problem? Not really, Lu Yin denied and changed the topic. Tell me about the Nina Firmament's universe. Yu Lao laughed. If I want to answer this question completely, it will take too long. I can tell you about someone or something that can affect you, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao and waited quietly. Yu Lao looked up into the sky. With your current strength, Master Lu, there are very few who can affect you. Even in the Nina Firmament's universe they are at a certain peak. This peak is the Nina Firmament's universe. The Nina Firmament's universe has 4 upper and 5 lower deities. There are 4 superior deities and 5 inferior deities. I cannot tell you their names, but I can tell you that Yusang Tian is one of the inferior deities. Lu Yin was surprised. Isn't Yusang Tian part of the spiritualized universe? Yu Lao nodded. Yes, this is a gift. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Gift? What a gift. The great Yusang Tian was actually given a gift. He was at the peak of bitter adversity, an absolute powerhouse who had swept through 3 universes and forced the Tianyuan universe to reverse time. If Yusang Tian was an inferior deity, then Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao in shock. Yu Lao bitterly said, seems like Master Lu has guessed correctly. Can't say you guessed it right. At that level, anything we say might be taboo. Therefore, there are some things that cannot be said and some people's names cannot be mentioned. Immortal. Lu Yin guessed that the 4 superior deities were all at the immortal realm. Only they could suppress Yusang Tian. Was this true? It was not surprising that there were immortal realms in the Nina Firmament's universe. Lu Yin had guessed that the figure he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit was an immortal realm cultivator. But 4 immortal realms? This was unimaginable. One grass grandmaster had forced the Tianyuan universe into a corner, and no one could touch him directly. If there were 4, Lu Yin's mouth was dry. He looked up at the sky. So this was the gift. Only immortal realm cultivators could do such a thing. Is the superior deity or inferior deity behind the Zhikang region? Lu Yin asked. Yu Lao looked at the ninth spirit, implying that it was time for Lu Yin to ask her. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. On the day of the sacrifice spirit I saw a person.
Was that person a superior deity? Initial evolution. The ninth spirit nodded. Yes. Who? The ninth spirit was amused. Do you know his name? Luin suddenly remembered. Was Grass Grandmaster also a superior deity? He looked at Yu Lao wanting to ask, but Yu Lao spoke first. It's my turn. Yu Tian has been to the Xuanhuan universe, right? The ninth spirit was surprised. Yu Tian has been to the Xuanhuan universe? Luin looked at Yu Lao. You have asked this question before. But you did not answer directly. Alright, I will answer. Yes, he has been there. Yu Lao was not surprised. That is why Wu Jiang came to the spiritualized universe like a moth to a flame. Your hatred for the spiritualized universe does not only originate from the origin, but also from Yu Tian. But I do not understand. If Yu Tian has been to the Xuanhuan universe and brought you hatred, why are you still alive? When did Yu Tian go to the Xuanhuan universe? The ninth spirit asked. Luin answered, just a few decades before Wu Jiang reached the spiritualized universe. After speaking, he looked at Yu Lao. What does the Ninja Firmament's universe want from the spiritualized universe? Yu Lao's gaze turned cold. I will not answer such a question. Luin said, the intelligence's domain is an era ahead of the spiritualized universe, not because you are smart, but because everything in the spiritualized universe comes from the Ninja Firmament's universe. The Ninja Firmament's universe made the spiritualized universe. Rather than saying that the intelligence's domain saw the future, it would be more accurate to say that the future was set by the intelligence's domain. And Yu Tian did not allow the spiritualized universe to be completely controlled by the intelligence's domain, so he did not allow the intelligence's domain to succeed. Is that a question? Yu Lao asked. Luin shook his head. It is the answer. You do not need to answer. I have a general understanding of the situation, but there is something I would like to ask. Is it true that the spiritualized universe did not restart the Xuanhuan universe or the consciousness universe because the spiritualized universe did not have enough powerhouses? When Luin had spoken with Yu Lao, he had told Luin that the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe had not been restarted because the spiritualized universe did not have enough powerhouses. They needed to reach a certain level of saturation before metamorphosing, bringing the spiritualized universe to an unprecedented height. For this, generations of people had sacrificed themselves and waited without hesitation. Now it seemed that this answer was obviously false. Yu Lao said, this old man cannot answer this question directly, but I can tell you one thing. He paused for a moment as he hesitated. Luin did not rush him and just waited like that. Yu Lao drank a mouthful of wine and said in a low voice, there are only 3 supreme deities. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he instantly understood. At the same time, he also understood why Yu Lao did not believe that the ninth spirit did not have a purpose in coming to the spiritualized universe. Supreme deities were at the eternal life realm while lesser deities were at the perfect bitter disaster realm. Now, one supreme deity was missing and there were only 3. This meant that 5 lesser deities could fight for this position, but they had to break through to the eternal life realm first. In other words, whoever broke through to the eternal life realm would be the next supreme deity. It was not that Yu Tian did not want to restart the universe and break through to the eternal life realm, but he could not restart the universe under the gaze of the other 4 lesser deities. Yu Lao's words also allowed him to hear the answer to his previous question. Previously, he had asked Yu Lao whether the intelligence's domain was backed by a supreme deity or a lesser deity. However, Yu Lao had already asked a question at that time, and Yu Lao had not answered. Now, Luin was sure that the supreme deity behind Yu Lao and the ninth spirit were both supreme deities. Because they were both supreme deities, he did not believe that the ninth spirit did not have a purpose in coming to the spiritualized universe. Their purpose was to help the supreme deities behind them and fight for the only supreme deity's position. However, another question appeared. What was going on with the tiny spiritual universe? If Yu Tian controlled a tiny spiritual universe and could break through to the eternal life realm, why would he wait until now? He could have broken through to the eternal life realm and become a supreme deity long ago. What was he waiting for? Suddenly, another question popped up in Lu Yin's mind. Was the tiny spiritual universe a universe of its own? Was what Yuanqi had heard true? When Yuanqi had first arrived in the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin had thought that he could use the tiny spiritual universe to force Yu Tian to not act. If the tiny spiritual universe was really that important, Yu Tian would not have let Yuanqi stay in the Xuanhuan universe for so long. At that time, Yuanqi's explanation was that Tian was extremely important,
But the various things that had happened in the spiritualized universe made Lu Yin realize that Sang Tian might not be that important. Sang Tian himself was important, and someone needed to occupy that position. However, the person who occupied that position might not be that important. If Yu Sang Tian was willing, he could go to the Tianyuan universe to kill Yuanqi. However, Yuanqi had been alive until now. This was a paradox. What was going on with the tiny spiritual universe? Did the foolish old man and the ninth spirit, these two people from the Nine Heavens universe, know about the existence of Little Ling universe? Lu Yin looked at the two of them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3625. The two were also looking at him. They did not disturb Lu Yin's thoughts. The longer Lu Yin pondered, the more he knew. Especially just now, they had seen a look of shock in Lu Yin's eyes. What was that shock for? The fight for the superior deity was a matter for Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin only knew the reason why Yu Sang Tian had not reopened the Tianyuan universe and the universe of consciousness. That shock must have been for other reasons. A reason that they might not even know. Even if you do not tell me the name of the person behind you, I can guess that you all represent a lesser immortal. Then, Lu Yin stared at the ninth spirit. Can you yourselves take the initiative to contact the lesser immortal you represent? The ninth spirit and the foolish old man looked at each other. Contact. Change the question, the ninth spirit answered. Although he did not answer, he still answered. The ninth spirit suddenly smiled and looked at the foolish old man. Is this the answer you wanted to hear? The foolish old man did not understand. What do you mean? The ninth spirit looked at the foolish old man. Let's ask each other a question. Can you contact the person behind you? The foolish old man was calm. What about you? Can you contact him? Lu Yin did not interrupt. The ninth spirit had asked him to change the question, which meant that he could contact her. However, at this moment, she was conversing with the foolish old man in such a manner. Was her answer for him, or was it for the foolish old man? Could the foolish old man contact the person behind him? This question disturbed Lu Yin's thoughts. Lu Yin could not be sure if the ninth spirit had answered. Perhaps this was the ninth spirit's goal, but perhaps it was not so simple. I'm different from you. I came to the spiritualized universe for no other reason than revenge, the ninth spirit said. The foolish old man laughed. Is that so? I'm only here to watch Yu Sang Tian for the Nine Heavens universe. That's all. You can watch Yu Sang Tian? Even if Yu Sang Tian does not give face to the Zhikong domain, he has to give face to the person behind me. After all, he was only given a favor. The ninth spirit swirled the wine pot, her eyes drunk. So you can definitely contact him. The foolish old man looked at the ninth spirit deeply. You can contact him. Just the person behind me can't stop Yu Sang Tian. The ninth spirit smiled radiantly and turned to Lu Yin. Look, I found an answer for you and one more. But you said that we should change the question. This is a conversation between you and the old man, so it doesn't count as an answer. The ninth spirit snorted. Petty man. Lu Yin looked at her and continued to ask, how can I go to Ninefall universe? The ninth spirit was surprised. You want to go to the Nine Heavens universe? What? I'm the one asking you, Lu Yin reminded her. The ninth spirit was helpless. You can't go. Only the Nine Heavens universe can take you in. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you can't go. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao nodded. Lu Yin replied, all right, then I'll change the question. Hold on. The ninth spirit was displeased. She glared at Lu Yin. Not going is also the answer. My question is, how do we get there? The ninth spirit said, you can only go if you are received. That's a more accurate answer. Little brat, don't be so shameless. You are so young and have no morals at all. Even Miawu Huang is better than you. Then she stood up. I'm not going to argue with you. You don't have anything I want to know. I'm leaving. All right. Before she left, she stared at Lu Yin. You owe me a question. Lu Yin and Yu Lao watched the ninth spirit leave. Before she left, she took the wine on the table. Only Yu Lao and Lu Yin were left in the reed marsh. Yu Lao took out another bottle of wine. Do you want to continue or end? Lu Yin said, I still owe you a question. I'll leave once I'm done. What? I don't have anything you want to know. Yes, and a lot. Yu Lao was puzzled. Then why don't you continue? Lu Yin took a sip of wine. Some questions don't need to be asked. You will have the answer. Yu Lao smiled. Alright, I'll ask you one last question. He put down the wine pot and stared at Lu Yin. What is your cultivation? Lu Yin was surprised. That simple? Yu Lao nodded. That's simple. It was a simple question, but it was the most difficult question for Lu Yin to answer today. Lu Yin was almost invincible in the spiritualized realm. Other than Yu Sang Tian, no one could fight with him. Now, even spiritualized cultivators thought that even Yu Sang Tian might not be able to win against Lu Yin. If such a person was only in the progenitor realm, how shocking would it be? What kind of change would it bring if he broke through the sequence of laws and broke through to the primordial realm? Others didn't even dare to think about it. But this was the truth. Lu Yin was in the progenitor realm. It was an undeniable fact. Many powerhouses could see that Lu Yin was in the progenitor realm, but they didn't believe it. How could a mere progenitor defeat Yu Sang Tian? Could he defeat a supreme emperor? Did he make them think that even Yu Sang Tian might not be able to win? Impossible. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. He finished the wine in his cup and left. Before his figure disappeared, 2 words entered Yu Lao's ears. Progenitor realm. Yu Lao sat on the boat without any expression. He drank cup after cup until the sky was completely dark. He didn't leave. No one knew what he was thinking. After Lu Yin left Ji Kong domain, he returned to 100 Herb domain. He wanted to see Ru Mu. It was time to talk to this person from Royal God Mountain. Before the 9th spirit left, she had exchanged a message with Qing Yun and Qing Xiao. Only he had heard this message. Yu Lao hadn't heard it. The 9 heavens universe had been watching the spiritualized universe. The changes in the spiritualized universe couldn't escape the 9 heavens universe's surveillance. The 9 heavens universe might send someone to get close to Lu Yin and determine whether to keep him in the spiritualized universe or bring him to the 9 heavens universe. Throughout history, there were many powerhouses who were brought to the 9 heavens universe. When Lu Yin heard this news, the first person he thought of was Ru Mu. Although Ru Mu came from Royal God Mountain and her cultivation was very low, Lu Yin thought of her for some reason. It was just like when he was facing the opening of the 9 heavens. He had a premonition that prevented him from opening the 9 heavens and the starry sky in his heart. Ever since he comprehended the way of karma, he would always have a strange premonition, even if this premonition was without reason. Was Royal God Mountain the 9 heavens universe? Of course not. How could a mere spiritual warrior like Ru Mu represent the 9 heavens universe? But Lu Yin still thought of Ru Mu. It didn't make sense. Since that was the case, he might as well talk to Ru Mu. After being by his side for so long, it was time to make things clear. At this moment, Lu Yin wasn't the only one who thought of Ru Mu. A group of people also thought of Ru Mu. It was Zhou Qian and the others. Zhou Qian and the others came to the 100 Herbs territory to use the power of the boundless territory to deal with Royal God Mountain. When they arrived at the boundless territory, they couldn't enter because Lu Yin hadn't returned yet. They could only wait. While waiting, Zhou Yin remembered that Ru Mu was Lu Yin's maid and mentioned this matter. When Zhou Qian heard this, his expression immediately changed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Qian scolded angrily. Zhou Yin felt wronged. I just remembered. With a slap, Zhou Yin was slapped in the face. He was stunned and stared blankly at Zhou Qian. Why was his father acting like his grandfather? Zhou Qian's expression was gloomy. This was troublesome. Ru Mu was Lu Songtian's maid. Did this mean that the Ru family had been in contact with the boundless territory for a long time? Wasn't this walking into a trap? If he had thought of this earlier, he wouldn't have come to the boundless territory to ask for help. If things went wrong, not only would the Royal God Mountain be attracted, but the boundless territory as well. He knew what kind of person Lu Sangtian was. When dealing with such a person, unless one's strength was close, there was no way to reason with him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhou Qian raised his hand and slapped him again. This time Zhou Yin was watching. When he saw Zhou Qian's expression change, he took a step back and stepped aside. He decided to equate his father's and grandfather's danger levels in the future. Zhou Qian's slap hit nothing but air. Just like Zhou Rui, he stopped slapping. He found that he liked this feeling. No wonder his father would slap him for no reason. You usually stare at this beauty and that beauty, but when it comes to a critical moment, you can't even think of Ru Mu. What's the use of having you? Zhou Qian was furious. Zhou Yin didn't dare to talk back. Now we can leave now. It's not too late. Zhou Qian sighed. I don't know how to explain this to my father. Let's go. With that, he was about to leave with the group. At this time a voice rang out. You're looking for me? Zhou Qian and the others looked up and saw Lu Yin standing in the void. Their expressions turned ugly. Why didn't he come back earlier or later? Why did he have to come back now? Lu Yin had just returned when he saw the group outside the boundless region. There were many cultivators gathered outside, either wanting to meet or join the boundless region. There were too many people and Lu Yin couldn't meet all of them. However, the Zhou territory was different. They were valuable. Not long after, above the boundless region, Lu Yin met with Zhou Qian alone. Zhou Qian wanted to deal with Lu Yin casually and congratulate Lu Sangtian on defeating Emperor Wu, but under Lu Yin's pressure, he finally told him about the Zhou territory. The invisible pressure made him want to lie on the ground and reply. How could he hide it? Lu Yin looked at him. The Imperial God Mountain infiltrated the Zhou territory so ruthlessly, and you didn't know it all? Zhou Qian was bitter. No one thought that the Imperial God Mountain would take the path of marriage. They'd been planning for many years. We were focused on building ships and didn't think about that. Rukin is too vicious. He's really like a silkworm. He's slowly eating away at people's hearts. If we knew this, the Zhou territory would have sealed itself and not given him a chance. Lu Yin asked, "What's Rukan's cultivation?" Zhou Qian respectfully replied, "Spirit realm." He's a big shot in the Ru family. He's in charge of the Ru family's external affairs. How much do you know about the Ru family? The Ru family? The Ru family is the strongest family in the Imperial God Mountain. They're the spokesperson of the Imperial God Mountain. Almost all of the Imperial God Mountain's external affairs are done by the Ru family. Other than that, we don't know much. The Imperial God Mountain represents the Imperial God Mountain. Other than the 7 major forces, the rest rarely deal with the Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin asked Yuanqi about the Imperial God Mountain, but Yuanqi didn't know much. Before knowing about the Little Ling universe, Yuanqi didn't pay much attention to the Imperial God Mountain. It was normal for the Imperial God Mountain to control spacetime and nurture many experts. No matter how many experts there were, it only showed how powerful the Imperial God Mountain was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3626. With Yu Sang Tian behind them, no one would dare to provoke them. Of course, they were not too high profile in the spiritualized universe. Their status was special and they always maintained a cold attitude. Lu Yin needed to go to them to feel the little spiritual universe and get closer to an action. Unfortunately, outsiders could not enter the mountain. This was their biggest rule. Other than that, they did not have marriage connections with the outside world. For countless years, no one had ever entered the mountain. This had become common knowledge in the spiritualized universe. Wait here, Lu Yin said before leaving. Zhou Qian's gaze was complicated. What would happen to Zhou Yu? He did not know either. The moment he confessed to Lu Yin, he was desperate. His previous thinking was too simple. He thought that he could use Wu Jiang to drive them away and then wait for Wu Jiang to be surrounded and killed. At the same time, he would report to Sky Beyond. It would be great if things could go so smoothly. Only by facing Lu Yin and ascending to Wu Jiang could he feel an indescribable aura. Besieging Wu Jiang was easy to say, but it was not something they should consider. Looking into the depths of Wu Jiang, Zhou Qian felt like he was looking into an abyss. On the other side, Lu Yin found Ru Mu. Ru Mu was looking curiously at the squirming quilt in front of her. She had been staring at this person for a long time. It was really interesting. Jiangqi was speechless. Can you not get too close? What? You're so cold. Ru Mu smiled playfully. Jiangqi's voice was dry with hesitation and helplessness. I don't smell good here. Ru Mu was very natural. I don't care. Can you come out? It's boring to hide in the quilt. Jiangqi was nervous. No, I can't. I'm afraid of sunlight. You have a guilty conscience. That's not what I meant. Jiangqi hid in the quilt and peeked at Ru Mu. This girl was so beautiful that she was glowing. Compared to her, he was too sloppy and did not even have the right to get close. Not far away, Lu Yin had his hands behind his back. Coincidentally, he was looking for both of them. Jiangqi, the person hiding in the quilt, could resist karma. To a certain extent, this person was even more mysterious. But there was nothing strange about dragging him out of the quilt. Besides, there was nothing strange about the quilt itself. Afraid of light, psychological problems, what else could it be? Ru Mu turned back and was happy to see Lu Yin. Master, you're back. Under the blanket, Jiangqi said respectfully, Greetings, Lu Sangton. Lu Yin grunted and told Jiangqi, Go play by yourself. Jiangqi hid in the quilt and squirmed away. She jumped in front of Lu Yin and smiled sweetly. Master, that person is very interesting. Can you pull him out of the blanket? When Jiangqi heard this, he quickly moved faster. He wanted to take a bath and tidy up his hair. Lu Yin looked at Rumu. Everyone has their own lives. Don't disturb others. Ru. Lu Yin looked at her. You've changed so much since the first time we met. You're still the same person. Rumu said with a smile. When does the head of the household like me? Lu Yin looked at Rumu. She was supposed to be a very calm person, but at this moment she had a liveliness that was the complete opposite of her temperament. She was charming and quick-witted. If one didn't look at the person, their personalities would definitely be different. Could it be that he had two personalities like Yener? Why did you stay by my side? Lu Yin asked indifferently. Rumu's expression changed and said respectfully, monitoring the head of the house for Imperial Spirit Mountain. Lu Yin looked at Rumu. What else? No, Rumu replied. Lu Yin frowned. That's not what you said back in the Jikong domain. Rumu looked at Lu Yin and revealed a bitter smile. It was no longer as sweet as before. I could bring you to Royal God Mountain back then, but I can't go now. Why? Master is too powerful. The Royal God Mountain can't hold on. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? There's nothing we can do about it. This is fate. Who told the leader to be so powerful? Even Imperial God Mountain didn't expect this. Rumu was helpless. Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand, grabbed Rumu's neck, and lifted her up. Rumumu did not resist. Against Lu Yin, resistance was meaningless. Are you really Rumu? Yes. Rugua's daughter? Yes. Why does Elder Yu trust you? Rumu was unable to answer, her face flushed red. Lu Yin let go and let Rumu fall. She kept coughing and it took a while for her to recover. The Ru family is the Jikong domain spy in Royal God Mountain. Rumu exhaled. Lu Yin was surprised. The Ru family is the Jikong domain spy? Didn't you say that you work for xianxia? Rumu rubbed her neck. There were clear handprints on her delicate skin. She pulled open her clothes, not caring that Lu Yin was in front of her, revealing her snow-white skin. I don't know why, but neither xianxia nor the Jikong domain explained. It's as if both sides tacitly agreed that Royal God Mountain must have a spy from the Jikong domain. Xianxia did not do anything to the Ru family because of this. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that this was the reason why xianxia could not restart the Little Spirit universe. The people behind the Jikong domain were obstructing xianxia. They had deliberately planted the Ru family in Royal God Mountain because they knew about the existence of the Little Spirit universe? No, not necessarily. They could also be watching xianxia's every move. Using the Ru family as a spy so brazenly must be the work of the god of defense behind the Jikong domain. Xianxia was helpless. Back then you said that you could take me to Royal God Mountain. If I had wanted to go back then, would I have been able to go? Rumu said, yes. Lu Yin smiled. It seems that the Ru family was confident that they could suppress me back then. Rumu did not refute. The Lu Yin back then was completely different from the Lu Yin now. He was comparable to xianxia or at most, Emperor Wu who had not cultivated the transformation of the nine heavens. But now Lu Yin was comparable to xianxia. No one knew what would happen if such a person was brought to Royal God Mountain. This was not only the Ru family's feeling but also xianxia's. Xianxia did not expect Lu Yin to transform so much after coming to the spiritualized universe. If he had gone to the Tianyuan universe and met Lu Yin with his current strength, would he have been able to slaughter the above heaven sect so recklessly? Lu Yin could understand the Ru family's fear. Rumu was also here and could not escape. Otherwise she would have run away long ago. Your father is also ruthless. He doesn't care about your life at all. Lu Yin sighed. Rumu smiled. I still have value to the head. He won't kill me, right? Not necessarily. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Rumu was helpless. If he really wants to kill me, then I will betray Royal God Mountain and bring the head there. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. You are willing to bring me there? Rumu nodded and smiled sweetly. Royal God Mountain clearly said that I am not allowed to bring the head there. But if I am going to die, why should I listen? Head, if I bring you there, will you let me join Royal God Mountain? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you know that the reason I am not killing you is not because you have value or because you can bring me to Royal God Mountain? Then why? Rumu was confused. Lu Yin looked into her eyes, wanting to see something. That premonition was the reason that stopped him from killing Ru Mu. Was Ru Mu sent to his side by the Jiuxiao universe? If so, what was the relationship between Royal God Mountain and the Jiuxiao universe? Or was Ru Mu simply chosen by the Jiuxiao universe? Or was it the Ru family? If the Ru family was related to the Zhikong territory, then was Ru Mu's arrival related to the royal god behind the Zhikong territory? Although Ru Mu kept saying that she wanted to betray Royal God Mountain, it was actually very difficult to get information from her. She might not really know. Compared to Ru Mu, the ninth spirit knew things more easily. Lu Yin was interested in the Royal God Mountain in the Jiuxiao universe. They were strong enough to rival Yu Sang Tian. If he killed one of them, he wondered if he could replace him. This Jiuxiao universe was equivalent to controlling a spiritualized universe. If he could become a royal god in the Jiuxiao universe, would he be able to resolve the crisis of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin thought about it. The more he understood these universes, the more he felt that his power was insignificant. The ones who could really decide the situation were the eternal life realm. He hoped that one day he could resolve the crisis of the Tianyuan universe and help Mr. Mu return to his hometown. He could help the lost race return to their galaxy. He could do many things. Ru Mu stood quietly to the side, watching Lu Yin in a trance. After a while, Lu Yin raised his arm and looked at his hands. Karma spiraled at his fingertips and he threw it at Ru Mu. Ru Mu could not avoid it. She could not see it. Karma spiraled through, and Lu Yin saw strands of karma colliding with each other. He saw Ru Mu's past and even her secrets. Ru Mu blinked and stood where she was, motionless. The karma spiraling dissipated and Lu Yin said, "Ru Kan. You are familiar with him, right?" Ru Mu nodded. "My father adopted him. He is much older than me. He specializes in handling external affairs for the Ru family. Contact Ru Kan and let the Arc region return to normal." Arc region? Ru Mu was curious. Does the head want to help the Arc region? Lu Yin said, "If he wants to stay alive, do as I say. At least show him his value." Understood. Rest assured, head. He will not dare to disobey me. Also, Lu Yin's gaze was deep. How many battleships are there in the spiritualized universe that can travel through time? Ru Mu thought about it. 6. Only 6. Lu Yin had thought that there were many. It was no wonder that there had only been one battleship during the expedition to the Tianyuan universe. Most of the battleships made by the Arc region can only fly in the current universe or travel through parallel universes. Some battleships can only withstand the springboard for a limited number of times. For example, they will be useless after one round trip. There are many such battleships, but they cannot truly travel through the universe. There are only 6 battleships that can withstand the springboard's power and have a lifespan, Ru Mu explained. Lu Yin looked at her and ordered, "Transfer these battleships back to the Arc region. Say that they are being maintained." Maintained? Ru Mu was stunned. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. There were 500 time microarrays here. He decided to use the Ru family's ostensible control of the Arc region to install these time microarrays into the battleships. It did not matter if he did not use them, but if he did. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3627. Every battleship was equipped with 80 time microarrays, each of which had the power of a progenitor's full-strength attack. If 80 progenitors unleashed their full strength at the same time, even a sequenced law realm powerhouse would be stunned. Not every battleship had a primordial realm powerhouse overseeing it. In the past, Lu Yin had been thinking about where to place these time microarrays, and now he had finally figured it out. Thankfully, Zhou Qian and the others had arrived, which had made him think of this. As for whether or not they would be discovered, time microarrays had never appeared in the spiritualized universe, and they had been installed by the boat district, so it was almost impossible to discover them. Even if they were discovered, it would be the Ru family's problem. It had nothing to do with them. Lord Cheng's method of detonating sourcebox arrays at any time was very similar to time microarrays. Yes, it was Lord Cheng. Ru Mu acted very quickly, directly using a spirit cloud stone to contact Ru Kan, who did not hesitate to contact the boat district. In a short time, the boat district had changed, returning to its former bustling state. Zhou Rui gazed at the distant battleships with a complicated expression. A single sentence had resolved the boat district's difficulties. This was the power of a powerhouse. After so many years, had he gone in the wrong direction? Now that he thought about it, his family had only been able to control the boat district because of his own strength. The strong decided everything. Relying on beyond heaven was not necessarily safe. When Zhou Qian and the others returned and saw the same scene as before, they heaved a sigh of relief. Father, has Rukan given in? The Zhou family looked outside. They've finally started work. Wait, we'll get rid of them one by one. Nearly half of the cultivators have stopped working. We really can't do anything about it, but with our boat district's resources, we can replace them all before long. These traitorous bastards. Hearing the discussions, some people had even thought of how to deal with the cultivators. Zhou Qian looked at Zhou Rui's back and felt uneasy. Father, is there a problem? Zhou Yin carefully tugged at his mother's sleeve. Is there a problem with Beyond Heaven? Qiu Shuang shook her head. No, I've already explained the situation to Lady Lan. It's the same as what we discussed before. Lady Lan understands and told us to pay attention to our own safety. Then why is grandfather like this? Everyone realized that something was wrong with Zhou Rui. In the past, no matter what happened, he would either be furious or cursing. He had never been so calm. This was the reason why many had called him Barbarian Zhou. At this moment, however, he was truly different. The boat region is no longer surnamed Boat. The boat helm said in a low voice. Zhou Qian and the others were shocked. Father, what do you mean? His eyes flashed. Could it be Wu Jiang is here? In their plan, Wu Jiang should compete with the royal god mountain for the boat domain. However, as soon as he explained the situation to Lu Sangtian, the boat domain was restored soon after. Lu Sangtian also told him that he could go back with peace of mind. Although it was not in line with the plan, he was happy to see the boat domain restored. But now it seemed that things were far from over. If Wu Jiang really came and replaced the Imperial God Mountain, it would only be worse. Announced to the public that the Frozen Opportunity would has been upgraded. All Spacetime class battleships have been recalled. Maintenance has been upgraded and their service life has been increased. Zhou Qian frowned. The Frozen Opportunity would has leveled up? When? After he finished speaking, he took a step back. His father's words could not be questioned. If he did, he would be slapped. It was a conditioned reflex. But this time the expected slap did not appear. The ship's back was still facing everyone. Recall the Spacetime class battleship immediately. There is no time to waste. The Spacetime class battleship was a battleship that could withstand the power of the springboard. There were many spiritualized battleships. Among them, there was a batch that could only withstand the power of the springboard once. This type of battleship was called the shuttle class. For example, after a trip to the consciousness universe, it would be useless when it returned to the spiritualized universe. Some would even be useless when it returned to Torch City. There were many such battleships and the materials used were extremely precious. The one that Kai Jun had taken to return to the spiritualized universe was a shuttle-class battleship. Qing Yun and the others had also taken a shuttle-class battleship. Upon returning, it was destroyed. After being inspected at Sky Beyond Sky, it was towed to the boat domain to be dismantled. As for Wu Huang, the Ninth Spirit, and the others, they had taken Spacetime-class battleships. They were not limited by the number of trips and could continuously withstand the power of the springboard. When Yi Shang, Bao Qi, and the others had gone to the Tianyuan universe, they had taken the same type of battleship. Wu Jiang and the Bone Ship were Spacetime-class battleships. There were very few such battleships. The main reason was that the materials used were too rare and difficult to manufacture. This was also one of the conditions that limited the spiritualized universe's expedition to the consciousness universe. Otherwise, the consciousness universe would not have lasted until now if countless battleships had attacked it. The boat helm did not know why Rukan wanted them to recall the Spacetime-class battleships. He only knew that Wu Jiang had indeed interfered, but the one controlling the boat domain was still Rukan. He did not know whether Rukan's order had come from himself or Lu Sangtian. All he knew was that the boat domain was no longer the same as before. In Wu Jiang, Lu Yin stood at the edge of the desert of forgetfulness and looked into the distance. Every time Jiang Qi spoke to Ru Mu, he would come to the desert of forgetfulness. It was as if he felt that the sand could cleanse his body of filth. Karma had been repelled by him, so it was ineffective. Then what about the azure sword that had clashed with Karma? Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived in front of Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi looked up and saw Lu Yin. He immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master." Lu Yin waved his hand, and the azure sword suddenly appeared and slashed at Jiang Qi. The azure sword appeared quickly, but it was very slow. It was so slow that Jiang Qi had enough time to see it clearly, think, or even dodge. However, Jiang Qi did not dodge. He just stared blankly at the azure sword, unable to move. The sword of heaven came down, bringing despair to Xianxia that he had never felt before. He couldn't figure out why the third boss would attack him when he was just burying himself in the sand. While Luyin stared at Xianxia and watched as the azure sword slashed down and struck the blanket, but nothing happened. The azure sword disappeared and so did Luyin. Xianxia rubbed his eyes. Where was he? Where was the sword? Was he seeing things? Luyin left the desert of forgetfulness, and the azure sword did not detect anything. Xianxia was too strange, but he would be able to see the problem one day. He went to find Rumu. Rumu was calculating the next location of Divine Rule Mountain. She wanted to betray the mountain and take Luyin there. The Royal God Mountain did not have a fixed entrance. It was very difficult to enter the Royal God Mountain. Firstly, outsiders could not find the entrance. Secondly, the entrance of the Royal God Mountain would wander around sky beyond sky. Sneaking into the Royal God Mountain would not be noticed by sky beyond sky. With Yu Sang-tian overseeing it, it was almost impossible. Thus, no one had entered Divine Rule Mountain for many years. Rumu had taken a huge risk, and she herself had said that she was betraying the mountain. At that moment, Luyin also knew that he had seen 7 karmic lands, and he had thought that one of them was the Divine Rule Mountain. However, that was not the case. That was just an area controlled by Divine Rule Mountain. Cultivators from Divine Rule Mountain would appear all year round, but it was not Divine Rule Mountain itself. This was in line with Lu Yin's understanding of the spiritual universe. It was clearly a universe, so how could it be in a spiritualized universe? It was hard to understand. But a new problem arose. What about the 9 firmaments universe? The 9th spirit and foolish old man had both said that the 9 firmaments universe was in the spiritualized universe, and that it was right above his head. Luyin had indeed seen it, but how could he get there? What was the relationship between the two? He had guessed that it might be similar to the relationship between the Tianyuan universe's origin space and the cosmic tree, but after some thought, he rejected the idea. The two were completely different. The cosmic tree and origin space were 2 parallel spacetimes, while the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe were 2 different universes. How is it? Luyin's voice. Rumu stared intently at the star chart, very serious. Luyin was not in a hurry and waited not far away. After a while, her eyes lit up. So it's there. Where? Luyin was curious. Rumu smiled at Luyin. Master, you would never expect that the entrance to Divine Rule Mountain is in the palm of tomorrow's beast. Luyin raised an eyebrow. Palm? Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Above the boundless starry sky, the universe was collapsing with a low rumble. A force visible to the naked eye hung upside down, connecting heaven and earth like a black tornado. It was like a giant's hand that reached into the boundless starry sky and grabbed at Rumu. Luyin's eyes narrowed. You sang sky? He did not even think about it. His consciousness erupted, and he opened the 9 firmaments, slashing out with the celestial sword. On the other side, the progenitor appeared and opened the 9 firmaments as well. A terrifying aura instantly swept through the starry sky, spreading in all directions of the 100 herb territory and shaking the spiritualized universe. 9 weapons appeared from the progenitor's 9 firmaments. 6 of them were the progenitor's swords, while the other 3 were the azure heavenly soldiers nurtured by the azure heavenly palace. The 9 weapons combined into one. This was the progenitor's ultimate technique after cultivating the 9 firmaments change and fusing it with the azure heavenly palace, the azure heavenly soldiers. Lu Yin's celestial sword and the progenitor's azure heavenly soldiers attacked at the same time, slashing at the tornado that connected heaven and earth. This was Yu Sang-sky's power, and it had crossed half of the spiritualized universe to descend upon the boundless starry sky. It was not for Luyin, the progenitor, or any of the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe above the boundless starry sky. Its only target was Rumu. Rumu's entire body was wrapped in the black tornado, and she had already risen into the air. When she looked up, there was no fear in her eyes, only hatred and killing intent. This gaze shocked Luyin. Something was not right. How could Rumu not be afraid of Yu Sang-sky's power? Even Luyin felt a chill run down his spine. However, this woman's eyes only contained killing intent and an indescribable pressure. The black tornado was cut apart and Rumu's body fell. Suddenly, a ray of black light descended from the boundless starry sky and pierced through Rumu's body. Luyin and the progenitor wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This was Yu Sang-sky's true killing intent, and the ray of black light pierced through Rumu's body and headed straight for Luyin. Luyin waved his hand and slashed out with the celestial sword again. This time the sword didn't care about the process, it only cared about the result. The black light trembled, but it wasn't cut apart. It still had enough energy to continue stabbing towards Lu Yin. Beside him, the progenitor pointed a finger, and the azure heavenly soldiers shrunk countless times. They followed the tip of the finger and struck the black light, shattering it. The moment the black light shattered, they saw the sequence particles dissipate. Lu Yin watched the sequence particles scatter like fireflies. He knew what this was, an eternal thought, Sang Sky's deified sequence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3628. In Wu Wei's memories, this power had been used to kill two celestial phenomenon powerhouses. It was one of Yu Sang Tian's most terrifying powers. Now this power had finally made a move against Wu Jiang. Fortunately, they had the power to fight back. Lu Yin and the ancestor combined were enough to break one thought eternity. In Wu Wei's memories, one thought eternity had never been broken before. Chu Yi, desolate god, and the others rushed over only to see Ru Mu lying on the ground. Master, what happened? Chu Yi asked. Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. Little seven? Lu Yin waved his hand. It's Yu Sang Tian's test. It's fine. After he finished speaking, he walked towards Ru Mu. This woman was strange. She was not Ru Mu. She was definitely not. How could a mere Ru Mu ignore Yu Sang Tian's pressure? Furthermore, how could a mere Ru Mu attract Yu Sang Tian's attention? If they hadn't been able to break the black tornado, Ru Mu would have been taken away. Yu Sang Tian wanted to take her away first, but he couldn't. That was why the black light appeared. Not only did it mean that Ru Mu was very important to Yu Sang Tian, but it also meant that Yu Sang Tian was afraid of Wu Jiang. Who in the spiritualized universe could make Yu Sang Tian hold back? Ru Mu wasn't dead, but she was as good as dead. She couldn't wake up anymore. She was supposed to take him to Royal God Mountain. Was it because of this? The ancestor said, Yu Sang Tian's echelon cultivation is superb. That was just a test. If we can't break that power, we won't be a threat to him. Lu Yin looked up with a serious expression. That power is Yu Sang Tian's deified echelon. It's comparable to the echelon's echelon. Why would he want to capture this girl? The ancestor didn't understand. The others looked at Ru Mu on the ground and found it strange as well. If Yu Sang Tian wanted to test Wu Jiang's strength, why would he attack someone who wasn't Wu Jiang? Lu Yin was sure that Yu Sang Tian wanted to capture Ru Mu. Ru Mu had a huge secret. She was supposed to take me to Royal God Mountain. Everyone looked at each other. Royal God Mountain was Yu Sang Tian's forbidden area. Outsiders couldn't enter, and Royal God Mountain forbade marriages with outsiders. No wonder Yu Sang Tian's anger. How did Yu Sang Tian know that she was going to take you to Royal God Mountain? He can spy on us? So Wang Tian was shocked. Yuan Qi shook his head. Although Yu Sang Heaven can see the entire spiritualized universe, it is impossible for it to monitor the boundless universe. There must be some other reason, or perhaps it is just a coincidence. I never believe in coincidences, Luo Shan said. The Star Toad was terrified. Why don't we just not go to the Divine Royal Mountain? Lu Yin looked into the distance. The more you don't want me to go, the more I want to go. The Star Toad was speechless. This character was truly disgusting. He took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted the Arc Zone. He wanted to use the Arc Zone to contact Ru Kan and have him take Ru Mu away. Most importantly, he wanted to get in touch with the people of the Ru family. Sky beyond sky, Extreme Palace. Yu Sang Tian closed his eyes for several days before opening them. He's getting more and more out of control. His improvement is too fast. He's just arrived here, so he definitely won't be able to take this attack. I still have to wait. Continue to wait. I don't believe that I won't be able to wait. That position will definitely be mine. Lan? My lord. Lan came and bowed respectfully. Yu Sang Tian looked at her. What's the situation in the boat region? Lan replied, the Arc Zone reported that both Boundless and the Divine Royal Mountain are going to compete. As for the outcome, it's unknown. However, the Arc Zone has already resumed the production of battleships. What's strange is that they announced to the public that they're recalling the spacetime battleships for maintenance. This has never happened before. Yu Sang Tian said, recall all the spacetime battleships? Yes. Then recall them. When the upgrade is complete, we'll attack the consciousness universe. This time we'll completely destroy it, Yu Sang Tian said solemnly. Lan was excited. Yes, my lord. Sky Beyond Sky gave the order to cooperate with the Arc Zone to upgrade the battleships. After the upgrade was completed, the expedition to the consciousness universe was launched. The spiritualized universe was shaken, and countless people were excited. There was finally a definite time. This expedition to the consciousness universe would definitely be able to destroy the consciousness lifeforms. Once they went, they would not return easily. They had to wait for the universe to restart and step into a higher realm. The Arc Zone rejected all orders and began to focus on maintaining the space-time battleships that were recalled. Fortunately, because of the Day of Spirit Sacrifice, all the battleships were returned. There were 6 of them and not a single one was missing. The 6 gigantic battleships laid across the Arc Zone like 6 colossal creatures. Sky Beyond Sky also began the process of recruiting cultivators for the expedition to the consciousness universe. The selection criteria were much more relaxed than before. The main reason was that all 6 battleships were mobilized so more cultivators could be brought in. Not long after, another order was announced. Wu Jiang, as the 7th spacetime battleship, would accompany the expedition to the consciousness universe. This news caused countless people to focus on Wu Jiang. As expected, Xianxia would not allow Wu Jiang to do as he pleased. Even if he accepted Wu Jiang had to contribute to the spiritualized universe. This expedition to the consciousness universe was Wu Jiang's time to contribute. Of course, many cultivators were dissatisfied. They felt that this was giving Wu Jiang a chance to wait for the universe to restart. Wu Jiang. When Lu Yin heard the order, he did not know whether to be happy or worried. He knew that there were 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe hiding in parallel spacetime. They were waiting for the spiritualized powerhouses to leave so that they could attack from behind. Wu Jiang's departure coincidentally avoided this battle. However, he also knew that the Earth of E was a grave left by the consciousness universe for Xianxia and the spiritualized powerhouses. Once they went, it was very likely that they would not be able to return. Although Lu Yin was confident in his own strength, he did not think that he could surpass Xianxia. The consciousness universe was well aware of Xianxia's strength and had specially set up a trap for him. If Xianxia could not escape, then Lu Yin could not. If Wu Jiang followed, it would be easy for Wu Jiang to suffer. For Xianxia, this was to prevent Wu Jiang from causing trouble behind him. Even if Lu Yin left, the spiritualized universe would not be able to contain Wu Jiang's powerhouses. After all, there were many of them and there was even a primogenitor. Being able to bring Wu Jiang along meant that even if Xianxia destroyed the consciousness universe, he had no intention of restarting it. Otherwise, why would Wu Jiang benefit from it? Wu Jiang was also an uncertain factor. Who could guarantee that Wu Jiang would not ally with the consciousness universe to deal with the spiritualized universe? A foolish old man's plan for the future was just empty talk. Unless Xianxia planned to use Wu Jiang as cannon fodder, or if he wanted to use Wu Jiang to kill his way to the Earth of E. Lu Yin also had his suspicions. Wu Jiang was enough to be bait. First it was Ru Mu and now it was Wu Jiang. It seemed that Xianxia was planning to do something and was not as passive as before. Xianxia did not want to be passive, and Lu Yin did not want to be passive either. Lu Yin had a plan in the Xuanhuan universe, but in the spiritualized universe, it was very difficult. Omnipotence. Unless one could be omniscient and omnipotent. A new idea popped into Lu Yin's mind, and he immediately went into seclusion. He raised his hand and rolled his die. He watched as the die slowly came to a stop. 4 pips, time stop space. Just nice, he needed time. The scene in front of him changed. Lu Yin stayed in the time stop space for a year, but it wasn't enough. He continued rolling his die again, but this time it was 6 pips. Lu Yin searched for consciousnesses that he could fuse with, but after a while he found a few dim consciousnesses that were meaningless. He returned to his body and continued rolling his die. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Although it had only been a short time, it felt like a long time to him. He had rolled 4 pips 15 times, which was equivalent to 15 years of seclusion. Finally, he had completed his vision and created a battle technique that linked his consciousness to his body. This combat skill needed to be coordinated with one's consciousness. Cultivating it was not difficult. The difficult part was finding a powerful consciousness life form to coordinate with in battle. This was Lu Yin's most likely omniscient and omnipotent method. He could only merge with the consciousness life forms. Since that was the case, he would spread the spiritualized universe to the consciousness life forms. As long as there were enough consciousness life forms, he would naturally know more information. There were very few consciousness life forms in the spiritualized universe, and if he wanted to have enough of them, he would naturally need the consciousness life forms hidden in parallel spacetimes. After Lu Yin came out of seclusion, he made a high-profile announcement that his comprehension of consciousness had allowed him to create a linked battle technique. It was called the spiritualization technique. As the name implied, it used the consciousness to drive the cultivator's body, creating something similar to an avatar's strength. The cultivator also had the initiative to attack. This way, not only would it prevent a gap in coordination, but it would also prevent the consciousness life forms from betraying the cultivator. Most importantly, it would more than double the cultivator's strength. The stronger the consciousness life form that cooperated with the cultivator, the more powerful the cultivator would be. This spiritualization technique was popularized by Limitless, and it quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe, causing countless debates. Most people did not care, as they simply did not know that consciousness life forms could be enslaved. Many people said that Limitless was trying to curry favor with the spiritualized universe and avoid following them into the consciousness universe. This excuse saved Lu Yin from having to explain himself. That's right, this was the reason. The more selfish the reason, the more the spiritualized universe would feel at ease. In the spiritualized universe, most cultivators would not be able to obtain consciousness life forms. However, consciousness life forms could live for a long time, and many of them were passed down as precious treasures. There were still some who could enslave consciousness life forms. These people cultivated their willpower, and it did not matter if it was useful or not. In any case, it was simple and they would just cultivate it. As a result, their power level increased dramatically, and this caused quite a commotion. As more and more people cultivated their willpower, the commotion in the spiritualized universe also increased. This was especially true after Bofan region's Little Situ won a battle against Cloud Crane region's Shikaka Boy. The commotion caused by the battle quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Little Situ and Shikaka Boy had always been evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. However, when Little Situ used his spirit and Shikaka Boy only used his consciousness life form to fight, the difference between the two was obvious. Little Situ's fighting power had more than doubled, which was very exaggerated. Shikaka Boy was suppressed to the point that he couldn't do anything. Gradually, more and more cultivators with consciousness life forms began to cultivate their willpower. This was especially true in the face of an expedition into the consciousness universe. The increase in their power level would increase their chances of survival and allow them to gain more battle achievements. This was an opportunity for them to take a leap forward. Willpower quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and countless people were searching for consciousness life forms. However, everyone knew that this was an excellent opportunity to transform their own power level, and no one would sell it. Many people looked over at the intent realm, hoping that it would sell a batch of consciousness life forms. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3629. Xiao had already researched spirituality, and he found that it did not harm the user and could even control consciousness life forms. It was an excellent battle technique and he was tempted. Unfortunately, he did not have a suitable consciousness life form. In Beyond Heaven, Lan reported this matter. Xianxia was puzzled. Even with his unparalleled power, he could not understand what Lu Yin was thinking. Was Lu Yin really trying to gain merit in exchange for Wu Jiang not fighting? He should know that this was impossible, as Xianxia would not be at ease leaving Wu Jiang in the spiritualized universe. Then what was the point of Lu Yin's actions? Was he trying to increase the spiritualized universe's power for no reason? Or was it related to consciousness life forms? Many people had always guessed that the Xuanhuan universe and the consciousness universe were working together, and the consciousness life form that had been taken away from the intent realm was one of the reasons. Would Lu Yin's promotion of this battle technique allow consciousness life forms to use the cultivators instead? However, Xianxia had also seen the battle technique, and there was no problem with it. He was definitely not wrong. This battle technique was only useful to cultivators, and it had no advantage over consciousness life forms. He was also at a loss. Beyond Heaven did not stop the spread of spiritualized battle techniques, which meant that this battle technique could be cultivated. This made everyone lower their guard and focus on searching for consciousness life forms. This was a shortcut to increasing one's power in the short term. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to enter Beyond Heaven in a high-profile manner. He arrived outside the palace and requested an audience with Xianxia. Lan stared at Lu Yin warily, afraid that he would suddenly carve something. Xianxia looked outside the palace. What is it? Luin smiled. Spiritualized battle techniques can increase the power of spiritualized cultivators. I hope that Wu Jiang will not fight in the consciousness universe. As expected, it was for Wu Jiang. Lan stared at Luin. After the spiritualized battle technique had been released, many people had been discussing it. They did not understand why Wu Jiang had suddenly become so kind. Wu Jiang represented the Xuanhuan universe, and the spiritualized cultivators all believed that Luin had been able to create Xianxia because Xianxia wanted to rope in the Xuanhuan universe's experts. No matter what, there was no need to completely wipe out the Xuanhuan universe's cultivators in order to restart it. It was possible to rope in a group of experts to join the spiritualized universe. Only the most powerful cultivators in the spiritualized universe did not think so, especially when Luin had mobilized resources several times. No one was stupid, and they could guess that Lu Yin's goal, which was to limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. This method was very naive and not stop, but that did not mean they could not see Wu Jiang's position. Under such circumstances, it was hard not to be suspicious of Wu Jiang's sudden promotion of spiritual battle techniques. If it was in exchange for Wu Jiang not going to battle the consciousness universe, it would make sense. Xianxia calmly looked at Luin. You are now my spiritual universe's Xianxia. Since the spiritual universe has acknowledged you, I hope that you can do something for it. That's why I created a spiritual battle technique to increase the overall power of the spiritualized cultivators, Luin said. Xianxia shook his head. Without sentient life forms, this battle technique is just empty talk. The boundless can withstand the power of a springboard, which is a spacetime battleship. It should be able to travel to the universe of consciousness. Luin asked, so you're saying that the conditions aren't good enough? Xianxia didn't retort. Luin thought about it for a moment. There are many things that we both know. If you don't trust Wu Jiang, me the progenitor, or you can pick out a few people to go with you. There's no need to drag Wu Jiang along. Xianxia looked deeply at Luin. He had his own plans and believed that everything was still under control. No matter how fast Lu Yin's cultivation had improved, he still wouldn't underestimate Lu Yin's group. He knew very well how difficult it was for an ordinary cultivator to become the master of a universe. It wasn't something that could be achieved with high cultivation. Back then, Elder Xianxia's power had surpassed his, but Xianxia was him, not Elder Xianxia. There were too many top powerhouses in the universe. Even when Tianhou became Emperor Wu, the old salamander's power had definitely surpassed his, but he hadn't been exposed. There were many things that could be accomplished with great power, but there were also many things that couldn't be done with power alone. Luin had become the master of the Tianyuan universe, which meant that he had both power and intelligence. Xianxia couldn't see through Luin, so he didn't answer. Luin sighed. I'm working with the universe of consciousness. Xianxia's eyes flashed. In the distance, Lan raised her brows and looked at Luin with murderous eyes. Was this person making it clear? This was a provocation. Back in Torch City we worked together. The universe of consciousness asked us to rescue the beings from the universe of consciousness that were imprisoned in the intent realm. That was the reason for the intent realm battle, Luin said. Xianxia wasn't surprised. In fact, he already knew that Qi Gong had stolen the White Willow and framed Qi Jun. Among them, Saint Daliu and Qi Gong had worked together to lure Luin to destroy the intent realm and secretly take away the beings from the universe of consciousness. When I worked with the universe of consciousness, I treated the spiritualized universe as my only enemy. But gradually, I realized that something was wrong with the sentient beings. Lu Yin's expression darkened. These sentient beings don't have human emotions. They just want to live. It's a very simple instinct, which is to survive. But it's precisely because of this instinct that they're the most terrifying. They're willing to do anything to survive. I believe you know this better than anyone. Xianxia's tone was indifferent. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I've decided not to work with the universe of consciousness anymore. I'll work with you to restart it. Xianxia looked deeply at Luin. What makes you think that I'll restart the universe of consciousness and not the Tianyuan universe? Luin said, working with us will speed up the process. On the other hand, you can't possibly work with the universe of consciousness. I know what you're fighting for. Xianxia looked past Luin and into the distance. Did the foolish old man say that? He had to say it. So you think I'm in a hurry? Aren't you? Xianxia smiled. Alright, I agree. We'll restart the universe of consciousness first.
As for whether or not the Xuanhuan universe will be restarted, I can't guarantee it. You don't have the right to ask me for a guarantee. You know your own use. Do you not plan on taking that path? Lu Yin knew that Xianxia was talking about the path of karma. If he took the path of karma, he would be targeted by Grandmaster Grass. If he didn't, he would be useless to Grandmaster Grass and would no longer be a threat to Xianxia. It's up to me whether or not I go, Lu Yin replied. Xianxia didn't mind. If you want to work with us, a spiritual battle technique isn't enough. Also, why is it called a spiritual battle technique? With the mind in front and the spirit behind, do you prefer the consciousness universe? Lu Yin shrugged. Then let's call it a spiritual battle technique. I don't care, it just sounds nice. Our progenitor came up with a better name. Do you want one too? How about Gooden? Xianxia's expression didn't change. In the distance, Lan's face twitched. Gooden? This guy really dared to say that. Lu Yin smiled. It's just a joke. If you don't like it, then forget it. If you don't have enough spiritual battle techniques, then fine. I'll tell you where the consciousness universe is hidden in the spiritualized universe. You can go and find it yourselves. Xianxia frowned. Hidden? Lu Yin looked at him. You don't think that the consciousness universe has been passively defending for so many years, do you? They've hidden quite a few in the spiritualized universe. This time, you're leading most of the spiritualized universe's experts into the consciousness universe, so it's time for them to make a move. Impossible. Even if there are, there won't be that many hidden, Lan said. Lu Yin looked at her. How long have you lived? Any life form in the consciousness universe can live longer than you. You overestimate the beyond heaven's prestige. Do you think that few people break the rules? Someone brought back consciousness life forms without permission? Lan asked in a low voice. Why else do you think Royal God Mountain is eyeing the Arc region? The Arc region is very valuable. He then looked at Xianxia, raised his hand and raised all 5 fingers. 5 parallel spacetimes. From what I know, there are 5 parallel spacetimes hidden in the consciousness universe. As for the number, you can count it yourselves. In any case, each parallel spacetime contains more consciousness life forms than the ones in the intent realm. I'm returning this to you. Lan looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia remained calm. This is the price you have to pay for cooperating with us, and it's also the price my spiritualized universe has to pay for acknowledging Limitless. However, Limitless still has to accompany us into the consciousness universe. Lu Yin frowned. You're really evil. I've already betrayed the consciousness universe and am giving you this huge gift. Are you still worried? The Beyond Heaven's order has already been given, and it cannot be changed, Xianxia said. Lu Yin sneered. I haven't told you the location yet. Xianxia didn't care. You can choose not to. Lan looked at Lu Yin. Who did he think Xianxia was? No one had ever been able to negotiate with him. What if I tell you that there are 13 celestial phenomenon? Lu Yin asked. Lan exclaimed, 13 celestial phenomenon? How is that possible? Where did 13 come from? Lu Yin sneered, is your defense very tight? Limitless has a consciousness life form that went from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe, and then from the spiritualized universe to the Xuanhuan universe. None of you know about this. Lan's expression turned ugly. She was the messenger of the Beyond Heaven, and many things were decided by her. There was no need for Xianxia to act personally. This was all her fault. However, just as Lu Yin had said, the Beyond Heaven controlled the spiritualized universe, but that didn't mean that everyone in the spiritualized universe would listen to the Beyond Heaven. There were too many people in the 36 filaments who had broken the rules and secretly captured consciousness life forms. The 13 celestial phenomenon were not on the same level as ordinary consciousness life forms, and even Xianxia had to take them seriously. Are you sure there are 13 celestial phenomenon? Lu Yin was certain. Absolutely. Xianxia nodded. What are your conditions? Give it to Limitless. No. Xianxia immediately. Xianxia immediately rejected. I've already said that the Beyond Heaven's orders cannot be changed, especially when it comes to strategy. Limitless must be the 7th warship. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I don't have anything else I want. With my strength I can get anything I want. At this point he suddenly thought of something. How about this, let's have a fair exchange. I'll give you 13 celestial phenomenon, and you'll give me 13 in return. How about that? Xianxia looked at the sky and then back at Lu Yin. An action? Lu Yin nodded. Sure. Why an action? It's a battle technique.
Yu Sang Tian stared at Lu Yin. The last day of your open nine skies? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3630. Lu Yin praised, the transformation of the nine heavens is truly miraculous. It can transform my power, and the sword on the last day came from Wu Wei. However, I haven't made up for it yet, so I need Wu Wei to help me. Where did your transformation of the nine heavens come from? Yu Sang Tian finally asked. What was even more disgusting was that if the progenitor could do it, then did that mean that everyone else in the boundless continent could do it too? Thinking about this made him feel a little depressed. He felt like he was being treated like a fool, and there were many people who were there. Ever since the battle with Emperor Wu, countless people had guessed where the transformation of the nine heavens had come from. Yu Sang Tian naturally didn't understand, as this was beyond his expectations. If it wasn't for the transformation of the nine heavens, how could Lu Yin resolve his eternity? Now he finally asked. Lu Yin didn't answer, instead asking, why did you attack Ru Mu? Don't tell me you don't want me to go to the Royal God Mountain. The entrance is near Sky Beyond. If you really didn't want me to go, you could have sealed it. There was no need to go to the boundless continent and attack Ru Mu. Yu Sang Tian waved his hand and Lan retreated in shock. After she left, Yu Sang Tian said, I saved your life. Lu Yin didn't understand. What do you mean? Literally, the transformation of the nine heavens. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. If you want Wu Wei, fine, but give me celestial phenomenon in exchange. Lu Yin left, and Yu Sang Tian told Lan to leave so that she wouldn't hear that sentence. Ru Mu's matter was too strange. Lu Yin walked out of Sky Beyond and suddenly turned back to look at the sun beast, his gaze landing on the beast's palm. Just before coming to Sky Beyond, Rukin had gone to the 100 Grass region to pick up Ru Mu, who had already become a zombie. She had left Lu Yin with a message, Royal God Mountain welcomes him. This sentence completely broke everything that Ru Mu had said before. Ru Mu had said that Royal God Mountain didn't want him to go, which was why she had calculated the entrance. However, Rukan had said that Royal God Mountain welcomes him. This wasn't Rukan's meaning but Ru family's Ru Gua's. One Ru Mu, the other Ru Gua, expressing two different meanings. Before Ru Mu had become a living dead, the only valuable information she'd left behind was the beast of tomorrow's palm. When he first heard that the entrance to the Royal God Mountain would appear in the palm of tomorrow's beast, he found it strange that the entrance would appear there. Now, the words of the Ru family were like a thread that connected tomorrow's beast's palm with what Ru Mu wanted to do. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the sun beast's palm, and a chill enveloped his entire body. He seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. Who was it? Yu Sang Tian? Why was she suddenly staring at him? Because of tomorrow's beast palm? Lu Yin subconsciously looked up at the beast's face, as if his glance at the palm had been unintentional. There had never been such a shocking chill. Was it Yu Sang Tian? Lu Yin wasn't sure either. He stared at the face for a long time before leaving. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at his palm, not even from the corner of his eye. However, he was sure that there was something wrong with tomorrow's beast's palm. This might be the reason why Yu Sang Tian attacked Ru Mu. She had said something taboo. The dusky sky was originally as usual, but as the void cracked open, rays of sword light descended and the ground collapsed. Countless people wailed in agony. Cultivators walked out from the crack in the void. The person in the lead came from the Forest Feather sect of the 36 regions. He was a powerhouse from the 5 forests. He looked down at the ground with a cold and arrogant expression. There was mockery and lingering fear. There really is a group of people hiding. Remember, don't kill them. Try to capture them alive. There were countless people standing on the ground. There were cities and empires here. As the cultivators attacked, the people were confused. The cultivators in this parallel universe weren't strong, and those who had reached the space-exploring realm were considered demigods. However, the cultivators who attacked seemed to be at the space-exploring realm. How could there be so many demigods? The empire was split into two, and the territory that was once considered a forbidden area was torn apart. The consciousness life forms all revealed ferocious expressions. The powerhouses from the 5 forests smirked and looked into the distance. In the imperial palace of this continent, the man sitting on the throne looked up. How did you find this place? Romance, you will have your answer. There are actually 5-star light level consciousness life forms. You are mine. Spirit threads cut through the void and cut a row of spaceships in half.
Sparks flew everywhere. The Heavens Craftsman Domain's Grandmaster retracted his spirit threads and looked into the distance with a burning gaze. There were indeed many consciousness lifeforms. On a distant planet, beams of light shot into the starry sky and were erased by the spiritualized cultivators. The North Mountain region's Mountain Master had personally taken action. He wanted to capture more consciousness lifeforms for the North Mountain region's disciples, and this parallel universe actually had consciousness lifeforms that were equivalent to spiritual spells. He wanted them. Lu Yin revealed 5 consciousness lifeforms from a parallel universe to the realm beyond heaven. Compared to all the consciousness lifeforms hidden in the spiritualized universe, he didn't know how many there were. However, this price was enough for the spiritualized universe to lower their guard against wuxian. He came to a parallel universe and looked at the countless consciousness lifeforms and cultivators fighting in the distance. He turned and entered a silver building, walking in step by step. Every step he took caused ripples to spread out. It was as if he was stepping on the veins of time and space, completely enveloping this parallel universe. In the deepest part of the building, someone laughed and stuck a piece of paper on the heads of the other 3 people. You guys lost again. Ah. This person wore a coat that was covered in flowers. The colors were bright and eye-catching and his face was full of smiles. The other 3 people looked at each other, and their eyes flickered as they looked at their feet from time to time. Ripples spread out. They wanted to tear through the void and leave, but they couldn't. My lord, he's here, a man with 5 pieces of paper stuck to his head said nervously. The man in the flowery coat waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Let's play another round. Don't give in to me. I'll kill whoever gives in to me. My lord, let's deal with the enemy first. This human's aura is very terrifying, another person said. It was a woman and her face was pale. Playing games? They couldn't even sit still. The man in the flowery coat rolled his eyes. Useless. A human can scare you guys to this extent. Scram. The 3 people felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly fled. Lu Yin had already arrived and looked at the 3 people. His gaze went past them and looked inside. The man in the flowery coat was muttering to himself as he touched the cards. The 3 people didn't dare to face Lu Yin and turned to flee. Lu Yin didn't chase after them. These 3 were star realm consciousness lifeforms, which were equivalent to progenitors. They were perfect for the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin could absorb ordinary consciousness lifeforms, but they wouldn't catch the spiritualized universe's attention. Weak cultivators were meaningless to Lu Yin, but the stronger ones needed to be returned to the spiritualized universe's powerhouses to cultivate. They would be perfect for Lu Yin's eyes. After a few steps, Lu Yin arrived outside the room and looked inside. The man in the flowery coat raised his head and looked at Lu Yin with a brilliant smile. Want to play a round? Lu Yin nodded and sat across from him. What? Play? Simple. He pulled out a card, and the number on the upper right corner of the card kept changing from 1 to 9. Tap the card lightly and the number will be fixed. Whoever has the bigger number wins and the winner can stick the note on the loser's head. How is it? Isn't it interesting? Lu Yin was interested. Interesting, but why should I play with you? The man smiled. You're here to capture me. If you can win 10 rounds in a row, I'll leave with you without any resistance. This man was one of the 13 celestials, Huamani. Lu Yin didn't know much about Huamani. During his 3 months in seclusion he had rolled 6 pips 5 times. One of those times, he had coincidentally merged with a consciousness life form in this parallel universe. That was how he had found Huamani, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to find him. The consciousness life form that had merged with him only knew that 2 of the 13 celestials were here, but he didn't know where they were. This Huamani was unlucky. Lu Yin agreed. Alright, let's play. Huamani's gaze turned cold. But if I win you have to answer 1 question for me. 1 question per round. That's not fair. It's fair. I don't plan on resisting. I'll just watch the game. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Alright, let's play. Huamani jumped up, the card floating in the air. You first or me? You first, Lu Yin said. Huamani tapped the card and the number stopped at the upper right corner. 7. Haha, you only have 2 numbers to win. Lu Yin tapped the card. 8. Sorry. Huamani's face twitched. Again. 5. 6. Sorry. Again. 8. 9. I'm really sorry. Huamani was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. You didn't cheat, did you? Lu Yin shrugged. Same here. Huamani was furious. You really did cheat. This is a game and it has to be fair. It doesn't count.
Lu Yin laughed. You can control the numbers with your consciousness, but you didn't control it when you played with them? Huamani was stunned and he looked at Lu Yin speechlessly. Are you a 13 celestial phenomenon ascendant or am I? Why do I feel like your consciousness surpasses mine? Lu Yin did not remember this Huamani in Wu Wei's memories. This Huamani had only become a 13 celestial phenomenon ascendant after Wu Wei had been captured, just like Bao Qi and Meng Sang Tian. Of course, that was only relative to Wu Wei. Huamani had probably become a 13 celestial phenomenon ascendant before the destruction of the celestial sect and the rise of the Daosor sect in 9 mountains and 8 seas. You win. Fine again. Huamani tapped the card and the top right corner stopped several times. 9. He looked at Lu Yin proudly. How about it? Let me go first. This is the result. You can't win and at most it'll be a draw. Lu Yin looked at him. Then I'll have to put in a little more effort. You can resist. Huamani moved closer to Lu Yin. How did you find me? You haven't won yet. Lu Yin tapped the card again and the numbers on the top right corner kept jumping. 2 numbers kept jumping but they did not stop. It looked like a double-digit number. Lu Yin looked at Huamani. I win. Huamani suddenly attacked, his consciousness blasting towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not move and allowed the consciousness to attack him. He raised a hand and struck out with a palm. Absolute power destroyed the void, and half of Huamani's body was shattered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-31. The consciousness life form took the initiative to transform into a certain form. If that form was injured, the consciousness life form itself would also be injured. Huamani retreated in shock. How could this be? You are indeed at the starry sky level. Why would someone from the Xuanhuan universe help a spiritualized universe? He had sensed Lu Yin the moment he had arrived in this parallel spacetime, but it had been too late. Lu Yin had instantly stirred up the void, making it impossible for him to escape. However, it wasn't that he wasn't confident. After all, he was a 13th celestial phenomenon cultivator. They had some guesses about Lu Yin's strength, and he was indeed at Sang Tian's level. In fact, he might even be comparable to a peerless emperor. However, as long as he wasn't at Sang Tian's level, he would still be able to escape with his strength as a celestial phenomenon cultivator. Unfortunately, he did not know how shocking Lu Yin's battle with Emperor Limitless had been. Because Lu Yin had previously absorbed consciousness life forms from a parallel spacetime, these life forms did not dare to come into contact with the spiritualized universe for a short period of time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them not to know of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin was at Sang Tian's level. That single palm made Huamani feel Lu Yin's terror. Even if he wanted to use his consciousness to instantly tear through the void and escape, he could not do so. This was an absolute suppression. Lu Yin looked at Huamani calmly and raised a hand to grab him. At the same time, his consciousness erupted. Huamani clenched his teeth and swept the flower across. The flower's shadow was mottled as if time had flowed past and the space was retreating. Lu Yin was astonished. This was the plan's secret art. It had to be said that the mirage domain was fixed in the Tianyuan universe, so the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe lacked the opportunity to comprehend the power of time. Otherwise, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe would have given birth to many experts who had mastered the power of time and space, which would be very difficult to deal with. Even so, against some powerhouses the power of time was still useless. On the other hand, Huamani had used the power of spatial reversal to simulate parallel time, and his consciousness was more refined than Wu Wei's. However, his consciousness was far inferior to Wu Wei's and Lu Yin's. Using spatial power against Lu Yin was an even bigger joke. Lu Yin raised a hand and space chased after time. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, directly breaking through flower pinch. Under Huamani's shocked gaze, Lu Yin grabbed him. A loss is a loss. If you can't afford to play, then don't play in the future. With that, he tore through the void and vanished. Outside of heaven, Lu Yin arrived once more. He didn't even look at the tomorrow beast as he went straight to the extreme palace. Under Lan's shocked gaze, Huamani was thrown out. Change. Huamani looked around. He hadn't been heavily injured by Lu Yin, but he knew exactly where he was and had no intention of resisting. No matter how self-centered the conscious beings appeared to the outside world, their desire to live was an instinct. This was the realm beyond heaven, and there was also Sang Tian,
as well as other powerhouses who had crossed their bitter adversity. Even if all 13 celestial phenomenon celestials came, they might not be able to escape. Xianxia seemed to always be in the extreme palace, watching silently from a distance away from all living beings. 13 celestial phenomenon, blooming flower. Huamani looked at Ji Gong with a bitter expression. Long time no see, Xianxia. Xianxia looked past him and at Lu Yin. Even if the 13 celestial phenomenon are hidden in the spiritualized universe, you wouldn't know where they are. I'm curious as to how you found this rat. Lu Yin was confident. I have my ways. If the price you pay is high enough, I will find a way to find the other 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants for you. Rebirth, the great time of waves, Xianxia nodded. Sure. What are your conditions? 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators are enough to exchange for one limitless. Lu Yin mocked. Fate? The order cannot be changed, but the conditions are not enough. Xianxia said, limitless is fighting, but the battlefield is not in the consciousness universe. The spiritualized universe is yours, so you can say whatever you want. What about Wu Wei? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia was indifferent. 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators in exchange for limitless not fighting in the consciousness universe. What does that have to do with anything? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you trying to cheat? Xianxia waved his hand, and Wu Wei appeared beside him. In Lu Yin's eyes, Wu Wei was a dark cloud, but in everyone's eyes it was different. When Huamani saw Wu Wei appear, he sighed in relief for some reason. He felt that he would no longer be the center of attention, and Wu Wei would share some of the burden. Wu Wei had not expected that he would become a condition for the exchange. Lord Xianxia, I have already submitted to the spiritualized universe. You promised me that no one can enslave me. I am free. Xianxia looked at him. You are still free. Wu Wei's voice was low. Then what's going on? I'm just changing places. Xianxia did not care. Wu Wei was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators in exchange for limitless not fighting, or Huamani in exchange for Wu Wei. Choose one. Lu Yin understood. Even if I capture the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator, I can only exchange them individually? That's right, Xianxia admitted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself for a moment before kicking Huamani into the extreme palace. Huamani was caught off guard and he crashed into the palace. He felt sullen and powerless and he wanted to curse out loud, but he held himself back. They could be exchanged once or twice, and if they fell into that fellow's hands again, it would be over. Xianxia was astonished. You're not going to think about it? Lu Yin sneered. I'm not confident that I can capture the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator. Once I agree, you can decide to go on an expedition tomorrow, and I won't be able to do anything to you. Xianxia smiled. That's your personality. All right. He then tossed Wu Wei to Lu Yin. Wu Wei subconsciously tried to escape, but suddenly 2 terrifying consciousnesses pressed down from the heavens. One was Xianxia and the other was Lu Yin. Both of them attacked at the same time, and Wu Wei was almost crushed to death. As a sentient being with 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, when had they ever been suppressed so badly by someone else's consciousness? This scene made Huamani's scalp go numb. These 2 humans were suppressing them in all aspects. In the end, Wu Wei was still captured by Lu Yin. Huamani remained in Beyond Heaven, where he might be able to find more hidden sentient beings. If there was no other way, he could just throw away his domain and replace Wu Wei. Xianxia wasn't worried that Huamani wouldn't agree. He knew what sentient beings were like. Intelligent beings could sometimes surpass their limits without fear of death due to their emotions, but sentient beings would never do so. This was a fact that had been confirmed by the spiritualized universe for countless years. A being that only wanted to live would find it even harder to survive. Lu Yin brought Wu Wei back to the 100 Grass region, but he wasn't in a hurry to enter Wu Wei's body to search for memories. Xianxia's gaze was constantly on him, and only when he returned to the boundless boundary and had the primogenitor by his side would he dare to act recklessly. As soon as they returned, Lu Yin was about to enter Wu Wei's body when he suddenly looked into the distance. A familiar figure appeared, Xianxia. Xianxia appeared outside the 100 Grass region, heading towards the boundless boundary. Within the boundless boundary, the experts all looked over and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. 1, 2, 3.
Why were there so many experts? There were quite a few Dooku and there were quite a few primes as well. The number of experts in the boundless boundary was comparable to the School of Arts and the myriad beasts border. As expected of the peak experts of the Xuanhuan universe. He had been taken away by the only true God to avoid returning to the spiritualized universe due to time reversal, but he had also lost his memories of the Xuanhuan universe, so he didn't know much about it. Now the experts of the boundless boundary had given him quite a shock. He thought back to the battle at the myriad beasts border, where a toad and a desolate god had forced Emperor Wu Huang to undergo a spiritual molting. The boundless boundary could not be underestimated. Meng Sang Tian requests an audience with Master Lu. Outside the boundless boundary, Meng Sang Tian did not directly enter. In the distance, many people looked over. They were all cultivators who wanted to join the boundless boundary but were unable to do so. There were also many cultivators who had come for the 100 Grass region, as they enjoyed being close to the boundless boundary. Although the auras of powerhouses swept over them from time to time, it was still a safe environment. No one dared to cause trouble around the boundless boundary. At the bow of the boundless boundary, Yushan looked forward while Meng Sang Tian looked at him in confusion. Many people in the spiritualized universe did not understand why Yu Sang Tian had not saved Yushan. Lu Yin did not understand either. Yushan was afraid of Yu Sang Tian and was afraid of being killed. Yu Sang Tian himself did not know about this. He was not omniscient. Then why did Yu Sang Tian not save Yushan and instead allow him to be humiliated at the bow of the boundless boundary? The longer Yushan remained, the more Lu Yin could not see through him. He had sent Yushan to the commander appointment platform and had asked the primogenitor to check on him, who had found no problems. Please come in, Lu Yin said. When Meng Sang Tian entered the boundless boundary, the first thing he saw was the star toad. The toad was squatting nearby, its golden appearance very festive, but Meng Sang Tian knew that this toad was ruthless. Even Wu Huang had been suppressed by it once. After that were Su Wangtian, Mu Zhu, Luoshan, Shizu and so on. Meng Sang Tian saw many experts, and even though some had not reached the primordial realm, he still felt a sense of danger from them. Those who had the right to come to the boundless boundary and cause trouble for the spiritualized universe were not simple people. They were all well-known figures in the same realm. The celestial victor wielded his golden staff and looked at Meng Sang Tian with battle intent. He had been suppressing himself for a very long time, and he had felt very sullen that he had not participated in the battle at the myriad beasts border. After all, breaking through to the primordial realm required a hardy battle. For this reason, he looked at Meng Sang Tian with a provocative gaze. Meng Sang Tian directly glanced at him. He was very familiar with this gaze. Wu Huang had looked at him the same way in the past. That battle maniac wanted nothing more than to fight all of Meng Sang Tian. Lu Qianyi, Chu Yi Yuanqi and even Su Wang and Li Shou who were playing around on a tree. They were all so powerful. The crazy headmaster opened his eyes and met Meng Sang Tian's gaze. In that instant, the crazy headmaster felt a rare urge to attack. He had heard from Lu Yin that in the 37 years of time, Meng Sang Tian had massacred Astral 10. It would have been fine if the crazy headmaster had been killed, but the children of Astral 10 had all died. Blood had flowed like rivers and this was unforgivable. Even though time had been reversed and this incident had not happened, it had not happened because Lu Yin had reversed time, not because Meng Sang Tian had not done anything. Meng Sang Tian looked at the crazy headmaster. The astral progenitor had walked a very strange path, and his future was unknown. However, he was looking at Meng Sang Tian with a gaze that was even more provocative than the one with the golden staff. What was this? Meng Sang Tian was someone who could be provoked by just anyone in the boundless boundary. If it had been Wu Huang, he would have exploded long ago. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-32. Meng Sang Tian wasn't Emperor Wu. He didn't have the violent temperament of a beast. He was more like a shrewd person. After exchanging a glance with each other, he walked inside. Suddenly, he stopped and looked in another direction. The ancestor was standing there. Meng Sang Tian's eyes flashed. It was this person who made him afraid. During the battle at the 10,000 beasts border, this person was the first to see through his dream. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chased by Emperor Wu for so long. This person's threat was no less than Lu Sang Tian's. Lord Eternal had said that this person was once the strongest in the Tianyuan universe. Above the boundless border there were also the Xuanhuan army, mechas, black energy source users, and so on. They all looked like ordinary cultivators, but they could unleash progenitors' destructive power. No one knew that there were still wandering corpses under the boundless border. Lu Yin had given Silver enough time. Now, the wandering corpses were very powerful. Even if they couldn't compare to the bone boats, they weren't too far off. If the boundless border started a war with the spiritualized universe, it would be a great surprise to the spiritualized universe, especially after the opening of the 9 skies. It wouldn't be as easy to control as it had been at the beginning. The one true God was right. Those who gave Lu Yin time wouldn't have a good ending. Meng Sangtian looked away and walked to the rain observatory. Raindrops fell on the bluestone floor. Lu Yin's back was facing Meng Sangtian. He let the rain fall and felt the coldness. "You have guts. Aren't you afraid that I'll keep you here?" Meng Sangtian looked at Lu Yin's back. "If you wanted to catch me, you wouldn't have waited until now." The Tianyuan universe reversed time. In that time you left a blood debt in the boundless border. Lu Yin's voice was cold. Meng Sangtian frowned and suddenly thought of the spirit ancestor. "We're enemies. There's no right or wrong." "Yes, there's no right or wrong. I hope you can leave easily later," Lu Yin said lightly. Meng Sangtian's voice was low. "I brought Lord Eternal's message. He knows your goal." Lu Yin still had his back to him and looked into the distance. "I didn't expect you to regain your advantage so quickly. The spiritualized universe doesn't know about it, but he can let them know." "Conditions," Lu Yin said. Eternal was the only one who could see his goal. Even the people around him didn't know that he could merge with other people's bodies. Once the secret was made public, Yu Sangtian would definitely be able to guess the reason why he spread the spirit of battle techniques. Then everything he had done would be for naught. The existence of an advantage was to widen the distance between them, but this advantage could not widen the distance between them and eternity. The Eternals wanted to turn the spiritualized universe into their third battlefield. From the looks of it, they were getting closer and closer. Meng Sangtian did not know what Lu Yin had done. He was just a messenger. "Xuanhuan." Lu Yin did not hesitate. "Sure, I'll find a time to give you Xuanhuan. Can't you give it to me now?" Meng Sangtian asked. Lu Yin turned around and looked at him with amusement. "Let's not talk about whether or not you'll be able to leave the boundless easily. That woman outside has her eyes on you." Meng Sangtian frowned. He knew who Lu Yin was referring to, the ninth spirit. He did not know why, but the ninth spirit had suddenly set her sights on him. No matter where he went, she would follow him, preventing him from meeting up with the Eternal. He had also asked the ninth spirit why she was watching him. The ninth spirit had smiled and said that she wanted to treat him to a drink. But she had been conflicted about what kind of drink to drink, so she had followed him first. This answer made Meng Sangtian want to slap her. Even an idiot would know that she was being perfunctory. But he had never offended the ninth spirit. Even the Eternal did not know why the ninth spirit had set her sights on him. No matter what, the ninth spirit was Meng Sangtian, and she had become Meng Sangtian much earlier than he had. He might not be her match in a duel, and it would not be easy to avoid her. "If you don't shake her off, do you think you can take Xuanhuan away?" Lu Yin said disdainfully. Meng Sangtian was helpless. "I'll give you the time and place." Saying this, he turned and left. Lu Yin stood where he was, frowning. He had forgotten about the Eternal. That guy had actually seen through his intentions. It was troublesome to have such a familiar opponent. The Eternal wanted Xuanhuan to make up for his karma. The key to the door of arts was in the Eternal's hands. As long as he took Xuanhuan away, he would make up for his karma, and Lu Yin would not be able to harm him through karma. At this moment, Lu Yin understood Yu Sangtian's feelings. It did not feel good to be held hostage. If he did not feel good, the Eternal would not feel good either. On the other side, Meng Sangtian walked out of the rain observatory. He wanted to tear through the void and leave. At the same time, he wanted to avoid the ninth spirit. After all, the ninth spirit could not follow him into the boundless territory. Outside, the ninth spirit had already prevented him from tearing through the void several times. It disgusted him. Suddenly, a golden staff stabbed at him from afar. Meng Sangtian dodged and looked over in surprise. It was Celestial Lord Doubter. The boundless territory has its rules. You can leave the same way you came in. Celestial Lord Doubter gripped the golden staff and grinned, his eyes filled with battle intent. Meng Sangtian's eyes flashed as he looked around. All the boundless experts were staring at him. If he tried to tear through the void and leave, they would not hold back. He wanted to challenge the entire boundless territory. Even if Lu Yin did not act, Boundless Emperor would not be confident in a duel with the boundless territory, much less him. Helpless, Meng Sangtian did not say a word. He silently walked out of the boundless territory. Along the way the Star Toad mocked, "The great Meng Sangtian is a coward." So Wangtian provoked, "I've been annoyed with that staff for a long time. Meng Sangtian, can you help me beat him up?" Celestial Lord Doubter hefted his staff. "Come on, I've been annoyed with myself for a long time too." Meng Sangtian remained silent as he walked out of the boundless territory, not saying a word. This scene was witnessed by Yu Shan and the spiritualized cultivators who had joined the boundless territory. They were all dumbfounded. The great Meng Sangtian had come to the boundless territory with such grievances? He was like a little wife, not daring to speak even after being provoked. This was the boundless territory. It was terrifying. Yu Shan sighed. Yes, this was the boundless territory. Only such a boundless territory could make Yu Sangtian apprehensive. In the forest, Li Shou and Su Wang praised Meng Sangtian's back. After leaving the boundless territory, Meng Sangtian relaxed. He believed that only Lu Yin and the former top expert of the Tianyuan universe could defeat him in a duel. No matter how strong the others were, he was confident that he could beat them. But there were too many of them. He felt like he had gone to the myriad beasts border before. No, it was even more serious. After leaving the boundless territory, Meng Sangtian turned to see the ninth spirit gulping down a mouthful of wine, wiping her mouth and smiling at him. Meng Sangtian looked at her deeply before leaving. The ninth spirit immediately followed. Boundless territory, Lu Yin. Wu Wei was in a corner and the progenitor was nearby. Seeing Lu Yin approach, the progenitor left. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor and did not ask or say anything. He took a step forward and when they were 5 meters apart he merged with the progenitor. The next moment, his vision changed and he saw himself as well as the progenitor's vast memories. He immediately thought of the Azure Sword and began to read the memories related to it. After a while, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he recalled the memories he had just read. The Azure Sword came from the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was the most mysterious and ancient place in the consciousness universe. No one knew its origins. They only knew that it had already existed the moment they gained consciousness. The progenitor was considered one of the more ancient life forms in the consciousness universe, and among the 13 celestial phenomenon, he could be considered one of the top few. Even so, he had no knowledge of the Heavenly Palace's origins. The Azure Sword came from the Heavenly Palace, and so did the 13 celestial phenomena. Only those who were recognized by the Heavenly Palace would be recognized by the other celestial phenomena and become the new celestial phenomenon. In the progenitor's memories and guesses, the Heavenly Palace's memories had led to another person, Yu Sangtian. The 13 celestial phenomena had always suspected that Yu Sangtian had constantly invaded the consciousness universe in search of the Earth of Will. It was not only to destroy the 13 celestial phenomena, but also to obtain the Heavenly Palace. Even though Yu Sangtian had never revealed that he knew of the Heavenly Palace's existence, they still had such guesses. Otherwise, given Yu Sangtian's strength, he might have been able to sweep through the entire consciousness universe. As for restarting the consciousness universe, it would not be difficult. Lu Yin saw images of the Heavenly Palace in the progenitor's memories, but these were Wu Wei's memories and experiences. Each celestial phenomenon had obtained a different inheritance from the Heavenly Palace. Even he was tempted. At the same time, he also guessed that the 13 celestial phenomena were confident in killing Yu Sangtian in the Earth of Will because they had obtained something from the Heavenly Palace. He was suddenly interested in Yi Meng. Since Yi Meng had voluntarily been captured and brought to the spiritualized universe to carry out this plan, it meant that she definitely knew something. Wu Wei had been in the spiritualized universe for too long, and his memories of the consciousness universe were too distant. Even so, Lu Yin still understood a lot about the consciousness universe, including the 13 celestial phenomena. However, these were just Wu Wei's memories and they did not really represent anything. Just like how Lu Yin did not know that Yu Sangtian had hidden a thought of eternity, no one knew what else he was hiding unless it could be fused into his body. The 13 celestial phenomena of the consciousness universe were the oldest. Even if they were not Yu Sangtian's match, they still had the power to resist him. Based on Wu Wei's memories, Lu Yin estimated that they were about the same level. Lu Yin continued to read Wu Wei's memories and after a few days he felt dizzy. Wu Wei had lived for too long and his memories were too vast. A portion of them were very dry, and this feeling was transmitted to Lu Yin through the memories.
Lu Yin suppressed his anger and had no choice but to send Wu Wei to Jiangtai Hell, as he needed to go out and get some fresh air. Lu Yin left Limitless and went to the Grand Domain to see if he could find Yi Shang, even though the chances were slim. When he arrived at the Grand Domain, he scanned it with his consciousness and sure enough, Yi Shang was not there. There were many consciousness life forms traded in the Grand Domain, and they had become the most popular commodity. There was no market for them even if there was a price. Lu Yin regretted his decision, as he should have raised another condition. He would have asked for a cut of the transaction price of all consciousness life forms, and Yu Sang Tian would have definitely agreed. Compared to the hidden threat of consciousness life forms, a mere spirit seed was not worth his attention. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.